Dun dun dun. Dumpster divers! Doink! Assemble!
Yeah!
Hey! Welcome to Movie Garbage, where we are on our 25th episode! Oh! That's right. I am the host, Mr. Ed Bobinchek, and joining me, as I continuously keep saying and have said multiple times...
At least 25.
At least 25. Well, I was saying about the goof, but I was going to introduce my co-host, Mr. Matt Lewis.
Great intro.
Matt Lewis, everyone.
Yeah, perfect. I was going to do a bit with some of the worst Marvel lines. Some like, Illuma Woody? And he's right behind me, isn't he? And of course, they'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
I don't remember where those are from.
Wow, the first one's from Multiverse of Madness. Doctor Strange. He's like, they see the Illuminati, like, the Illuma Woody?
That's what he said?
Very stupid, yeah. Another one, he's right behind me, isn't he? Thor says about Gore and his giant army of, like, symbiote monsters. When he's, like, talking to the children, he says, but he's right behind me, isn't he? Which is, like, the most, like, awful thing he could have chosen to say. Cliche-wise. And then they'll never know what you sacrificed for them is what Monica, who we're going to get to sometime, said to Wanda after she hypnotized that whole town into being her, like, TV slaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I was going to do a bit regarding those, but I chose to instead do a little shout-out to, it's now at this point movie garbage tradition. As of this recording, we are one day after the 12-year anniversary of Marvel's clunkiest industry plant, Miss Marvel. The debut of the comic character Miss Marvel was 12 years ago yesterday.
With the comic?
The comic, Miss Marvel, yeah.
She's only 12 years old? Like, the comic is only 12 years old?
Yeah, she's only invented 12 years ago.
Because I recall, like, the kids used to watch that Spider-Man and his friends show, and the version of Miss Marvel is on that.
Yeah. Like I said, she was the clunkiest industry plant. They put her in every game, every movie.
They really wanted her.
Really pushed her comics, like, insanely.
Okay, that makes me even more confusing then, because what I learned from this film... Oh, hey, by the way, we're doing the Eternals and the Marvels.
This is a Marvel episode.
This is a Marvel episode.
Yeah, we can talk about
Eternally Marvel.
Eternally Marvel. We will,
Marvel's
like I said,
Eternal.
of course we have a shit ton of topics. This episode's probably going to be split strangely. But like we're gonna of course go from super vague to super specific. But yeah, on the Miss Marvel thing, no spoilers for the episode, but I do like the character. She had her TV show and everything like that too.
I didn't get a chance to watch it.
The show's good.
At the time of this recording.
They give you pretty much all the context you need. And also they fucking changed her into her origin so much in the show that it's like nothing to do with the comic character practically. So.
I remember in the Spider-Man kids show, like she seemed to be very similar to like a Mr. Fantastic.
That's
almost.
explicitly why they changed her powers in the Marvel MCU. They give her weird fucking crystal construct powers as opposed to her stretching. She's like basically,
as you'll learn,
yeah, she's basically like
powers.
a super straight shapeshifter. Like it's her normal powers. She can stretch and like what she calls embiggen, which is make her like self or her like limbs huge, and she can also like physically change her appearance.
So basically, she's Rubber Band Man from Static Shock.
Yeah, Rubber Band Man, fucking awesome ass dude. But yeah, they changed the powers.
You know what? I kind of wish we'd gotten the Jade. Was it supposed to be a Jaden Smith?
Like fucking 20 years ago, probably.
Because I guarantee you, if it were to come out today, it would not be good. If we could cover it, and that would just be the excuse to watch all of and talk about Static Shock.
Maybe gonna make a good Static movie, and then we can just talk about it in passing, not on the podcast.
Or. Yeah, maybe we do it as an attempt to before we see it, if we hear it's going to come out, and we're like, oh, we're going to go see it, and it's an attempt to dethrone Heaven. Yeah. I'm sure it will fail because
of course, yeah.
Get a hold of us, Tom Green.
Yeah,
but
best movie of all time.
Best movie of all time.
But yeah, Miss Marvel, 12-year anniversary. Congratulations. I wish you all the success in the world, I guess. But. Well, they're actually, of course, the MCU, the largest, most successful cinematic universe of all time, as of now.
Rightfully deserved.
Deservedly so.
What it's at nowadays.
Despite some dips in quality, what people will argue about in a bit, but I think it's deserved. But the idea of a cinematic or connected universe is like a fairly old concept. Well, not really. It's like a mixed status. Because also I was trying to do research on other ones because I'm going to talk about a couple different ones. But the specific I wanted to specify was it's not like a big extended universe like all the Star Wars projects and shows and movies and games incorporated onto all canon. I mean disparate series that like even tonally or like narratively don't seem connected, but they are happening in the exact same universe. That's why I love about the MCU, because the movies are all so diverse and different and weird, but they are still literally canon to each other.
Yeah, I think it ironically, like, it's, even though it's not like actually, I feel like the Fast and Furious franchise could have actually been an extended universe.
Yeah, they could have.
The way they've been, because like in theory, like, I mean, Jason Statham's character in that, Robert Deckard Shaw, is basically just the character from Crank.
Yeah, it might as well be. If it was actually Crank, that would have been funny as hell.
Right, and like,
I guess that movie's a lot more like sex and blood filled than anything in Fast and Furious has ever been, though.
So, but I mean, technically, we have R-rated films now in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, there's R-rated movies which are incredibly bloody, incredibly swear filled. But yeah, it's the earliest one I can think of is Lovecraft's Cthulhu Mythos. Because they are all disparate stories, but they are actually specifically canon to each other.
But those were, I'm assuming, just books and series.
Yeah, it wasn't a cinematic universe, but it was an interconnected universe. And then he would also have a lot of other artists, like August Derleth, I think his name is, and the creator of the John Connor series, and like a bunch of other writers at the time would like write in and incorporate.
John Carter, you mean?
Carter from Marvel. What is it, Connor?
You said Connor, yeah.
Who's John Connor?
John Connor is isn't it Terminator?
John
Connor.
John Connor, yeah, fucking idiot.
John Carter, which is a movie that might get covered. Like, that's one I don't think we talk about. That's one I might want to eventually.
It's more. I don't know if it's too boring for the podcast. I saw it in theater and I thought it was all right.
Did we see it together?
Maybe. It would have been like probably mid-high school, I think, probably.
I mean, I think we might have seen it at the Dollar Theater around that
time.
Probably,
yeah.
Because it was one of those movies that was like weird.
It was weird, but like I think more boring than like bad.
See, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed it for what it was. Yeah. Maybe I'm just a child. I always like colorful films.
Yeah, it was very cool. I like the alien, the 4-armed green Mars people were interesting.
It was, man, talk about a film, like, I think we've talked about it before, but like a film, like a bad films that should be remade are never the good ones, but the bad ones, or even especially the mediocre ones. That is a film that deserves a remake.
I mean, it's an old series, just like everything in this. It's like an old ass thing, like literally, Lovecraft Times serial that could be like just like Flash Gordon and all those other weird shits. That'd be a good one.
That is another weird movie.
Yeah. Speaking of other, earlier
Flash,
the Gordon.
He's the savior of the universe. I don't.
Yeah, maybe someday we'll do that one, or we'll do Flash Gordon, the porn parody.
Ironically, I thought about saying like maybe we do like Pirates or Pirates 2.
Pirates 2. That's a good movie. That's a great movie.
I still remember Pirates. The only thing I seem to remember is like they're like in a tavern and like there's this huge 10-minute long like intimate love scene, and then after it's all done, she just gets up and leaves, and one guy's like. That's like literally all I can remember from that movie.
I don't think you need to remember much. I remember watching it in like small intervals. I don't know why. about 3 to maybe 5 minutes on a good day. Oh God. But back on actual
7 minutes when my parents were home.
Oh God.
Masturbation.
Well, I don't know what I'm watching tonight. I'm gonna pop around on my big screen TV. I'm an adult now. I'm watching around on my big screen TV in the middle of the living room.
I have kids.
No.
I watch it in the basement.
Also, my TV's facing the fucking main street, so that'd be a terrible idea. But no, back on universes. The Universal Monsters we mentioned. Ed's over here choking.
I think I wish I could take a swig of beer. Like it's right in front of the TV, right in front of the road.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, like the Universal Monsters we talked about during the last episode we fucking did.
Yeah,
the Dracula, Wolfman, Mummy. That's actually they're all interconnected universe, mostly connected by, not Laurel and Hardy or Abbott and Costello, those two goofballs. They actually did make all those movies in the same universe. And then, of course, the attempt at the Dark Universe, which we talked about also during that time. Did you see there was a new Dracula movie that came out this month?
Another new one?
Luc Besson, the person who did Leon the Professional. Yeah.
It's another new one, because you mentioned one.
Oh yeah, there was one from like 2017 or 18. There
was a new one you said that came out like.
Oh no, there was
Kiss episode.
There was Renfield, and then there was Last Voyage of the Demeter.
There's that one, but
those came out like 2 or 3 years ago.
But then, I saw you in the last episode. You even mentioned there was a new Dracula-based movie that had just come out.
Yeah, what the hell was it?
I don't remember.
I don't know, but this movie I completely didn't even know was happening until I saw it. And I walked in halfway through the movie because I saw posters for it, and I decided I was in between watching two good movies.
And you snuck in?
Yeah, I snuck in and saw the last quarter of it. Yeah, I pirated it by watching it visually in a theater. But no, it was very bizarre. It was mid. But yeah, I don't think it's another attempt at a dark universe. I think they learned their lesson after that terrible. Did you? I told you I watched the actual Tom Cruise Mummy movie, and it was fucking terrible.
You mentioned,
yeah, and they had
I think I took us into a tangent on how I don't think that Tom Cruise is that great of an actor.
Yeah, he's all right. But no, that movie was shitty, and then the new one was very like goofy. It was goofy and like trying to be cool. It was it felt like Luc Besson's a director who was like big in the aughts and like 90s and stuff, and it felt like a movie that would be like totally something from the 90s or some shit. Weird movie. But other fuck yeah. What
I mean, like it kind of.
But then
mentioning it real quick, like I think the problem is like I mean, I get annoyed with times because like they want to do it, but they don't. They're not going to commit unless they quote unquote see the returns. Yeah, and I think that's the problem right there.
Yeah,
is because like
focus on making a good movie first.
Right, like I think.
Oh, it was Nosferatu that I mentioned possibly.
That might be.
That was incredible.
But like if you're gonna commit, like take the leap, take the plunge, and take the risk. Because like when you make a movie that's kind of like set to be part of something, and then like it didn't do well enough, so we're just gonna scrap that whole thing. Yeah, it's like. That is honestly more telling than you put out a movie that may not have hit the mark. Yeah. Because I think too, like, there's films in Marvel, like, like honestly, like it's not on my bottom 5. Theoretically, it could be, but like Thor, the first Thor film, is not like the greatest overall. No. But like because it is a part of something, because I think it
took a chance on something very weird and did a movie that was.
It did an okay job, and I think like like you take what you can from these films and you learn, and I think that could have been It's the same thing at ways that I feel like video game sequels are always like really good is because like there's so much time in between game development. Yeah. Like just you take the elements that are good, the things that people liked about it, and then you kind of, try these new things but without getting rid of the kind of the core concept of what people liked. You could have, like, the first film doesn't have to be great, in all honesty. Yeah. And I think that's the problem, is they're always trying to make the next start of a universe without realizing that you don't start a universe without making the universe.
Yeah, make something good that people are interested in and make people invested. It's just cowardly, incompetent producers and executives, not actual filmmakers who care or writers who care, coming up with a project and pitching them something and saying this could eventually be. But like I forgot to mention beforehand, I remember way back in the early aughts when the MCU started and like everyone was big on the idea of connected universes. I heard people like in different podcasts and stuff in the industry talking about how they would love to do that kind of thing because like, it'd be like if you're watching like a crime movie and like they offhandedly mention two other characters and those two characters have another movie that's actually really cool and interesting and unrelated and then that's like tied to another movie that's like a horror movie or something like that. That'd be so cool. Connected universe, like people can do that. But like that was like probably now well over 20 years ago, probably almost. And like nobody's done anything like that because nobody's been as dedicated or like successful, but a lot of people have like made shitty things that have tried to. It's just like it's cowardly.
Why do we let these producers and like hacks, like why do we let them have all this money? Like why don't we just go to them, eat them up, and then we can take their money and we can actually make good projects? Yeah.
Well, I mean, the way the industry is right now, it's fucking even worse off than it ever has been. So
which is such a shame.
It's gonna get worse
because it's so. I mean, we are in an age like 2026 here when we're recording this here, early 2026. But the fact that everything's on the TV. I mean, as much as you want to hate or love it, like we have access to so many things on our phones and TVs and tablets and computers and all this shit, and like you can't give us anything.
Well, some people give us quality, but then it gets drowned down in a lot of shitty things. So
I mean,
what are you gonna do?
Yeah, because like the Fallout show is like
it's great.
Oh my god, that's so fucking good.
But also, too bad Fraud Coward can't fucking make a good Fallout game in any timely fashion to save his life, though.
Yeah, though I did apply. There's gonna be a reality show coming out, and I actually applied.
Oh, the people in the Fallout Shelter one.
It's Fallout. It's hinted at just being called Fallout Shelter. Yeah, I figured
named after the game.
You know what? I know the games. And I probably will never get cast, but I'm gonna throw. I got a chance to put an application in before.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And here's either what's gonna get me to the next stage, or is going to take me so far as I don't know if we can trust this guy to even be here. So that one of the questions was asking about what faction, like, I asked you used to play the games, you watch the show, and then what faction do you associate with? You should kind of associate yourself with, and why? And I technically chose two. One, because I want to make sure that I had one that was more well known, and also two, because my main first choice is more so. It technically does exist, but I'm also like building off. So here's the answer that I gave that's more well known: the Minutemen. Because like, here's why.
Ew.
One, I don't play evil campaigns like some people here.
Gross.
Usually. But I was like, they help people without overtaking a society. They don't say to these settlements, you are our Minutemen settlement 72, and you have to give us your tribute. They say, you raise your flag, you call for help, we will give it to you. But you have a chance, but they let them, you build up yourself. If you need help, we will help you. And I like that concept. I like that. That's kind of what my internal real life drive would be. Yeah. The other answer I gave, which is a community that I believe, based on everything I've gotten tangentially from the two characters that I know, is very similar. The New Canaanites. Do you recognize that name?
That sounds incredibly familiar, but I can't.
There are two members of them only ever introduced in DLC. Joshua Graham, a.k.a. the Burning Man, and Daniel.
Okay.
From the Honest Hearts DLC of New Vegas. New Canaanite is basically, and it is Mormon coded, but they are like New Canaan. They are that society in Utah but they built trade routes. They connected like the vast amount of that area and all the areas surrounding. Like, I feel like based on everything that they give in lore, they are so very heavy into creating connections between all these communities without overtaking them. And everything like that. And even when you see them in there, like, even to the extent of Joshua Graham has been radicalized and Daniel's trying, like, the tribes that they influence, they're not overwriting with their own. They are showing and teaching in respect of their own traditions. Like, they don't force certain people to do things. They give them the option, but let them make their own choices on what is or not. And I like that concept of a group that does not force you to submit to them, a la Caesar, and everything like that. But now that we've gone with that,
this is why our episodes are so damn long. Anyway, Institute Forever. Okay, next part. The next one. After Universal Monsters' failed attempt, there's also the Whoniverse, which is like the Doctor Who connected universe, because it's also connected to Sarah Jane Chronicles, Torchwood, and there's another series I believe as well, but that's like a really bizarre, really fun alien space travel fucking multiverse is really fucking fantastic. One that like a bigger extended universe would be something like Star Wars or Star Trek, which have multiple series. Star Wars is a singular timeline now with Disney, but Star Trek has like multiple timelines, which makes it very confusing because there's the new shows that are on Paramount Plus or whatever, but they're saying they're in the old canon universe, even though the aesthetic and everything that's happening seems like it would be for the fucking JJ movies. Very weird choice.
That's also weird, but
that's also a really huge, diverse, like, not really tone wise, but like, or aesthetic wise, or like narrative really, but like that's why I say it's an extended universe, not like a connected cinematic universe anyway.
I feel like they're interesting, but I can see like the good and bad of it. Like, I don't even think of them in an extended universe. I think of them as just like a single unit. Like, even the Star Trek to an extent is just like, it is a single, thing. You know what I mean? Like, Star Trek is always Star Trek based. Star Wars is Star Wars based. Yeah. Something I actually would say, I think at times, is, it's, I feel like maybe it's underrated is I feel like Warhammer Like, from what I've heard about them, is one of the things that they are...
I mean, there's no specific cinematic property yet. Henry Cavill, get the fuck off your butt and fucking... I heard that he's working on the show, and he was, like, staying late and, like, working on more of the scripts after everybody went home, so hopefully we'll get some fucking actual stuff soon, but yeah, I would agree.
But, like, I think...
That's because they say Warhammer 40K is a setting.
Yeah,
but everything that happens in it is like individual,
and I think
stuff,
like
and that's why it's so fun.
The facts that one of the things and maybe this isn't true or not, but I heard back in the day at one point that the way that Warhammer treated their games was they allowed like almost all these whole companies to license them.
They give it to anybody,
and they and they either say if it's good, then they're gonna promote it, but if it's bad, they're gonna let it die. It's still technically part of it, but they don't promote it. And I think like that is an extended universe in a good way.
That is a really good extended
and I think
universe.
that's also a good way to build one, is because like I think we even talked about it in our way back in our Justice League episode. I said like you should give all of these different properties to all of these different even if not just like studios, like directors or writers or actors, whatever, and say, make your movie. We will give you a set amount. We're giving, we're gonna, if we take, let's throw out a number, say 10 movies. So they have $100 million. They're giving $10 million to these 10 studios.
I mean, that would be like not to make any kind of movie.
I know that's not very.
Yeah. Of course, if they have the money, they could do. They could probably give like 100,
even $200
movies.
$20 million is a pretty good amount, right, for a decent film.
For a non-sci superhero movie, I would say 100 would be low budget.
100 would be low budget.
So for a superhero movie.
Okay, fair. So let's say
unless it's something like really like I don't want to the new Wonder Man show is just following two actors in Hollywood in the MCU trying to get a show made, and that show's budget is probably nothing, but it's doing incredibly well, so it's going to make a lot of money. So like it's something incredibly low budget, low cut, like a street level superheroes. Like they introduced a couple in that show. Like, a show about fucking one of those people with low budget powers who like, I have to fucking, we'll get to it someday, but the Netflix shows. If any of those were movies instead of shows, like, they could probably get away with like maybe $100 million budget would be still like cutting it.
Well, I mean, those budgets do include like promotional work and all
promotion
that,
and everything,
even
like
big
advertising
actors.
and
so like in theory,
fees.
You could even like, and honestly too, like I've always felt like sometimes that like hard budgets are what's going to drive innovation, because also too like you could use you could set aside give $50 million to each, and you tell each one you have $50 million to make your movie, just to make it if you whatever, and then like if they then they use the test audience to say, okay, we actually have a little bit extra money, so we're going to put a little more promotion behind these ones that we can tell are going to probably make more, and like not invest as much into the others, but try to like find a good way to make some money back. Because even then, like, because also too, like, I think also lost on this conversation is sometimes the cult following. Like, a film that may not have initially been successful, if that film came out like third and fourth, like say you made 5 films, $50 million budgets, 3 of them were looking pretty good, pump more money into those. The ones that looked a little less great or not as whatever, you pump a little bit less. 1 and 2 do great, 3 and 4 are kind of mid, and then 5 is really good. Well, now people watch 5 might go back and watch 3 and 4, or 3 will make more because 1 and 2 are so good, and maybe they'll hope that 4,
I would say that unfortunately the cult following mentalities really fucking diminished now, because that was very much based on like at-home rewatching of things that came out in theaters, and the at-home market is very bizarre now with streaming services. Even if a show that like the little boom of The Office and other like aughts sitcoms coming back from Netflix and doing very well, those actors didn't see a fucking dime from that. They didn't get anything from that. The creators didn't get anything from that. Like Netflix made money from that. That's it.
I mean, that's a problem with the industry. Then.
Yeah, and like I said, the home video market doesn't exist, so a lot of movies that flopped in theaters cannot make their money back through that. They have to do it through streaming, and getting into the actual finances of the streaming market is a fucking weird hellhole nightmare. Just talk to any actor or listen to any podcast.
I mean, I think that's
it's
why
a completely different feel, and it's way, way worse for actors and creatives.
That's why we see the convention circuit it is nowadays.
Of course.
I mean, the fact that like Roger Jackson is he's legendary voice actor, and he was at a horror convention I ever heard of. Like, it's a circuit, but like, the fact that these big name voice actors and all these I mean,
that's a lot of physical work for something you're trying to be like a acting artist or something like that.
Like I can understand
really
like
and also
how
writers can't really do that as easy, or directors and stuff like that.
Every single person, I swear to God, who was in Killer Clowns from Outer Space was at that horror convention. That makes sense because it's kind of like how Tommy Wiseau is connected to The Room, or certain people connected to like one or two projects. But like again, Roger Jackson, I forget his name. The guy who plays Fries on the Fries on Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know.
You know his name.
I don't know his name, but I know the actor. Yeah.
But yeah, him, like those kind of even Detective Bailey from Scream. I believe it's Dermot. I had to learn it because I wanted to learn his name because he was really super cool. Like I'm really glad I got to meet him. But like he's in like a bunch of stuff, a bunch of these things, and like he's having to do these circuits, and the fact too, like I remember in not 12, but like in the mid 2000s, Chris Hemsworth being $135 for a picture. I remember hearing that, like, holy shit, that's insane. Yeah. I guarantee you, $135 for a photo with like a celebrity, like a quarter of what he is now at the time of the beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is probably like, yeah.
Yeah,
Art the Clown. I do remember the guy who played Art the Clown. His line was huge.
He probably doesn't even need to do that. He just do that for fun, I would assume, because those movies are so successful. I can't imagine
that is true.
Not doing well.
Which also again shows you how like budgets aren't everything, because that film, especially that first film, is low budget.
Low budget.
Hell, it's barely in fucking color.
It looks like shit.
I mean, by choice, but
well, it's the aesthetic of the director who didn't have much.
Even the third one, like there was some very like I could tell that this is
cutting edge. Yeah, I mean that third one was that. Well, if we ever do a movie, if I ever did anything, I probably would do the third one because there was a lot of fucking stuff cut out of that movie. It should have been probably like 5 hours long, like the other podcasts.
Holy shit! I will say this.
There's a lot missing.
If I had to choose one that I liked the most, second
was the best one. Yes,
even though it's the most confusing.
I think 3 is the more confusing because they kill like multiple characters off screen seemingly, but I don't think we can't get into Terrifier. Terrifier's amazing. Go watch it. Maybe we'll do it someday on the podcast, ironically, because it's so good.
Well, you know what? Let's aim for like July, so that way the episode can get released in Halloween time.
Scheduling is ridiculous. The Hasbro universe, which is G.I. Joe, Transformers, Gem and the Holograms.
Those aren't connected, are they?
They are connected.
What?
Yes.
How is the Transformers if you watch to Transformers?
Transformers to Transformers. In the movie, right? And this is like old school. Way back in the 80s, they were in the same universe because they would have crossovers and stuff like that, like canon crossovers.
You're talking about the TV show. Oh, you're talking about the TV shows.
No. Well, yeah. And then just recently, Rise of the Beasts, the like 6th or 7th Transformers movie.
Wait, there's another. Wait, what?
That's what I talked about that back on a Transformers episode. It was like new at that time.
Apparently, that movie was so dull, I forgot about it. You mentioned that.
Well, I'm sure you didn't watch it. But anyway, at the end, the dude, the human protag in that movie, gets recruited by G.I. Joe.
What?
So they're connected in the same universe.
What?
Yes. And there was also, like, I think maybe 2016 or 17, there was a Gem and a Hologram
I remember hearing about that one.
That one was, I think, crowdfunded or something like that, but it also is then, like, tied to the actual in-universe of, like, the G.I. Joe stuff. So Hasbro, and then I'm sure MLP's in there somewhere. But yeah, the Hasbro universe is a connected thing. There's tons and tons of comics, there's tons and tons of TV shows, but like they are technically in the same universe. And like, but all those series have so many different universes or iterations and stuff like that. So like finding one or two that actually have connected is very, very difficult and not very common.
That one actually makes me upset.
I wish they were more successful. That'd be awesome.
See, I'm upset by this right now because like. I understand, like, again, we kind of talked about, like, I watched they make, separate movies that they can connect, but at least there's a connective tissue to places, and I get, yes, there were toys or whatever, but, like the worlds just feel so different to an extent.
I can see, G.I. Joe's dealt with aliens, I'm pretty sure. Gem and the Hologram, the point is that they have some kind of weird alien technology. That makes them good pop stars.
I don't know. Like,
feasibly, I can see it happening. I can see the shit that the Transformers are getting up to happening so far away from G.I. Joe, who are fighting fucking Cobras, making like snake people or whatever the fuck he's doing at any time.
I don't know. See,
and then Gem and Hologram are having some kind of concert, and they like, we're gonna miss the Gem concert if we have to go fucking fight. Destro's working with fucking Starscream.
Like.
It's forced 100%.
That feels like if Trolls wanted to and Kick-Ass try to connect each other by referencing each other.
No, yeah, Kick-Ass is too busy connected to Wanted and Kingsman. Those are the same universe as well.
I can see that.
No,
but I was thinking like Kick-Ass and Trolls. I feel like that would be I feel like to make those connect like these ones. That's how it feels to me. Whereas like what Marvel does, it feels very much like Trolls and the Muppets. Like that would fit. Like
Trolls barely have that. Do they have a? Oh, you mean the new.
The animated
movies,
films.
The movies.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I was just thinking of the toys. I was like, what the hell those ugly little toys have to do with fucking...
No, kids love the movies. And they're not... Yeah. I mean, like...
They seem interesting. I've never seen a single one, and I have no interest in it, but...
if you're into it, you can find enjoyment.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, the Hasbro universe is weird. After that, I have the View Askew-niverse, which is Kevin Smith's universe. Of Jay and Silent Bob, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, Dogma, and like a whole bunch of other stuff. The actual Jay and Silent Bob's cartoon, which is canon, and like a whole bunch of
Chronic and Bloodman.
Yeah, Bloodman and Chronic.
Oh, sorry.
Come on. Yeah, Clerks. Yeah, it's like that. That's one universe because they actively have Jay and Silent Bob popping up in all of them doing shit.
I see that one again. That makes sense because like they all feel grounded. They all feel, and then the fact that there's like those two characters connecting them, I think makes it where it's like. You know, at one hand, they can be their own thing, but then they can also be part of this bigger thing that you can find enjoyment in.
Or they can just walk on and like have like random adventures happen. That's cool. And then there's like, of course, there's this giant fucking looming elephant in the room, Marvel and DC. DC's fortunately recently died. Zack Snyder was a hack and he made bad movies.
He sure did.
I think the Snyder Cut is a good movie. You fart.
I did not.
Okay. Okay. Snyder Cut.
I would laugh if I farted. I admit it.
Yeah. Snyder Cut was whatever, but
it was.
Yeah. If we didn't already do a movie in that universe, I would probably. Have you seen Black Adam yet?
Not yet.
Okay, I like it. Did it change the hierarchy of power in the DC universe? It sure did by killing it. I'm
assuming the Shazam films are now non-canon to the next set.
All of the
everything that happened
everything in those universes is not canon anymore
until they eventually make something good and then they bring back some of the actors.
I mean, the Superman movie right now, the canon.
Didn't they bring back Nicolas Cage Superman in the Flash?
That terrible thing, yeah. No, the only things canon right now are Superman 2025 and Peacemaker season 2. Which is very funny.
But technically, when the second Suicide Squad
connected? Well, because that's the nebulous canon. Because Peacemaker season 1 ends with the Zack Snyder universe Justice League showing up. Spoiler. But a very hilarious scene in the last time when you watch season 2, it's the Justice Society from the Superman movie. He changed the ending, that to canon. But then that fucking throws into like, did the events of the Suicide Squad happen in that movie, but with like the Justice Society universe, and like it's very fucking.
Because they don't show up in that at all, if I recall.
They do not. Well, Harley Quinn shows up, and that Harley Quinn is connected to Ben Affleck Batman, so that's very weird.
But I feel like Margot Robbie, because like Birds of Prey, kind of,
which is also great.
That one doesn't have any.
Does it?
Or is that hard connected?
That's very hard connected to the other movies. Yes.
Huh.
So it's very weird. That's why I said season 2 only.
That makes sense.
It's not clear if season 1 is canon to that, but also those are both fantastic right now.
I mean,
right now the universe is 10 for 2.
You know, everything is just going to be awful though if they don't not bring back the only good part of the Snyderverse.
Oh, Batman cooked Superman?
Yeah.
No, I told you, this Superman is way too good to ever be cooked by a super. What's it called? But also, the funny thing is, in this universe now, people are shipping the Robert Pattinson Batman and this new Superman. David Cornsworth's Batman. Yeah, they're like, it's very funny because they're both so ridiculously awesome.
I'm glad that Arpatch is getting his
new series.
Like, because like.
We talked about it forever ago, but yeah, the Batman was great. They're working on the second one now, which is I'm looking forward to.
Last night, the other night, Rocky, there was some people who and. Good to them. They their one friend got a little too drunk, so they ended up leaving early to take care of their friend. But while they were kind of waiting for everything before they left, like there's a poster for some new movies he's in, and they were talking. I heard him talking about like Robert Pattinson's a pretty good actor.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, man, he's come a long way, and I'm proud.
Yeah,
proud.
Proud.
Get
the fuck out of the way. Check out Good Time, another really Safdie Brothers movie, I believe that he's in. Well, they're controversial as they are now. Don't ask about
which brothers?
The Safdie brothers, people who did Uncut Gems, I believe.
I never saw that movie.
I don't remember. I'm bad at directors for movies that aren't superhero sci-fi stuff. And then of course, there was a while ago Edgar Wright pitched a Simon and Garfunkel cinematic universe, which is actually he was going to something like your idea, where he was going to give a bunch of different directors and actors like budgets to do a bunch of movies specifically named after Simon and Garfunkel songs. Like there were like three, and like let's see, the directors who were tied to it were Rian Johnson, Lin-Manuel Miranda, Mark Webb, who does the Spider-Man movies, and Dwayne Johnson.
Oh,
and they actually said the name of all the they each had like a song that they were going to do a movie about, and of course Dwayne Johnson was the Simon and Garfunkel song from the 70s or whatever called "I Am a Rock."
I'm so sad that never happened.
It did well. I mean, it still maybe someday, but like
I hope
that was a pitch that he had for a cinematic universe.
Because I will say, if there's a person who could do it outside of Marvel, Edgar Wright does technically it's only a trilogy, but the Cornetto trilogy.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that like those three films are connected by that one thing is. You know what? I'm going to say, like, that's kind of incredible.
Yeah. And also, Edgar Wright, relevant to the bit, because you remember he was supposed to originally direct Ant-Man. He had a whole, like, script and everything ready.
That's
but
right.
I guess he kept bashing heads with them for too long, so he just left the project, and then they had whoever directed that made it. So,
which is weird, because it did turn out pretty good.
It's all right.
Didn't he have writing credits on it then?
Possibly. I don't know.
I
don't know if they used any of his script. I have no idea. I didn't really do search into Ant-Man.
Edgar Wright, Nick Frost, and Simon Pegg are all like underrated. They are like Steve Coogan rules. To me. Steve, like just like Steve Coogan, like underrated.
Yeah.
Like have you seen? I've shown you Hamlet 2, right?
Hamlet 2. I don't know. Maybe.
Ooh.
Vaguely familiar.
Ooh, I might. I don't know what I'm going to choose yet.
Yeah, obviously Hamlet's also relevant to something we're going to get to in a while, but no time soon, probably.
You know, I guess to be fair, didn't Shakespeare's universes all his plays kind of connect each other?
I don't know. No, because half of this stuff was like ancient Greek stuff, like Clytemnestra, and then like some of it was fantasy stuff, like the Prospero stuff. I don't know.
Now I'm curious as I say that. I'm like, wait a minute.
I don't know.
Is all right, hold on.
They may or may not. I know the Midsummer Night's Dream's Fae people stuff is like hugely important. But yeah, I have no idea if those narratives are actually, because I think they like took place in like the real world for the most part, and I don't know of characters. Wait, was Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, was that an actual thing that he did, or was that like a spoof movie made?
What is this?
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern is about the two guys who, like, at one point in Romeo and Juliet, like, these two guys are, like, sent on a mission and then they, like, never come back. And so there's, like, a movie called Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, like, about their adventure, wherever the fuck they were doing for the rest of the project. Yeah,
my brain just stopped. I won't lie.
Shakespeare is single universe, question mark?
Well, and this is Google AI today for what it is, but his plays are closely related through thematic, historical, and character-driven threads. Most direct connections are found in his two English history tetralogies, Henry the Fourth, parts 1 and 2, leading into Henry the Fifth.
Wow.
Which form continuous narratives.
That makes
the
sense.
reappearance of characters like Falstaff in multiple plays.
Okay, yeah. Falstaff is like his like weird character, the goof guy. Maybe if he appears multiple things, then that's a cinematic universe. Probably the.
I guess one. Too. Julius Caesar and Anthony and Cleopatra kind of go from one. To the other.
They're literally like together. So that's
so like I guess like but like you think about it, like this is old. I mean, we're looking at old.
Oh yeah.
So
hey, like I said, the Cthulhu mythos is the 1920s, and that was like multiple authors and multiple characters reappearing and stuff. So who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like mostly for like cinematic universe. Like I said, a lot of failed ones, but it's a very fun concept that I wish was done well more often, because people deride it now because of all the failed attempts, or about how Marvel completely shook up the entire film industry from the ground up and became the most successful thing ever by doing that. And a lot of people have attempted and failed, but I think that if done well, it could be very fun if it's ever done well.
It is, and I think the problem is that everyone is trying to be Marvel. They fail to realize Marvel became successful by not being like everyone else.
Yeah,
you can't just when we talked about this, when you remake something good, what do you bring to it that the good version, the original version, it didn't already do? Why,
That's why you get a lot of, what's it called, the requels, which are just, safe, soft reboot sequel things that just continue in the story, but are pretty much remakes of the first event.
That's why I think stuff like The Force Awakens was I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
It was all right.
But that's why I think I love The Last Jedi so much, is because that was something that took the idea of, it built off of the requel from The Force Awakens, and it twisted it. It didn't just, it took the things and the tropes that you thought you knew, and it twisted on its head, and that's why The Force Awakens was such a piece of shit. Because all it was...
The Force Awakens was a piece of shit?
Skywalker, whatever.
Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah. Whatever they called that piece of dog slurry.
Someday we'll get to those movies. But yeah, and of course the end of this thing, the Saint Elsewhere theory of everything. Have you heard of this, I assume?
The Saint
Elsewhere. It was a 80s or 90s TV show about a hospital. It ran for a ton of seasons like all those old shows did because they just had infinite money. But at the very end, last episode, you probably heard of this famous twist or whatever, that the whole thing was a dream of this weird little autistic kid playing with a snow globe. And he made up all the seasons and all the shows and everything that happened, he made up in his mind.
Okay, yes, because isn't it wasn't there a connection to one show in that?
Not one show. That show is connected to a dozen shows, and those dozen shows are connected to a dozen other shows. Yeah, and it's a theory that so all these shows, it connects to Cheers, which connects to Frasier. It connects to Homicide Life on the Streets, which is canon to all the Law and Order series that are still running to this day.
Is Seinfeld connected to Frasier too?
Yep, Seinfeld as well too. Veronica Mars, which is connected to Lost and The Office, and then it also connects to Degrassi Junior High. Is connected to Saint Elsewhere, meaning all the Degrassi shows and seasons after that. Angel, the Buffyverse, is connected to it at that point. And then, of course, there is also a very loose connection to the Arrowverse, which is a huge DC, CW fucking universe of TV shows.
One, yeah.
All those are, and there's dozens and dozens and dozens of shows from those crossovers, like X-Files, which crosses over to a dozen other things. It's like an infinite loop of a ton of stuff that so it's all the shows that are still running now. Are they all still an autistic kid's dream? Who knows?
I like that. I like that as a theory.
It's a fun theory. People, there's been a ton of videos made on it, but it's just but of course there's holes in the theory and stuff like that, obviously. But still, it's just a fun thing that people, the big greater connected. And it's a bunch of 90s and aughts and stuff TV shows that are interconnected through that thing. And that's just a fun thing to trace, but then also just the gag of and it's all just a kid's dream who's looking at a snow globe. And it's just
I think it's fun, overall, no matter what, whether it's true, false, whatever. I think it's fun because so there's a game I used to play when I worked at the Capitol when we get bored, and it was you'd have to connect actors through their movies. So
like the Kevin Bacon 50 degrees of, or 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, 6 degrees of separation, yeah. So it's this actor and this actor were in this movie, this actor was in this movie with this actor. Yeah. And then I'd have to go and I'd have to name this actor was in this movie with this actor, and you have to go down the down the list or whatever. I was not as good as my coworkers.
Google actually does, or there was some kind of point of celebration time where you could look up any actor and you say degrees to Kevin Bacon, and it would give you a list of shows within 6 that connected to Kevin Bacon. It was really fucking cool. I don't know if they still do that feature, but it was really fucking amazing. I was doing it for a while, and I was thinking about the same thing, we connecting. I was thinking about doing the same thing with this, connecting this to the last movie we did, Vampire's Kiss, which is very, very easy actually. because Vampire's Kiss, the the woman he was dating. I mean, Nick Cage is fucking easy because he's been in a trillion things. But the other one that I made was the actress who played his love interest in the beginning, the real one, who he went on dates with. She was like the co-star or like a supporting actor in Candyman. Directed by Nia Costa, who did the Marvels.
See, I was gonna say Nicholas. The Renfield was Hank McDermott, or that actor. The actor played Renfield himself.
Yeah.
He plays Beast.
And Lex Luthor, but yeah, Beast. He played a young Beast.
I would say he played young Beast, who's connected to James McAvoy, who is in the same film as Patrick Stewart. One of them, who of course is
Kelsey Grammer Beast.
Kelsey Grammer Beast was in Marvels,
of course, and then you can just like Eternals is incredibly easy because goddamn Angelina Jolie's in a trillion things and she's connected to a trillion other actors, so it's
that is also
easy.
true.
Yeah, but yeah, that's it for like the vague concept of cinematic universes. Now we're going to first take our first step into Marvel. But I'm going to specifically, like I said, I gave Ed a couple lists, the comics universe. I have not picked up and physically read a comic in decades. I was reading digital comics, the Marvel Unlimited app. Your phone's over there.
No, I'm looking for my pen.
Okay. No, I was saying
down at some point,
the Marvel Unlimited app is really fucking amazing for reading comics on.
I believe it.
Yeah.
There, just keep going while I listen.
But I was saying that. Oh, sorry. You were saying that right there, Ed.
Oh, there it is. I'm going to get another beer anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Keep going.
But yeah, I've not physically read comics in forever. Mostly what I do now is I find there's a number of YouTubers that I follow that do like big collection, like summaries of the stories, and some of them are hours and hours long, which I love. Shout out to Comics Explained. I believe Comic Historian. I think he passed away, but the account still is going. He was a really amazing dude. New Sage and Dope Spill Comics. All these are YouTubers who have like hours-long videos covering like comic events and comic storylines. They're very visually interesting because they actually like show the panels and move them around and stuff like that and describe what's happening over them. That's why I've gotten a number of really amazing stories since I've stopped physically buying comics because I don't have the time to go and I don't have the physical space either.
I think that's the biggest like thing nowadays with the hurdles. It's so difficult to actually access them and like
I said, Marvel Unlimited, the actual like if you actually they actually like go panel by panel, so like you're on your phone, you're like swiping it to like zoom in on the next panel your phone size.
That is
really
cool.
they're really fucking useful and they have everything on there, but unfortunately it's a fucking paid subscription service, so you need to pay. So if you're not like reading $15 or $20 worth of comics every month, it's annoying.
And I feel like that's where like they're missing a huge like market because like you look back at the day and you say, oh, it used to be like a penny or 5 cents for a comic. But you know what? Like, I'm not saying like that much, but like 50 cents a comic that you release weekly, like it might sound small, but like you're releasing something that's probably super cheap to release at that point, and like now you have people invested in it, so people will buy them. I don't want to, and it sounds bad to say like microtransactions, but like. Or you eventually release the whole thing,
the volume,
whatever, and you build up to these massive events that are gonna sell, and like it's a lot easier and it's cheaper to get people into it because that's what's gonna get people invested and involved. Is like, especially nowadays, it's so difficult. I don't have the money to spend even $1 on a comic that's only gonna last 10 pages sometimes.
Yeah, whenever I would buy them, I would only buy the graphic novels volumes of the things. Like the big, like the actual like chunk of like 6-7 issues that are telling a single story. I'll buy those, and that's the only way I was ever like willing to actually spend money on it. But the other thing, like I said, it's a subscription service. If you're like reading old stuff like what was it? I have the first half of 52, which is a 52 issue long event that was happening in DC probably like 15 years ago.
I remember that.
Yeah, I have the first half, and I like love it so much. I made Ben read it for our Young Justice podcast because I fucking love DC so much, and he loved it. And he went and got the second half and read it himself because it's so fucking good. But yeah, it's like if they're reading old volumes of stuff, then if you have to make a concerted effort to really read a lot.
And see, here's the thing: is they could re-upload those.
Yeah, they have old stuff. They have a lot. They have everything. From like way back, and I can find old ass issues.
There you go. Like, again,
if I wanted to,
they can make so much more money. by not making an actual subscription service, and then you buy them.
I mean, you can probably buy them
because honestly, also like here's my other pitch for it. So like, you want to buy a book, and when it comes out, it's half the price, and you're looking at low numbers here. I could buy the volume in the first 2 days, or 25 cents. It goes up to 75 cents after that now.
I mean, I don't think even single issue comics are like $4 or $5 now. I think probably like single issue,
which is ridiculous.
I mean, that's just.
But
inflation.
If you're doing it all digital,
if you're digital,
if this is a digital only thing,
but there's still a lot of artists and writers and stuff you have to pay to do that kind of stuff. It's a lot of work.
But you'd be able to listen with the world we live in. They could promote the shit out of that.
Yeah, but also the issue is that the comics industry is like so not worth the money. It does not make a lot of money at all. It's really hard. But that's just people not reading these days.
It's just, I mean, again, where do you buy these half the time? And the bottom of it is like, it's just hard to find stuff. When do I get into one? Where do I get, whatever?
Where do you start? People that's an issue with Western comics, and people always don't know where to start. But I think you could just start with any event and then go forward from there. But even that's difficult.
Exactly, it gets super difficult. And then there's also a problem too. Is like, and this is where, ironically, that one of the things that we'll give digital credit over physical media. If I wanted to read the first, physically read the first issue of Venom, that thing costs who knows how much.
Yeah.
Digitally, you could charge a little bit extra. You could get away with, this is the very first one of Venom, and it's a little bit more expensive. But if you're looking at smaller numbers, people will pay, and more people will pay. And especially with a group like Marvel is in the best position to do it owned by Disney. Yeah. They have fucking ads on Disney Plus now. Put ads for the Marvel app where you can buy you can buy comics weekly. This series is updated weekly. This one's going to start. That one's going to start. You can buy this one. You could pre-order all of them and you get them when they come out now.
Yeah, I'd kill for Marvel Unlimited to be tied to Disney Plus. That'd be so fucking helpful. I probably install the app if that was a choice. But yeah, like I said, the industry is very wishy-washy, and the point of it that the reason that the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe exists now is because back in the 80s and 90s, comics were even lower than they are now, and Marvel was literally filing for bankruptcy. DC full-on just sold themselves to WB back then, and that's why WB's owed them since like the fucking Batman TAS times. But Marvel was trying to still be on their own, but they had no fucking money, so then they started selling their licenses to anybody who would ask.
I remember that.
Fox, please do something with these X-Men. Spider-Man,
Sony?
No, before Sony it was, I told you, Canon Films, the fucking, if you can think in your brain, just throw a dart and think of a shitty 80s action movie, Canon Films probably did it. They were like the number one studio for fucking shitty, low budget, like fucking the He-Man movie, the fucking, what the fuck is his name? The crazy murderer, the Bronson mustache dude, any number of 80s shitty action movies, the revenge movies, I forgot what they're called. Death Wish. The Death Wish series.
Robert Rodriguez?
No, the star is I just said his name a second ago, but no, it's like
Pierce Brosnan.
Not Pierce Brosnan. Bronson. The fucking getting on tangent, but yeah, Death Wish movies, any shitty Ninja, The Revenge, all the fucking.
This is Robert Rodriguez, I thought.
Director was.
Thought it was.
Maybe I don't know. Everything is the new one. But yeah, they sold the Spider-Man license to those weirdos back in the 80s and 90s, and they were planning on doing a movie before they went bankrupt. And we're just trying
Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson, yeah.
They remade it.
Yeah, I heard
2018.
It was somehow more racist than those old movies were.
Well, it stars Bruce Willis.
Yeah,
and apparently
it was a whole bunch of like.
Wait,
he's wearing a hoodie.
Directed by Eli Roth.
Yeah, it was apparently terribly racist and bad.
Wait, Eli Roth is a problematic person?
Since when? I love Hostel. But no.
I only know about those from Kill Count.
Yeah, no, I love the Hostel movies. They're sick and awful. But no, but beyond that, like, they were selling lessons to everybody. Blade, here, you do something with it. Fantastic Four, you do something with it. Doctor Strange, you do something with it. Somebody do something with these before we lose all of our fucking money.
Spawn is DC, right?
Spawn is DC. Well, we'll get to fucking that in a bit. No, it's not. It's Image Comics, which the whole point of Image Comics is that the creators own the rights to their characters. That's great until you work with problematic person and associate of the Eternals movie, Neil Gaiman, who wanted one of his characters to be sold to Marvel, and that's how Marvel got the character Angela, which we'll get to in a while. She is like the sister of Thor now, but she was Angel in the Spawn comics, who was like a recurring character.
Huh.
He got in a huge fight with Todd McFarlane. He got the rights to the character in court, sold it to Marvel. Not Marvel owned the character. But anyway, we'll get to that later. We'll get to Neil Gaiman's long list of horrible crimes later. But he is like the fucking writer credit on the Eternals, unfortunately, because the comic run is based off his comic. But we'll get to that in a billion years. So yeah, the comic series, wonderful. I love reading comics. I check out the YouTubers if you don't have the patience to actually read the comics, which my brain's too much. But then I asked Ed a list of actual comic-specific characters that he does like. I have my top 5 of comic characters, and like I said, this is just an excuse for me to flex on incredibly esoteric-ass Marvel characters. Did you want to do your list first, or me do my list first?
For Marvel characters?
For explicitly Marvel comic characters.
Yeah. So I'm going to throw this name out here because I remember buying a comic of his and thinking he was super cool. I realized as I wrote this, he's not Marvel. Deadman.
DC, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think I looked it up, and he's, like, got, like, almost, like, what, 8 issues total, and he, like, shows up in, like, where, like...
he has a really good episode of Justice League Unlimited, Young Justice, I believe he popped up at one point, maybe?
And he basically, like, barely does anything, though.
Yeah, he barely does anything, he possesses people, like, that's pretty much it. He possesses people and tries to help, like, he tries to get help. So. Some superheroes who are, like, associated with, like, death can, like, see him and stuff like that, but, like, most of the time he's just, like, floating around invisible, possesses somebody, and then, like, say, hey, the crazy spirit thing is happening, I need your help, you know, super team, and they're like, what the hell are you doing in our friend? So it's like pretty much his role.
I'm trying to save his goddamn soul.
Yeah.
And then he, like, I remember the comic I had, like, he failed. Like,
he fucks up a lot.
After the Flash got killed, he failed. I think after Todd, was it the second Robin died?
You mean Jason Todd?
Jason Todd.
Okay, yeah. That would have been Infinite Crisis because he's important in that. That's when the Flash dies, and that's who's trying to save it.
This was like old. It was like older comics. I remember finding it at Half Price Books.
Nice.
But I don't remember that guy. So shout out to Dead Man there. I can only think of 4 off the top of my head. I guess 5 if I can't really count Elixir because
he's awesome. Yeah.
I'm gonna count Elixir.
Like I said, the struggle with this was to not just put 5 X-Men characters because they're all great.
Yeah.
They're all the best of Marvel, unfortunately, to this day, I think, still, almost. So
mine's kind of cheating because Elixir I'm going to keep just because I think that's interesting. Yeah. Toad is always one of my favorites. Like,
I was just going to say, we did a similar thing in the X-Men episode. You know, it's the same X-Men stuff.
So, Toad is there. Deadpool I'm going to mention because obviously.
Yeah.
And I think it's, like he is a character that I think is odd. Mm-hmm. Like it's such a delicate line, and I think... Ironically, the Ryan Reynolds 2 versions of Deadpool show what a good and bad Deadpool are like. Yeah. And I think like someone like Ryan Reynolds who has that freedom and like ability to be to bring the character to it is a character that if you don't do it right, it fails.
Oh yeah.
So like, but I appreciate it, and I think that too. Like I know She-Hulk kind of does it, but I think obviously Deadpool gets the most for the fourth wall breaking. Mm-hmm. But I appreciate what Deadpool does and tries, and I think, like, honestly, like, fuck Wolverine, I want Deadpool.
Yeah.
If I had to snap and control which one survives and which one vanishes, sorry, Wolverine.
Yeah, no, yeah. Fucking...
one of the biggest always has been Captain America.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it is because, like, in a world, like, and it is, technically, he kind of falls into both the MCU version and also what I know from the comics. Mm-hmm. Like, Captain America is literally a guy. He's a guy who, yes, he has super soldier serum, but all that, like, I don't know if it's different in the comics comparatively, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, all it does is it makes his outsides match his inside.
Yeah, it makes you more of what you already are, is what they say.
Right. So, like, the fact that he's just this guy who was such a good person that he's a superhero. Like, that's awesome, you know? And I think even, too, like, the fact that his name... Like, obviously, especially nowadays, like, him punching Hitler, whatever, that's awesome. But the fact that we've seen... I don't know comics as well as I do the movies, so part of this is brought from that. But, like, Captain America, by the end of everything, that is just ironic of a name. Oh. Like, I feel like he wears that name and the colors and all that more so as like a connection to like where he came from and a bit of like recognition comparatively.
I would say probably over the last 25 to 30 years, Cap has like almost singularly fought Hydra and the U.S. government. He's only fought the U.S. government, and the government has been Hydra. I know, the same group, literally. Most of the time, it's the same people. Honestly, 100%.
In Civil War, in the comics, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he get straight up like get shot and killed?
Yeah,
like,
he was killed,
quote unquote killed, but like wasn't it faked or
he was killed, crazy. But he was brought back.
Of course, but like didn't even know it was gonna happen, and he like accepted it because he knew
he was expecting it. Yeah, and like even in the
didn't he? Or he saved someone too to do it, didn't he?
He saved somebody else. Yeah, and like even in Civil War II, where like I told you before, the premise is that a Inhuman has the ability to see the future. They see he can share his visions with everyone around him. He sees Miles Morales killing Captain America in the front of the Capitol. And it's like, what the fuck is... And everyone is like, what the hell is going on? Everyone's looking at each other like, what are we supposed to do with this? And it's like... And like, even then, he's like, no, Miles, you're a fucking great person. I don't believe you ever do something wrong. I'm sorry if whatever's happen in the future. It's so fucking powerful. And like, during the crazy event I'm going to get into in a trillion years, the X-Men versus Eternals versus Avengers event... they are fucking getting their asses kicked by everybody's almost wiped out. They have like, okay, we have the ability to resurrect one person to like rally all of humanity to try to stop this fucking Celestial because it's about the Celestials. And he's like, and they're like, well, who the fuck we can bring back a mutant who's like powerful enough to fight the Celestial, or like maybe some superheroes like cosmic level. And he's like, no, we need to rally the planet. We're gonna fucking bring back Captain America. That's who we choose. And guess what? It fucking works. So,
I mean, he really is a great character, and I think it's like the concept of what he is, where he came from, and what he's become. I think it's just such a great, like, again, the idea of and I think that, again, like I mentioned, ironically, my tangent within a tangent can connect. Mm-hmm. You know, the idea of being somebody who's looking to evolve and grow,
I was like, I'll be with the Minutemen in a heartbeat.
And not just yourself, but the people around you without overtaking them.
Yeah.
And I think that Captain America being so, ironically at times, quote-unquote, anti-American in ways is great. I love that.
Oh, yeah. Any of his comics, you'll find great speeches about him, just like talking about like what the actual country should be for and what all the evil everyone is doing now. It's really fantastic.
I mean, even too, like I've yet to watch Thunderbolts, but
U.S. Agent,
the Hopper's character, right?
Red Guardian.
Red Guardian. I mean, that's basically Russian Captain America, right?
Yeah.
You know, like he's so influential. He's literally got his own communist version of himself, quote unquote.
Copy him,
Which is ironic because I feel like Steve Rogers would straight up like nowadays like let me buy you a drink.
Oh, they'll be friends. Yeah, 100%.
They would be best friends.
They'll be really good friends. Unfortunate as the metaphor is, but or as apt as it is. Yeah.
You know, ironically too, they both wear the colors, and I would wager that both of them would be like, yeah, fuck the guy who's in charge.
Oh, 100%, yes.
The only other character I could really think of that Marvel character that I'm like, I really love, and I could see where like, even if I took it out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and all the shows, I could see I enjoy what they do is the Watcher.
Oh, yeah.
And I think more so it's the concept of what he's doing, you know, and everything, and appreciate the idea of someone who's just in taking all of these different things. And I know too, like I think I haven't finished the last season they made, but like I love the idea of like someone who's like, I'm watching, I'm enjoying it, I'm going to partake in all these things, but there's occasionally times where I'm like, oh wait, we're gonna just you know.
Yeah.
But because I know that if I don't isolate... Honestly, I'm going to connect this to One Piece here and hint at our eventual One Piece podcast.
Oh, yeah, someday.
In a year or 100 years from now when we release it.
Yeah.
You know, sometime,
Sometime, but maybe that would
So, like, do you remember when Norland visited what became...
Skypia?
Well, before that...
Was it Birkin or something before?
I forget the name. But, like, so he's like, there was that weird tree that was, like, causing all that illness. Yeah. So he cut those down. He isolated those few and cut them down. Mm-hmm. And by doing that, he saved all the other trees and the people. Yeah. And everything, but because it was holy, whatever. Like, I feel like the Watcher's like that. He's willing to cut down the sacred tree, quote unquote, because it's going to save the rest of the forest and all the people and inhabitants of it.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I'm going to shout out and appreciate, and maybe this, she's not on this list because I forget her name, but I believe she was original, that Native American character that got powered up by the Tesseract in What If.
Oh, in What If. Okay, yeah.
That was a character who I wish we get more of, and that's a character who deserves their own movie.
Oh, yeah.
Like, straight up. Especially because, like, we know a movie starring, like, actual Native Americans does well. Because I haven't seen it, but watched the kill count for Prey made me like, holy shit, this sounds incredible. And clearly, they went for a full Native American everything. And that movie looks, from what I've seen, looks, sounds incredible.
Check out the New Mutants, Daniel Moonstar, the X-Men. She's fantastic. She's the main one in New Mutants. She's the one who controls people's dreams or whatever. But she also her comic history is crazy. She fucking is a crazy person. That's really cool.
What's her name?
Daniel Moonstar is the character. But the movie New Mutants, which I brought up before during our X-Men episode, also the MCU show Echo, is about she's believe Latina or she's like half Latina, half Native American, deaf superheroes like Daredevil's protege. Echo. She has a TV show on Disney Plus as well. Another really fantastic show. More diverse people. There's not too many Native American heroes. I don't. What was it? Thunderbird was the one from Exiles. The big dude who's bigger. Like
then I don't think he was in Deadpool 2, but there was that one dude who was like Thunderstar. The dude was like.
Oh, Shatterstar, he's an alien.
Shatterstar.
yeah, Shatterstar.
But he looked a little. He's an Asian.
I don't know
that actor.
Asian actor, possibly, right? Actually, I remember. I don't remember, but he is in comics, he's an alien. So.
But he vaguely had an appearance. But, the fact that we don't get more, especially learning about a lot of these tribes' histories.
Oh, yeah. What's it called? What the fuck was this movie that came out a little bit ago? A really fantastic movie it was made by Martin Scorsese, but the Native American movie, I forgot what it was called. It's a fucking horrible story, just about the evils of white people.
That's The Revenant, was it?
Not Revenant, no.
Okay.
It was the one about the people who had a bunch of money and then they orchestrated the death of them. Fucking fantastic movie. I forgot the name of it. I can't remember forgetting the name of it, but it's fucking incredible movie. Go watch it. But yeah, more Native American representation, more people of color. That's another reason the MCU is so great, because it does have a very diverse cast. And the comics as well have, over the history, have had so many characters that you can bring any of them in.
And that's one thing I really appreciated about the MCU, and even a film that does appear on my bottom 5. It's probably controversial, but I appreciate they are one thing I remember hearing with Ms. Marvel is they got not only Pakistani actors, but they went for Pakistani writers.
Yeah.
They went for Marvel, for its faults, does bring in people who can relate to these characters and writes them, and is not this is not going to be a case of just Marcy X writers.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
Terrible.
Who would even say that film was anything decent?
Crazy person.
The kind of person that deserves a punch in the jaw.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know.
No, it's fine. But yeah, the quality and the diversity of it is one of their strongest fucking strengths.
Ironically, I do remember writing it earlier. Eternals. Talk about a diverse cast.
Oh yeah, 100%.
We won't get to it.
Yeah. Never.
That is a pure that cast.
Yeah, explicitly. Yeah,
it's not only explicitly, but also too I feel it's also very representative about who the bad guy really is.
Yeah, it was very funny.
Also, I just realized now that I'm just going to spoil this right now. The white man kills the Hispanic woman, and in 2026, that is really fucking prominence of a fucking
terrible
issue. Also, he kills her well, he doesn't, quote-unquote, kill her directly, but he throws her onto ice.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I just caught that.
Whoa, it's better with crazy.
Fuck ice.
Yeah, of course, fuck ice. They're fucking
fuck
scumbags.
Ice.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Of course.
Terrorists.
I remember on one of our recent episodes, what's it called? I said, they're pieces of shit. My Marvel list, like I said, is going to be a fucking just list of incredibly, annoyingly esoteric characters. Number 5, Crystal, the Inhuman, also known as Elemental, I believe. She is the sister of Medusa, Black Bolt's wife.
Oh, shit.
She's the princess of the Inhumans, I guess, technically, with that connection. You've probably seen her before. She has a black and yellow suit, and her hair is she has big red hair, and she has a weird black circle in the middle of her hair color. It's a very bizarre look, and it's also something that it's part of her powers or something like that, because whenever she shaves her head, it's still there. No matter where her hair is or what her hair does, there's always a weird big black circle in the middle of it. Huh. Basically, her powers are that of the Avatar. She can control fire, water, air, fire, water, earth, air, and water, and also as well as metal and a bunch of other stuff as well. But she's
she's Katara.
Yeah, Katara.
Korra.
Yeah, no, she's a super powerful bender.
Oh, man,
nice, real nice. But yeah, she's just like all the Inhumans. She's incredibly powerful. But I also love the aesthetic of the character, but also in the Inhumans TV show, which was, made decanon because it was so shitty. She was like a very weird, annoyingly meek princess that was like didn't have to do anything during the plot, which sucks.
Yeah.
But the character, like I said, I just love her exclusively for her aesthetic and she's also always on Space Adventures with the X-Men and really fucking fun character.
That's cool.
The next one, Bloodstorm 1. Look up the character. Look up Bloodstorm 1 and see what the fuck this motherfucker looks like. He is a clone of Dracula, and during the events of the big giant vampire events, he was like the main big bad guy. And the Marvel Rivals just had like a recent nameplate with the character. Bloodstorm is one word, and then one is separate from that, and one is spelled out.
I searched in Bloodstorm Volume 11.
Bloodstorm 1.
Bloodstorm 1.
Oh,
Bloodstorm.
Yeah, Bloodstorm space 1.
I said Bloodstone.
No. Yeah. He's a very...
That was close.
Yeah. Fucking... I just had a shocked look on his face.
Wait, what?
He looks like a big-ass porcelain statue with vampire teeth. He's fucking cool as hell.
He has a very similar appearance to what Tiamat looks like at the end of Eternals.
Yeah? But yeah, he's a giant, like, fucking 9-foot-tall clone of Dracula who was, like, one of the main bad guys in the vampire storyline. Against Blade and all when he was, like, turning out the MCU characters into vampires. Very fucking cool.
Wait, Blade turned them into vampires?
Oh, yeah. Well, spoilers. Blade is the bad guy in the arc. Very fucking cool. Huh. But he's like with a whole team of other, like, weird freak magic vampires that have all these crazy-ass abilities, and they, like, absolutely fuck up the MCU. Or not the MCU, the Marvel comic universe. Really fucking cool character.
The fact that I know that Marvel Zombies exists...
Yeah.
Means, like, honestly, how do we not have Marvel vampires?
It's a
so
great
you can
arc.
have vampires versus zombies.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
Like, we have the multiverse. Why is this not an event?
I mean, that would require things like What If to be way more creative than I hear it is.
Okay, there's literally they do an episode about, like, what if, like, Happy saved Christmas? It makes sense.
I'm sure it does. It sounds good.
Honestly, I think What If is great.
I've only seen the first season and I loved it. I've heard nothing but bad things about the 2 and 3. I'm probably gonna cover them someday on Action Toon Bros just because I can. But yeah, Bloodstorm 1, another character just for the powers and aesthetic. He's fucking cool as hell and really like fun design, really cool team. He's a fun bad guy. But also really like literally he's been my nameplate on Marvel Rivals for like over a year now, I think.
Nice.
Next is Penance, aka Speedball. Now, do you know this character anything to you, Ed?
The first name I was like, that sounds like
penis.
No, it sounds like a hell related guy.
I mean, so Bloodstorm 1,
Speedball, and I'm like, drugs.
Well, no. Speedball in of course we mentioned it earlier, Civil War. Mm-hmm. The team that incites the whole incident in the comics is the New Warriors. A group of young, brash superheroes who are having a reality TV show that they're filming. So they're in this like suburban area. They're following a supervillain called Nitro, whose ability is to explode in an incredibly dangerous and large fashion. So they're following him. They're provoking him for the show. They're trying to get him to, fucking do something super villainy so they can arrest him on the show. Unfortunately, they forgot, this is Nitro, and we're in the middle of a very normal suburban area. Blam! The entire thing fucking blows up, and like the entire, like a huge chunk of the neighborhood and like a chunk of the school and like a whole bunch of other people are completely blown up by Nitro. The leader of that team is Speedball, a dude who has like little energy balls that he can create and like blast people with.
Similar to what's his name, Indian Eternal.
Oh, Kumail's character.
Yeah, it started with a K. I want to say Kieran, but that doesn't feel right to say because isn't Kieran the name of a monster?
Kudan, I think is the name of the director he's working with the whole movie. I believe is Kudan. Not Fastos, not Makari. Forgot his character's name already. Not Druig, not Icarus.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, I know. Let's see.
That spellings, by the way, in my notes.
Not Sprite or Cersei, obviously. Not Gilgamesh. I know everyone else except for his character, and he's like my favorite character. Kingo.
Kingo. That sounds very similar to King. Is it similar to Kingo, where like he
I mean, no, he makes like little physical like energy balls, and he can like fly and stuff like that. But yeah,
so he's like the guy from One Piece who has the ball
fruit, pretty much. Yeah, but yeah, of course, like and then Civil War happens. The dude survives, and obviously he was a superhero. Like I said, he was a young superhero who was on a superhero team. He goes to jail. Obviously, he's like lost control of his powers. And he doesn't have them anymore from whatever the fuck happened, just trauma or whatever. But then he finds out when he's getting his ass fucking beat in prison for what he did, that his powers actually do activate when he is in pain. So now he wears a giant Iron Maiden fucking looking spike suit. He goes on about his dark past, and he's just like a huge ironic edgelord. His name is Penance, because obviously what the fuck he did and what he's responsible for. But the character is actually really funny because, like I said, he's always going on about his dark past. And he's obviously very edgelordy. Everything about his backstory is even edgelordy. But the actual character's power, specifically now, if you played the game Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, he's like a boss you fight and then you recruit him. His powers are so bizarrely pretty in that game. It's very fucking weird because he now, instead of like making little balls of energy, he like actually just can like shoot straight up beams of energy and stuff. Mm-hmm. But it's like this weird like bright blue and purple fire. Whenever he does the abilities, he can like make huge AoEs, he can shoot beams, he can do all that stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like Chandelure, so you got me intrigued.
Yeah, Chandelure, of course. Yeah, no, like I don't know if you look up Penance as well. Yeah, Speedball, Penance. I believe he's back to being Speedball now in the comics, but I was very upset because I loved what a fucking dumb edgelord he was and how cool his powers looked. Penance, Marvel. He's a character I really fucking enjoyed. I loved his comic run when he's like, being all edgy with like other superheroes who, if anybody finds out who he is, his face is covered. If anybody,
I noticed that, like I see.
Yeah, if anybody sees,
this was Speedball.
Yeah, that was Speedball. Yeah.
Okay.
If anyone finds out who he is, they're like, oh my fucking, it's like fucking finding out you're with like fucking any kind of like shithead, like piece of shit that everyone hates, like Kyle Rittenhouse or something like that, like, or like Elon Musk. You're like running around with Elon Musk, you find out like, oh my god, that's who the fuck you are. Like, oh no.
Which is funny now that I'm gonna make it to the tangent here.
Yeah.
So like obviously the fact that we're getting the Epstein files is insane. Yeah. But one of the few bright moments in that existence is that Elon Musk was desperately trying.
Oh yeah.
Like desperately trying and getting shut down.
Yeah.
He's theoretically not as big of a pedophile because the true pedophiles didn't want to hang out with him. He was so lame.
So annoying and lame.
And such an idiot.
He's so lame for the biggest monsters on the planet. Wow. Yeah, he's that much of a piece of shit. But everyone thinks that Penance is like a goofy edgelord. If they find out who he is, they actively are disgusted and hate him. So it's just like he's a very fun character that I love reading. Like I said, the very funny panel where he's like talking to Squirrel Girl and she's like, "Why are you such a fucking like weird dad?" He's like, "My dark past." Like, you don't understand. It's like, yeah, he's a fun.
Which is fun too to think of.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's where I got it from. Honestly, from like
Titus Harpy.
Yeah.
My dark past.
Don't ask me about my dark past. But yeah, he's a fucking goofball and I love him. The next character is actually like a normal, popular main character that people know, Emma Frost. Yeah, she's, besides being my main in Marvel Rivals, which I kept getting Ed to try to play because it's so fucking fun. But no, the actual character, I love that she's like such a weird fashionista. But also the real thing I love about her is that
that's the one will get me into her more. Is because
the real thing about her is that she is a brunette from Boston. She is not blonde. She is not British as she appears. She is a brunette from Boston, talking about the harbor. Got a nice dog at the Coney store or whatever.
So, let me show you something I picked up at the thrift store.
Yeah, the thrift store over the day.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Why you go on?
All right, Ed's bringing over whatever the heck weird thing he bought.
I went to the thrift store the other day, and boom.
It's a dinosaur
It's a dress with dinosaurs on
it. Oh,
it.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Very fun. Yeah, I love it. I don't know if it'll fit me, but it looks great.
Oh, that's for me, motherfucker.
Yeah. No. Yeah, but she's incredibly powerful psychic. The diamond form is very cool. But there's one like specific panel that made me like say, "Oh, she's so funny." specifically from the actual comic event that I know you, Ed, love to bring up all the time, Elixir's comic, where he has the Stepford Cuckoos go and transfer all of Hank's knowledge to him so he can be like a medical professional.
Oh yeah,
that's actually like that's where Elixir becomes like actually he's like, oh, I can like change to whatever, and then he learns like all the medical stuff from the Stepford Cuckoos, transferring Hank's brain to his brain. So that's why he knows like he's like a medical expert then.
Yeah.
But in that event, while they're sneaking around the school, they sneak by Emma Frost's room where she's like asleep, and she's like literally sleeping in child's pose, like her head down, but yeah, she's like literally like a small kid. And that's how she sleeps in bed. It's like I was like, that's so fucking adorably endearing for her. But yeah, like I said, the whole comic line about she had like an affair with Scott Summers while he was still married to Jean.
Scott Summers again.
No, like she was having a psychic
so
affair
wait a minute.
with him for years.
So wait a minute. Emma Frost cooked Jean Grey?
Yeah, she literally Emma Frost cooked Jean Grey, and that's why she's my favorite. But no, like I said, she plays great in that game. She's fun. She's actually like a weird trash person, but she also if she doesn't feel like it, she won't get made up. She won't dress fancy, but she'll like psychic everyone she passes in the entire day to make her think that she is all glammed up. Will she be like walking around in her pajamas with no makeup on, just like tired, and like make everyone think she's like beautiful looking. It's very fucking funny. But yeah, she's a very fun character. I really love her comic. And also, like I said, all the X-Men stuff is always fucking incredible. When the Phoenix came back in the Avengers vs. X-Men series, she nearly killed Thor with how powerful she became, which is fucking cool as hell.
And if I recall, her powers is not just like she's super powerful psychic, but
the diamond form is literally unbreakable. Yeah,
isn't it like similar to like Magneto's helmet, where like she can't actually be.
She can't use her powers, but she also can't be psychically read. Yeah,
which is I find that really fun. Like that's a fun like addition to like just a psychic. Mentalist kind of thing.
Yeah, she actually has a whole secondary mutation where she can't use her psychic powers, but she's incredibly fucking strong and durable now.
Is she able, if she's in the diamond form, is she able to like move her body?
Oh, she can move like normal, yeah.
Because like I know, again, to connect to One Piece, like I know Jozu has the diamond fruit.
Yeah, no.
Like when he goes diamond, whatever is diamond is stuck in that
form. No.
While it is diamond.
Oh yeah, no, she can still fully move and like behave like normal, but she's just much stronger, much more durable, yeah.
So
yeah,
she was in First Class, wasn't she?
She was, because she was with Sebastian. Yeah, because that's her whole origin is the Hellfire Club. So she's with Sebastian.
Yeah, because I remember too. Like when he puts on the helmet at one point, and he's like, "Go ahead, read my mind," and she's like. Like she has he's like, you can you?
Yeah. Then there was also another version of
that was Kevin Bacon, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kevin Bacon, of course. Yeah, that's all the Marvel. I'm right there, easy.
6 degrees.
Actually,
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah.
Boom.
Did you watch the MCU special, the Guardians Christmas special?
I have not.
It's very spoilers. Mantis and Drax go to Earth and they kidnap Kevin Bacon for Peter. It's about them like going to Earth, like going to his house and kidnapping him.
I forgot about that. He mentioned his Flash. He mentions Flashdance.
Yeah,
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, he's a famous hero, Kevin Bacon, and they like literally like go into like his mansion in LA and like burst in, beat up all the guards, and like easily kidnap him. And it's just like he's like oh, have Merry Christmas. And he's like, what the fuck did you do? It's very fucking funny. But yeah, great. It's fucking great. Yeah, Kevin Bacon's fantastic. What the hell? Oh, yeah. Emma Frost, my number 2 from the top. Number 1 is The Maker. Maybe more familiar with his other name in the Ultimate Universe, Reed Richards.
Is this evil?
Yeah, this is the evil Mr. Fantastic from the Ultimate Universe. One of the only 2 people to ever survive the Ultimate Universe, along with Miles Morales, the destruction of the Ultimate Universe. I watched there's like an hour-long video about his backstory, which is just like when he was like a regular Reed Richards in the comics for years. After tragedy after tragedy, but also him just being a fucking real little piece of shit. He's like just become. It's like Reed Richards, smartest person in the Marvel universe sometimes, in some canons, depending on the situation. If he turned his powers towards evil, it's like the Batman who laughs. Like the universe is done.
In Marvel Zombies, didn't he straight up like infect himself at one point?
Which one?
One of the Reed Richards. Like, didn't he straight up be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna inject myself, and then I'm gonna infect all of you because like that's the best thing to do." Like,
it's some canons. I'm sure that has happened. Yeah, it's he.
Yeah, I will. I will say I think I forget about Reed Richards.
Yeah.
and everything, but like. I do like the idea of a guy who is like, just because he has superpowers, doesn't mean like his strength is his actual superpower. It is his brain.
Yeah, he uses his powers probably at most to like go and like grab something from across the lab while he's making like the ultimate nullifier to like destroy whatever monster or alien or whatever thing is happening. Like that's how the new Fantastic Four movie. I don't know if you got a chance to see it yet.
I've not yet.
First steps. Yeah, he's like he's like the brains of the operation. He'll like make a device to do something, but he'll use his power to like stretch and go get it. He's not going to like use the stretch powers in a fight if he doesn't need to. He's always inventing really cool shit.
More often than not, like doesn't he straight up like hit like when they're doing like fighting somebody, like isn't he more so on like I'm gonna stop like the collateral damage from like affecting people?
He'll be like making himself into like a big net to stop stuff like Rubber Band Man, but like he'll be like stopping stuff, collecting stuff. He'll maybe restrain the villain like with his powers to wrap them up for a second, but like most of the time he is just using his brain to like solve it with math. But then
then I have a question.
Yeah,
what the fuck went on in Multiverse of Madness?
Like, John Krasinski, he should have known better than to say that. Yeah, that was very goofy. Everyone's bringing up that scene all the time because that was incredibly goofy of her to head the But also, he's lucky that she took him seriously.
Like, I will say though, I do love that film.
It's I'm not gonna say anything else about that movie for now, but I'll say more later.
Okay,
I love that movie.
When we get to the movies or during our
before preamble time. But no, the maker, an evil version of Reed Richards, who like now the current, like I said, the Ultimate Universe was like an aughts reboot of the Marvel Comics. In like way back in the way, it started with Ultimate X-Men, made by somebody who's never read an X-Men comic and just watched the movies.
I think I
brought it up before, and then Ultimate Spider-Man, which blew up, way more popular than the main Marvel Spider-Man at the time, before Miles Morales became him. And then, the Ultimates was their name for the Avengers, and the Fantastic Four did have a run during that time. And that's where the Maker came from. When that universe eventually was destroyed, and Miles Morales and the Maker are the only two to have escaped that entire universe, which ran for, decades. It was some pretty good comics in that series.
Jesus.
It got pretty dark, but I think the Ultimate was like, let's make Marvel more realistic and more edgy, because it was the aughts, and that's what everyone was doing.
Yeah.
But, that universe was destroyed in Secret Wars, which was, the big, giant crossover event, which the, movies are leading up to now in the MCU. And
we were looking through before this. There was a show, Secret Wars, isn't there?
Secret Invasion is the Skrulls.
Okay.
That's the Skrulls.
So that's like the lead up to the Secret Wars?
No, not really. They're not related. The Secret Wars is about the multiple different universes crossing over. Secret Invasion was just, oh my god, half the superheroes for the past 5 years in comics have actually been Skrulls. And everyone was just like, what?
I'm so confused.
Marvel comics are weird. But no, but now the recent event, they've just recently made the Maker, he's been popping up in the main Marvel universe occasionally as a villain, fucking things up and then disappearing like any villain does. But now recently he's finally just left the main universe and found another universe and said, I'm going to make this one into my Ultimate Universe. So he went back in time. Now this is a Reed Richards who is basically Kang the Conqueror, where he is just like, I'm going to go in time. I'm going to stop. Say, Cap, you're not going to get that formula. Stark, you're never going to fucking see your dad. You're not going to be rich. He's fucking with everybody. Peter Parker, Peter. Oh, thank God I got that for you. Don't worry, Peter. It was just a bug. Come on with your class. And it's just going around fucking up everyone's fucking superhero origins. And he manipulates the world, manipulates everything to be perfect for him. And now the comic event is all those people in that universe, a bunch of other side characters, getting their powers, getting their abilities in other ways, and trying to stop him. Because he's out of commission for 2 years. So the comic is running for 2 years, and then he's coming back out. It's going to be great.
So basically, though, ironically, he's trying to stop. What are they called in it was in the Dark Strange event in What If. It was
Incursion is what they call the universes crossing over.
No, there was
the key moments or whatever. Yeah.
Key moments.
Yeah.
Basically, he tries to stop key moments, and they still end up happening.
Yeah, they happen to different people in different ways and stuff like that. Yeah, it's very fucking cool.
I do like that.
And anybody who can't stop me turns evil, which is really fucking cool.
Honestly, I feel like that should just straight up be what Marvel movies are doing, because
that'd be cool. But
think about this: you finally get the Fantastic Four, and the very first thing you do with the Fantastic Four movies, you take that hero and you make him the ultimate bad guy who's able to secretly working throughout multiple films.
That'd be fucking awesome.
That would be.
Oh, if they had more time. We'll see what they do.
Yeah.
So the other thing about the Ultimate comic series right now, besides the Maker being the main villain, the thing that they said was that this is going to run for 2 years. This is like a whole comic line in a new universe, but it is going to have a definitive end. So there's only going to be 25 issues of these. There's Ultimate Black Panther. There's Ultimate X-Men. There's Ultimate. There's a couple different teams that they've or the Ultimate Spider-Man in the new series. They're only going to have 24 issues. And then the ending event's going to happen where the Maker comes back, and that's all they're going to have. It's been really good. Like half the series have been really well received because they're given to a lot of like new authors, new artists, and stuff like that have been doing really good work. And there's a lot of really cool, unique stories happening in it. So that's why, I fucking love the Maker and I love the Ultimate Universe. It's fantastic.
You know, it's funny. Like the biggest threat to the DC universe is an evil Superman. Basically, seems like. Whereas like. So, like, someone who's, like, physically just unable to be stopped. Mm-hmm. Whereas, like, Marvel, their biggest threat is literally somebody who, with or without superpowers, he is, like, the most dangerous person. Oh, yeah? Just because he's so smart, he's able to literally outsmart everybody. Yeah. But again, I guess, to be fair, like, Batman...
I mean, that's those contingency thing Batman things, which I'm not a fan of because I'm on record I hate Batman, so I think he sucks, and I think that those contingency plans suck. And I do love that the only contingency plan he has for Wonder Woman is make her fight somebody else and flee. Like that's the only thing you're going to do, get her to fight anybody else, and that is it. Like,
hey, you know what though? What works, right?
Yeah. That's very, very funny. But yeah, so that's the like a little bit of comic, deep diving. Now we're gonna get into actual movies, and do I mean the MCU? Absolutely not. We're getting into pre-MCU Marvel movies.
Oh boy!
So yeah, starting with, of course, I could start with the biggest one, the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. I have not been huge into them. I thought they were like honestly watching them growing up. I was like, these are okay movies. They didn't make me really love Spider-Man. They didn't make me really want to invest in like the comics or anything like that. I was just like, those are good to okay movies to me when I was growing up. And like everybody, I thought fucking Spider-Man 3 was terrible. But I didn't really have any. Did you have any deep love for them growing up, or?
See, I thought they were fun. I remember playing the games a lot too. Yeah. Spider-Man 2 obviously was one of the best games I think in the GameCube's lifespan.
Of course.
But like, I didn't like they were. I think it's hard to tell. It's hard to look at them now compared to like then.
What we get,
because of everything we've gotten since.
Yeah.
Like, and also too like just seeing like Sam Raimi do another Marvel film with Multiverse of Madness. Like, I think they're good. I appreciate them.
You mean the Spider-Man movies or Multiverse?
Both. I mean, I like them all, but I see the flaws, I see the faults, and I see like the failures of them. But I have fun with them. Mm-hmm. Like I think that they're good. Like I enjoy. I can tell you like I don't think they're great films, but I have fun with them. Yeah. And I think like overall, like what can be said about those films is, no matter whether you like them or don't like them, I think they're fun.
They're fun, yeah, and incredibly influential. Obviously, they were like, they made the superhero genre be taken seriously for the first time, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think Tobey Maguire's a weirdo. I think that MJ is probably the worst. And I think Harry's
pretty rough.
Yeah. Obviously, the Green Goblin is the best thing to come out of those movies. And he was only real in the first one. But he was the best thing to come out of those movies because he's so funny. And then next would be the Sony Spider-Mans, the Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man arc. I remember walking out of the theater after that first one and being like, wow, that was mid to okay, but that Crane shit made that movie fucking stupid in my brain.
I never saw the first one. I saw the second one. Actually, when I was working at the Capitol, we got to watch it at midnight when it was open, like when the digital copy was released. We went to the bar ahead of time and had drinks. And I remember the alcohol hitting me the most at the electro scene in like the power plant. So the weird like electro music fight scene going on was when I was the most like absent-minded. That was one of the trippiest moments I remember.
Oh yeah.
I thought he looked stupid, but I liked the idea behind electro.
Okay.
Also, I remember the unforgivable sin of giving us Paul Giamatti as the Rhino in the suit.
So such a waste.
And then nothing ever becoming of it.
Yeah, no, the lasting legacy of the fucking those movies to me will forever and always be the fucking lizard Halloween costume. This came out the year the movie came out, and I remember seeing memes of the
hands. He's got like a I'm looking fierce.
This is the thing that this is the only thing I think about that when I think about that movie. Besides that, also the fact that the lizard sucked. The only thing I ever liked about those movies ever was the 2 seconds of Spider-Man fighting the lizard in the school when he's like crawling all over him like an actual spider. Like he's literally on all fours crawling around. That's a legit. I think that's probably the coolest Spider-Man sequence I've ever seen in any all 9 or whatever Spider-Man movies there are now. That 2 seconds of him crawling over, he's literally crawling around his back, crawling around him like a spider, and webbing him up at the same time was the coolest thing I've ever seen. But then the rest of that movie continued to be absolute shit. That movie sucked. I think the hilariously fucking terrible Electro theme song when he's losing his mind in Central Park, and it's they're all really bad and dumb. I really did not like those movies at all. They're very silly.
I will give credit though. I think that the fact that they had the Gwen Stacy death.
Yeah, that was very well done too. Actually, that's the second one. The second one, I went to the bathroom. I think I must have had to shit or something like that because I was gone for a minute or two. But I remember watching the movie, the lazy Sinister Six setup. And then Harry's dad having goblinitis or whatever the hell they literally called it in the movie. We were turning green and sickly, and then Harry starts getting it. I went to the bathroom, came back, and then suddenly Harry was green, had dirty teeth, and was on a jet ski fighting him. And I was like, what in the fuck did I miss? I literally must have been gone for a minute or two, or getting food or something like that. I don't know. Because I never saw the connecting tissue in the plot. I've not rewatched the movie since. I literally... shitty Sinister Six setup. He's still friends with Harry. They're a little bit on the outs. And then I go to the bathroom, come back. Harry's like, man, I'm the Hobgoblin. I'm just like, what in the fuck is happening in this movie? I don't know what happened.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I do not know what happened.
I remember the Sinister Six setup, and I remember, and I think that's one thing I think I'll appreciate to the Sam Raimi films is not only did I feel like the characters, the villains, they were engaging and entertaining, outside of just being bad guys, kind of similar to Korra, where Doc Ock had and Sandman too, they were someone who you related to, but he also made sense, and Harry building up over the films to be that, they underutilized him.
Oh yeah, sure.
But I appreciate that build up. They didn't just immediately cut to it the next film, and I think that made it better to see the slow descent.
Yeah, Sandman's pathos was really fantastic. Venom was terrible, but then fucking Doc Ock's, making the mini sun and the arms making him go crazy was interesting. Green Goblin, fantastic.
And I think too, the fact that it was the way he died was important. It was impactful because it was how much of it was just him going along and how much of it was him not truly realizing what he was doing.
Yeah.
And then the fact that he took control at the end to take himself out, I think there's a reason why the vast majority of when they got brought into the actual Marvel is the Sam Raimi version.
Yeah.
And also, they did their best to retcon, they barely showed the lizard, and then Electro is literally a damn near different character.
100%, yeah. He literally gets upgraded, doesn't look so stupid anymore, and it's suddenly fun and interesting. Yeah. But yeah.
Which is funny, too, they go with Electro and not the Shocker.
Shocker never showed up in the movies, though.
He showed up in the game. I remember that.
Yeah.
But also, how are we not going to have a man who literally looks like dressed like that? Think about the comedy writes itself.
I don't know. I think everyone with these thinks about that fucking funny scene from Spider-Man TAS, where he's like, "Shocker! I'll chase you to the end of the earth!" And Spider-Man yelling at him. He's chasing him in a bell tower. Shocker's running away, oh, running from evil black suit Spider-Man. And he's like, "Shocker! Where are you?" It's like that's like the meme everyone like knows about him now. And also, he's a joke in the Spider-Man, the PS5 or the Spider-Man PlayStation games. He's like pretty much a joke character that like he's always getting like dogged on for being a loser, and like the Sinister Six doesn't let him in because he's such a loser. Very funny.
Like you could have done a good job of like keeping.
Oh wait, they did have Shocker in the MCU.
They did.
I believe that one of the two dudes who the two dudes in the first one who are like trying to fight, they're like selling the weapons, working for the Vulture.
Oh yeah,
I believe that they're the Shocker. One of them the Shocker gets killed. He's like, "No, you're the Shocker."
That's right. I remember that now.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good.
Oh god, the MCU is so fun, but not
also like I feel like that was like the best way to do not only Shocker but the Vulture.
Yeah, the Vulture's amazing. We'll get there eventually, but the Vulture was fucking amazing.
He was, and I feel like that's just.
And then Morbius happened. Morbid time. We'll get there someday.
Man, all that shit was crazy as shit.
Yeah.
And good.
Next one, another fun series, the Blade trilogy.
I never watched Blade.
Really? Not even the first one?
Do you not notice?
But everyone loves Blade. Some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill.
I never know. I have no problem with him. I just...
No, not really. Yeah, what's wrong with Blade, huh? That's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying those movies are legit some very fun early aughts 90s edge in a very fun way with a very charismatic lead.
That was Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes. Yeah, if you get the chance, check them out. There's probably, I think some of them might be on there. They're somewhere available easily. But yeah, Blade, legit, fucking amazingly fucking charismatic. Lamagra, the villain, fucking silly ass. It's good.
I will say, I'll give him credit.
And Ryan Reynolds being Ryan Reynolds in the third one. He's like just straight being like, might as well be Deadpool. He's so goofy.
Well, damn. I was going to say, because when I think of Wesley Snipes, I think of Demolition Man.
Yeah, I mean, basically, no, he's way more serious than Blade. He's like exclusively a serious, dour weirdo. Check out Blade. They're fucking legit. They're some really fun 90s club, black trench coat, swords. It's fucking fun edge.
He's supposed to come back in the actual, isn't he?
I mean, that's who Mahershala Ali was supposed to play. In Eternals, that's who we hear at the end, spoiler alert. In the post-credit scene, that's Blade talking to Dane Whitman.
Oh.
But then that's what I mentioned earlier, spoilers, but the fucking Blade project that was like nebulously in production hell for years and eventually was just completely canceled. Now they're going to do a Midnight Suns movie, which I'm like, you know what? That's fine.
Midnight Suns.
That's the it's basically the Marvel team of magic people.
That can explain anybody.
No, I know. No, like Doctor Strange is usually the leader. Blade's on the team. Magic, the mutant Magic. Nico from Runaways. A couple of other just switching out teams like the Avengers. Any Magic?
That or no?
Yeah, Wanda's okay. One of the caretakers, like Wanda's teacher. Agatha's on the team sometimes.
Hey,
yeah,
I do like Agatha.
No, it's basically just Marvel's Magic Avengers team.
Okay,
but there's a PlayStation game called Midnight Suns. It's
I remember that
turn-based. It's like a turn-based card action game. It's weird. It's fun.
Is it similar to old school Fallout / Wasteland?
No, it's more like you've ever seen Slay the Spire?
No.
It's like XCOM, but you have cards with your abilities instead of you aiming the gun.
Okay.
It's like XCOM, but it's like XCOM pretty much, but with cards.
Okay, I do.
Very amazing game. It's a very long RPG. You make a character. It's really cool. Check it out. But yeah, Blade. That's what the Blade movie's going to be now.
A list that will probably never get looked at. But
yeah, I know. If you watch any of those movies if you watch Noah or Gods of Egypt or whatever the fuck the other movie I suggested was, of course not. But no, Midnight Suns. It should be on a deep sale at some point on PSN. Check it out if you get a chance. But yeah, Blade movies legit, very fun edge. That's some fun aughts edge. It's very, very enjoyable.
I do like edge.
Yeah. Next would be, of course, your fucking hero and mine, Nick Cage's Ghost Rider.
The fact that
the first one was surprisingly mid. Spirit of Vengeance, a fun ass time.
That's a weird movie because it's so. I remember we saw that one we saw together.
Yeah. Well, Spirit of Vengeance, we saw together.
Yeah. That movie felt like I literally, I felt more drunk watching that than I do right now. And I had a single drop of alcohol at that time. That shit. And honestly, the first one
and getting in that gigantic, fucking land-tilling machine and, turns into a big-ass fucking fire version of it because it's so goddamn fun.
Yeah.
So fun.
And see, I think the weirdest thing about it is, because the first one, as mid as it was, obviously it was around the time where a lot of these films had to give you the backstory. So the first half of the film is building up to it.
Yeah.
That film just took off in the beginning, but it also never felt like it set anything up, and it was just like a series of events.
It was a series of him doing weird shit, yeah.
But it also, at the same time, like, had less... Like, one of the biggest problems with the first Nick Cage Ghost Rider was, like, one of the guys... The group of four... The group would show up, he would isolate the one, Oko them, and the others would just run away.
You mean the bad guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Blackheart, yeah.
Like, it's all of them. Like, the four of them would show up, like, he isolate the one who's kind of stayed a little bit too close. He'd one-hit KO, and the other's just like, oh, we'll get you next time, Miss Gadgets.
Yeah.
And then vanish. And now there's three. And then the one's like, I'm going to get you. And he's just, boom, they're dead.
Yeah.
And then, I'm a surprise attack. And he's just like, dead. Like, literally, he died.
Yeah.
There was more time of him screaming and looking in the mirror about, like, am I a ghost face? Or, like, do I have a flaming skull? Than there was him fighting these guys.
Yeah. No, that movie, I literally do not remember, like, a second of that fucking first one, practically.
There's a lot. I feel like that one I remember more.
I don't remember the first one. The second one I remember, I love the second one.
The second one I don't remember. Goddamn.
Oh my god, you remember? He's knocking at the door. He's knocking at the door.
Okay, I do remember that.
Or the pissing the fire.
I do remember that one.
Because, like, so what happens if you pee when you're on fire? And he's like, well, all he's just pissing everywhere. And what the fuck? He's like, yeah. And then, yeah, like I said, that gigantic road tilling machine that he gets on and shows him a big giant fire version of it.
I remember that. See, yeah. I remember the first one. I remember like the Earth guy was the first one to die, and he gets like by a train tracks. Then he rides his bike up like a building, and the air guy's up there and he kills him. The water guy tries to catch him on a swamp, and he just like instantly like burns up and whatever. The Blackheart like takes that like weird thing, and then he's like, "Oh, you have souls now," and he burns them all. And the penance stare.
Yeah.
He uses on some random like street thug.
Yeah.
And then Sam Elliott. And
Sam Elliott with the fire horse.
And even too like the Johnny Cash Ring of Fire. Ring of.
It's very silly.
as he's riding his bike and Sam Elliott goes the horse riding in.
Yeah.
And even too like I appreciate. You know what? I appreciated it.
They're both very weird. I love Spirit of Vengeance because they are
different movies for sure, though.
Entirely. I like the whole like aesthetic of like the Ghost Rider and everything looks completely different from the one movie to the other.
That is a character that needs to come into MCU.
In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with Robbie Reyes as the Ghost Rider, he has a whole like half a season and then he's like. First half is dedicated to just him, dating to Shield and trying to even wrap their fucking brains around what the fuck that dude is. It's very fucking cool.
How does he have his own movie though? Like
that actor is like big. He's been in a bunch of things like Terminator now. If they brought him back into the MCU officially, they'd be fucking so goddamn good. Because he's really good. And also they show Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider, like giving him that power. So if they just brought back fucking do that scene again, have Nick Cage in it, fucking hyper shit.
Like, I mean...
Maybe Midnight Suns, I mean, that's the opportunity. Midnight Suns would be the chance. Because Ghost Rider is also a member of the Midnight... Robbie Reyes is usually a member of the Midnight Suns.
Yeah, I feel like you could have Johnny Blaze... Like, you could bring Nick Cage back just for that. Because you know Nick Cage would love to do it.
Yeah. There's a segment in the Midnight Suns game where, like, they have to go find Johnny Blaze for a reason. He's, like, way older. He has, like, long white hair and a fucking mustache. Now he's just like, oh, what the fuck do you guys want? I'm not fucking doing that shit. And they help him. It's fucking cool as hell. Yeah, bring Nick Cage in that fucking role. They can play a goofy old crazy old man. They can have one or two freak out scenes, and then he'll steal the movie. $1 billion made.
$1 billion. $1
billion. Now next is the Fantastic Four, the first set.
I vaguely remember them. Which also those are weirdly canon now, aren't they? Or how does that work? Because
I mean,
as we all know,
they're part of the Fox universe, which is
Chris Evans.
He's dead though.
Well,
I mean, for now, as far as we know, Cassandra Nova killed him.
But also, like that's just there's theoretically more than just one.
Yeah, the others could be surviving in the wasteland, which we're gonna find out, I guess, in Secret Wars because they're going back to that wasteland where Cassandra Nova is. Which I'm like, oh my god, if Cassandra Nova shows up in that, they're fucked.
So she's dead, right? She got killed in Deadpool Wolverine.
Seemingly, but she's come back from worse.
I mean, she's dead, though.
But, well, I hope not, but maybe, possibly, yeah.
She's dead.
She's cool as hell, though. She's fucking awesome. Anyway, but yeah.
That was, by the way, a great... Because I
We're gonna get stuck on a good movie. We have to talk about the shitty Fantastic Four movies.
I mean, they're entertaining enough.
They're not entertaining. I watched them recently when the new one was coming out. I purposely watched those two and the Fan Four Stick, which we'll get to after this. They are not good. They are so fucking dumb and shitty. I thought they were good. I watched them again. They were really bad.
See, I don't remember them well enough, so I can believe that.
Norin Rad, the Silver Surfer part in the second one was kind of cool just because of how powerful he was, but like, boy, those movies are so goofy,
if I recall,
bad attempts at humor.
Because it was Jessica Alba.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, she got, if I recall too, didn't she, like, stop acting for a long time after that? Because it was, like,
I think she maybe retired. Yeah, well, I don't know.
She got
I
so career, shit on.
Yeah, she got a lot of hate for it, yeah.
Wasn't, in the first one, wasn't there her clothes are all invisible and she's naked in public?
She doesn't know how to control her powers, and she's like,
she makes herself naked in public?
Yeah,
they pull that shit.
And they do it again in the second one where, like, I believe she's, like, disappeared, and then somebody, like, bumps into her, one of the others bumps into her when they're switching powers, and, like, they get her powers, and so she's, like, fucking naked or whatever in the middle of it, and it happens again. It's terrible.
Wait, how, if she was wearing clothes?
I don't know. Don't ask. It's a very stupid movie. Like I said, they're not good. Neither of those movies are good. Norin Rad being powerful is the only interesting thing in any of those fucking things, but they suck shit. Remember Galactus was a big stupid Dookie cloud? Galactus was a big dumb cloud. It was terrible.
I don't remember a damn thing about those.
It was terrible. Really stupid.
Honest.
Really stupid. Really stupid. There's a really cool bit with Doctor Doom I'm gonna get to in a trillion years when we finally finish Eternals. That's really fun, but not now. So Fan Four Stick. Do you remember that one?
That was the
Michael B. Jordan one. Yeah.
I remember most of the shit. Most of what I remember it is like people being like, but Johnny Blaze and Sue Storm are supposed to be Johnny Storm and Sue Storm are siblings, but one is white, one is black. Blig!
Yeah, no, that's because people are shitty. But yeah, she is the adopted one because their father is black. So yeah, Michael B. Jordan's the actual son. The Sue is the adopted. But that movie was bad. It was ugly and boring and gray. But like I said,
that came out around that time when like a lot of those superheroes were.
Yeah, but I mean, everything not DC, everything not Marvel was trying to be edgy. Well, even Marvel was kind of a little bit edgy
Marvel's too. Phase 2, like that, I don't hate it. And
we'll get to the phase.
But like, I remember, like honestly, I still think that Guardians of the Galaxy is what saved Marvel.
Yeah,
like,
possibly.
We'll get to because a lot of those films pre that were dark and gray and gloomy, and like I get they go for the more serious tone, but I feel like it was hey, we can put color into things and be good and dark.
Yeah, no, it sucked. The best thing about that movie, that Doctor Doom was as powerful as Doctor Doom needs to be. He was fucking just melting motherfuckers when he walked by them, blowing people up.
Is he showing up yet in Marvel?
That's no? Have you not been following? That's what fucking Doomsday is going to be about.
I know that.
Yeah, Robert. I mean, no spoilers for Fantastic Four First Steps.
Well, I know Downey Jr. shows up, but like I didn't know. Downey Jr. is going to play Doctor Doom, isn't he?
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah. I knew that, but I didn't know if he had shown up yet in the movies.
Like maybe in Fantastic Four First Steps. I'm not going to say yes or no.
So he might be in that, but he hasn't like shown up proper.
No, not yet. No,
definitively.
No, not really.
So okay,
yeah, still waiting on that. But yeah, Fan Four Stick sucked. But that even though he looked like a turd wrapped in tinfoil, as everyone referred to him, that Doctor Doom, he literally looked like a dookie wrapped in tinfoil. He was appropriately really terrifyingly powerful. He was fucking blowing people's heads up and fucking melting people into walls. Like pretty much all the cool shit Apocalypse did in that movie to everyone who wasn't a main character.
Oh man, I feel like I listened to that recently, and I was like, I got mad again at like how annoying Apocalypse was in that, because like he's so inconsistent, and also motherfucker took away Magneto's chance at vengeance. The people who turned him in and got his wife and daughter killed.
It's on this section. We'll get to X-Men, but before that, there are 3 Punisher reboots before the MCU Punisher. There was
3. I knew there was a grouping of them that were.
There was a 1980s movie starring Dolph Lundgren as the Punisher.
Okay, that makes sense.
There was the early aughts Thomas Jane Punisher with John Travolta as the villain. And then there was the Ray Stevenson one, which was the most violent one before the MCU.
Like Warzone or something?
Warzone, yes, it's Ray Stevenson. R.I.P. to an amazing actor, but yeah, Ray Stevenson.
I remember, I feel like the director was on How Did This Get Made?
Yeah, she was the one who was actually on the episode. She was one of the people who actually got the director for the movie while they were like talking about the movie and stuff. Yeah, and then his doing the character on Marvel Superhero Squad, the like kids show. That's a very fucking funny bit. He's very funny in that. He's talking about he's like mac and cheese, this dirty city. It's like a big delicious thing of mac and cheese, but somebody puts some disgusting broccoli in it, and I'm the guy who comes and scrapes out that broccoli so I can enjoy my mac and cheese. He's just like, he's really fucking good. And like Hulk's like in the backseat of the car, like, Hulk want mac and cheese. It's just like
I do know that Punisher is like, I've heard people say like whenever cops try to use the Punisher, it's people who unironically like do Punisher logos is like those are the people who the Punisher would try to murder.
That's what he does do in the fucking Daredevil show. There's the whole subplot about the fucking cops who are like, we're like, inspired by you, and they have like, fucking Punisher stickers and tattoos and like colored outfits, and he's just like, you fucking kidding me? He's fucking blasting everybody. It's fucking great. He's fucking great. Like I said, those three, the Warzone I think is the best one. The other two I think are pretty mid. After that, we have Ang Lee's Hulk. Remember that one?
Yes. Sorry, I just got I don't know why I get Reddit updates. Daughter of Minnesota governor candidate fatally stabbed in St. Cloud, leading him to suspend campaign.
That's terrible.
Oh, jeez.
I'm about to say, we're just off with some darkness about fucking
Ang Lee's Hulk.
Stuff. Yeah, Ang Lee's Hulk, a goofy piece of shit where he fights a mutant Hulk poodle. that's what we're talking about now.
Wait, I thought he fought a storm cloud.
Well, that's at the end. Yeah, remember the at some point 3 random dogs get a fucking Hulk serum and they turn giant.
I don't remember. Oh yeah, I think vaguely remember that.
He like fights him in silhouette. I guess they want to show him beating a bunch of dogs up.
I vaguely remember that.
It sucks. Yeah, I remember him. He was very stupid. His dad was the absorbing man for no reason, and like was
I don't remember that. I just remember like
turns into a big cloud at the end. Yeah.
And then doesn't it end with him on like somewhere in like South America, like with like the beard and like meditating, and like someone's like, oh, someone's coming, in some native language. I'm not saying that in a Celtic way. I mean like an actual like native language, like Portuguese or whatever. Like, oh, there's someone coming, and he's like meditating, and he opens his eyes, and they're like green.
Yeah.
That's how it ended, or some shit.
Yeah, the movie was very stupid and bad. Another weird bad movie. It'd be funny if they brought that character back, that Hulk back in any kind of fashion. That'd be funny.
That would be very... I'm surprised they haven't.
I mean, they maybe who knows? The rights are weird with the English stuff.
Also, it's weird that before we even got Mark Ruffalo, there was another actual Marvel Hulk with Ed Norton.
That wasn't Edward Norton.
Edward Norton was that wasn't any...
Oh, Edward Norton. Oh, yeah. That's still
Hulk,
canon. Yeah. That's canon, yeah.
Which is still weird that...
I mean, they just recast the actor just like they did Rhodey and just like they did Ant-Man's daughter 3 times. Just like they have all that other stuff.
Ant-Man's daughter is stupid, but at least like there's...
I mean, she's the one who played Cassie in Quantumanium was the 3rd actress to play his daughter.
Yeah,
so
but like it wasn't. I know the Rhodey was part of like Don Cheadle. Was it Don Cheadle and?
Yeah, it was Terrence Howard's crazy.
Terrence
ass. Yeah, he's a crazy person. But yeah, I think Robert Downey Jr. got paid like surprisingly very low for the first movie, and then Terrence Howard wanted like twice as much as he was going to make on the second to be in the movie, as much as Robert Downey Jr. was going to make or something. He wanted like a shit ton of money, and they were like, absolutely not. Also, he's like I said, notorious crazy person. So.
But like, I think if I remember correctly, didn't Ed Norton want to like have a lot more? Like
Edward Norton went in and edited the Incredible Hulk movie. Like I think that's what happened, or like, he was disputing with the creatives, and then he went in and like changed the movie or something like that without anybody knowing, and then he was like let go from the series.
Which is crazy because like Ed Norton he's one of those weird actors. Like, I feel like he's really good. I think
he'd still be great if he stuck around, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, like, I remember one of the films I remember the most from is Primal Fear. Mm. And, like, that is genuinely an incredible performance that he straight up steals. And obviously, it's a guy named Edward, so of course I look out for that kind of thing. We look out for our own. Yeah. Especially because I'm sure I don't know if you saw I wish you use Facebook or whatnot, and I don't think I posted.
Oh, absolutely
not. So my Jaja passed away. I'm
so sorry.
Not this Saturday, but the Saturday prior.
I'm so sorry.
His funeral was Friday.
I'm so sorry.
So
this Friday or next Friday?
it was. So his viewing was Thursday. His funeral was on Friday.
Ah, okay.
So, but Edward. So
is he Edward too?
yeah, that's where I got my name.
Oh, cool.
From
Awesome.
him. So
Well,
I had played taps. One of the last things he heard before we all left was me playing taps.
That's fucking awesome.
That was.
Well, you can still play the trumpet. I definitely don't remember how to fucking play the trombone. So
so ironically, I almost had a panic because I'm going to warm up my trumpet and I go to the back. They're doing like a prayer and I don't want to be too loud as I'm warming up. I can put air through and it sounds weird. And I look in and something's in the bell. It was a tube of slide grease. It was like a chapstick style thing, and it fell in my trumpet. So thankfully, I think I got it out. Thankfully, so I could play. But like I had to recover from that. And then, like 20 seconds later, it's like, and now Edward's grandson's going to play taps, and it's like,
well, that was good. Yeah, that's good. Let's get a little freak out before the actual thing makes it a bit easier.
So,
but yeah, Ang Lee's Hulk, another forgettable mid piece of shit. But then after that,
he was very green though. Give him that.
He was very, very bright green, which is very cool. Now, Daredevil and Elektra. Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Never saw Elektra. I vaguely remember Daredevil because I don't know if I tweeted about it or posted about it, but I remember watching that movie and being very confused about a lot of things.
It wasn't great, but I'll say that fucking Colin Farrell's Bullseye is awesome.
I do remember that vaguely. Like
he's awesome.
As you say Bullseye, I'm like, wait, I do remember that dude being like.
He was a weird, he was like fucking. Well, Jason Manzukis says he's always like fingering his stupid like bullseye in front of. Like,
yes.
Yeah, he's like touching it. He's like always diddling it. He goes in like and messing with wherever he does something. I love Bullseye as a character, and like I thought his representation of that was really fucking good. The new dude playing him in the current Daredevil series is also like fucking very fun.
Bullseye is basically just like Deadshot, right?
I mean, he's like fucking Hawkeye. And when the Dark Avengers took over, he was Hawkeye for like a while when Hawkeye was out of commission. He took up the position, and like he was like always pissed because he always had to fucking use arrows for everything. But he's like, he's really fucking good, yeah. But yeah, it's really funny because like the new one is very. He'll like fucking throw something like off screen and it'll like always like bounce and like hit whatever the fuck he wants to hit. It's so fucking fun. The Elektra movie was very bizarre. It was all about her coming back from the dead after dying in the Daredevil movie.
Huh. I'm just doing just the heat real quick.
Oh, you're good. But yeah, it was a very weird movie. It's about the Hand, the ninja she works with, sending a bunch of superpowered weirdos to try to kill her and her killing them. That was basically what the Elektra movie was.
Huh.
Another weird mid-aughts odd piece of shit. But yeah, Elektra, big waste of time. I think you got a message.
That's not my
okay.
The kid's on the way back. So.
Last thing, Howard the Duck.
I have seen that movie.
Yeah, what's your had this get made?
Yes. Also, it takes place in Cleveland.
Yeah.
I remember very funny. Cleveland.
Cleveland. I remember that big stupid fucking purple electric monster. Like the guy was like, I'm turning into someone else. Then,
that's right.
How does comedian making fun of?
That's right.
I am someone else.
That was the stop motion weird guy coming from.
Yeah. It was so terrible.
Also, the duck boobies in the beginning.
Duck boobs in the beginning. Yeah, what a fucking way to open a movie. Yeah.
So that fucking random what's her face, like career woman, is like, I get all the way, and they stuck me with you, and she gets him a job. She does her job.
Yeah, somehow
because Clevelanders know how to get shit done as long as it does not involve getting someone to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, of course. Not as long as it's not Super Bowl, really, they can get it done. But yeah, a lot of terrible, weird movie. And then there's also a bunch of shitty things like the Lou Ferrigno Hulk, I think, had a movie or something like that. And then there was a shitty Captain America movies from the 80s. All incredibly low budget. I don't even think they were in theaters. They're such pieces of shit.
I believe it.
And then, of course, the big one would be the X-Men movies, which we've already covered enough in our X-Men episode. Go listen to that. An interesting series of movies. I'm glad they're still nebulously canon now with Deadpool and Wolverine.
Well, not just that, but dude, what the fuck's going on with the Marvel?
Yeah. Well, I mean, have you followed the... I forgot to even ask before we actually did this. Have you seen the Doomsday trailers yet?
Nope.
None of them.
I've seen like nothing.
Okay.
I'm so out of it now.
There were a couple of well, I guess we'll get to what we're about to go to the MCU now. X-Men, Golden Sun, or that. Golden Sun, or X-Men episode, we spent 3 hours talking about that universe and how much we
What are we at now, by the way?
We're at 2 hours, 1 minute now.
I still have 3 more lists.
I'm just not about to say, and now we're starting the MCU. The Doomsday trailers currently air. They're basically like less than teasers. It's like a couple of like the frames of Cap with a baby, and then seeing his old suit, pulling his old suit out, and it's like Captain America will return in Doomsday.
We're talking about Captain America. We're talking about Steve Rogers.
Steve Rogers, yes. And then, sorry, I shouldn't be calling Cap. He is Steve Rogers now because Cap is Sam Wilson.
Which is a character I do. He's on, spoiler alert, he's on one of my lists. I do like Falcon.
Yeah, I don't care for him. But anyway, besides that, the other one was Thor, who was like kneeling and like praying to, I believe, his father for something, for help. And then we see him playing with Love, his daughter. That's like 5 seconds. Thor's going to return in Doomsday. And then the other one was Scott Summers blasting his beams at full strength, a giant sentinel behind him, and then an incredibly old Professor X and Magneto, played by the Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen.
Sir Ian McKellen.
I'm pretty sure Patrick Stewart has to be a sir as well.
Is he?
I don't know. But yeah.
No, it's Sir Ian McKellen.
They both look incredibly old, and they're just, and this is like the X-Men will return in Doomsday.
Patrick Stewart
Knighted. And the answer is...
sorry, yes, it is Sir Patrick Stewart
and Sir Ian McKellen. Yeah, they were just like, looking at each other like, okay, they're going to do this shit. So the X-Men are coming back in Doomsday. Hype as shit.
Okay, I searched that, and people also search for Ian McKellen, Patrick Stewart, Christopher Lee, Elijah Wood, Viggo Mortensen, Orlando Bloom, Anthony Hopkins, and Kate Blanche.
Anthony Hopkins has to be.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
He deserves it if he's not.
Christopher Lee, I believe, also would be.
Christopher Lee, yeah. He's a literal World War II hero. And
yes, spy. He was knighted he was only knighted in 2009.
Oh, well.
By the way.
After Count Dooku and Saruman.
So, he was knighted for services to drama and charity.
He literally was a World War II spy. He was the inspiration for James Bond, which we talked about before. An absolutely amazing dude with an amazing life.
Also, he was an early Dracula.
Yeah, Dracula.
So he's connected to a lot of shit here.
But no,
Rest in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. to a fucking real one. Now, yeah, like I said, the MCU, 37 movies at this point, 5 phases, dozen TV shows. I have seen every single movie, all 37 of them, in theaters. I think maybe all opening weekend.
Yeah, I can't.
I've made a concerted effort. No, I've made a concerted effort to try to do that every time.
It got a lot harder after Endgame.
Yeah.
For me, but I watched the vast majority of those, and I did my best to watch what I can, where I can. Mm-hmm. Obviously, having kids makes it much more difficult.
Of course.
But I remember Endgame was 2019.
I feel like. It wasn't 8. It was 18. 2018 was Endgame.
18?
Yeah, 18 was Endgame.
Hold on, I gotta see.
I'm certain of that.
See, I think it was. It had to have been 19 or 17 then.
No, I'm pretty sure it was 18.
Avengers and
2019.
It was 2019, and the reason I remember is
I'm thinking of Infinity War then.
Leanne was pregnant.
Yeah,
and that entire film, while being, I want to say, let's see, when did that come? That came out like late summer, right?
Endgame specifically, yeah, I believe so. No, I feel like it was. I feel like it was winter for some reason. When was it?
Release date was April.
April? Okay, yeah.
So
early summer.
She would have been about 3 or 4 months pregnant, I think, at the time, or so. Yeah. But I remember she sat through the entire film without having to get up and go to the bathroom while pregnant.
Yeah.
So that tells you how good engaging that film was.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sure I mentioned too, like the portal scene is something that will be on. That is, I think, the peak cinematic universe. Mm-hmm. That is not a scene that you can enjoy the same way that those of us who I know we saw Iron Man back in the day, and I remember when it came out in Blockbuster and all these things and every film coming out. We saw, as I said too, we saw Thor because I had I got to review it for the Cleveland State newspaper, and I got his press screening. And there's no sound for the first few minutes.
Very funny, very stupid.
But we watched those films and we came out. We were waiting. We deal with Infinity War, and then we get to Endgame, and it is impressive too how that film matched. It carried despite the gap.
Yeah, it did a lot of work, and of course, people has mentioned that it and Infinity War and Endgame came out along the same time as the shitty fucking Justice League movie, I believe.
Did that came out at the same time as the Snyder cut?
Not the Snyder cut, the original Joss Whedon cut. Or wait, I feel like it was after maybe something. What was it? I don't know if it was Batman vs Superman: Dawn of Justice. I think maybe. Maybe that. And it was they were talking about how Martha, would you say? How everyone in Endgame.
Where are the other drugs going?
Fuck face. The best. That's the best Batman. I'll like forever.
Dr. Fishy! No!
Poor little guy's all tuckered out. Pete Holmes, a real one, the best ever. But
I haven't been Batman yet.
Yeah, well, no.
Sorry, you're being fired.
I was saying that the movies are fantastic, and they're talking about how they managed to make everybody have actual multiple moments of being really cool and interesting, as opposed to that movie, which was just shitty all along.
I will say, the one group I feel like does not do well in the Avengers is Guardians.
Yeah. I feel like you said it like 3-4 times on the podcast.
I'm sure of it.
But now it's been years, so go on about it.
Also, I feel like the Guardians of the Galaxy are a group that their writer, James Gunn, he's able to make them find that perfect balance, and they do not fit well inside of proper Marvel, because Star-Lord, people shit on him, and it's because he was poorly written. Honestly, Nebula even is, I just think about, tell us about everything. My father. She's going into, her backstory when it's, tell us how to defeat Thanos. Or, what's Thanos' weakness? And she's like, my father, he used to always do these things to me, and it was terrible. And he pit my sister and I against me. He's like, we already know this. Yeah. We don't need you to tell these people this way. It's this is an exposition dump.
Yeah.
They did not do well writing any Guardians character, because I actively dislike almost all of them. And I think Rocket is the only one who really gets out of it. And I don't count Groot, because literally,
he has a lot of personality. Did you see Guardians 3 yet?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But, Groot's one of those characters that, he's just always there, and he's never central. He's a character, but he's more of a plot character than a main character for the most part.
I'd say Drax is pretty consistently very funny, and the Mantis is very funny. Not as funny as she is when she's in the Guardians movies, but I think she's still utilized fine enough. Before we get into the specifics of the Avengers movies, so I wanted to talk about the main big tentpole franchises that there were in it. First one, obviously, Iron Man, the trilogy, collectively made $2.4 billion. Robert Downey Jr. is a fucking gem and a half. That's why I'm bringing him back, because he was the heart of the series. He's fucking incredible.
We did actually. I remember one year we watched Infinity War, and we timed it so right as midnight started.
Yeah.
Snap.
Hell yeah.
That was 2019 going to 2020. So 2020 to 2021, we watched it, so we ended that year and started 2021 with Iron Man going Iron Man snap.
Yeah.
We had to make sure we fixed what we did because
of course.
Whoopsie doodles.
Not a great time.
Though I do have a good picture of when we pause at one point, and you get a really good thing of him holding his hand up with the thing shooting up his arm, and he looks and it is everything.
Yeah.
And it looks fucking epic.
It's awesome. But yeah, those movies, what was the first?
So we ended the year with Hulk snapping back everybody.
Okay, yeah.
Because we had to fix 2020.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, y'all. And also, the only thing we really released that year was Resident Evil Apocalypse. So I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that was the worst year.
Oh, jeez.
Well, the first villain, Ironmonger, Obadiah Stane. Very funny bit with Obadiah Stane's son in Ironheart. Spoiler alert. Very fucking funny. But yeah, Obadiah Stane.
He was a good villain.
Ironmonger, he was alright.
The fact, by the way, that random engineer
very
was played by Ralph, the original Ralphie, and came back.
Very, very
Rob fucking O.
Very fucking
Rob
funny.
fucking O. Seriously, that was incredible. And that is a good film, like, on its own.
Man.
God
I mean, that's a
Chris, friend of podcast Chris, who's
here,
clearly here next to us, still here. Why would you make us put this phrase on its own merit into the world?
So awful, so evil.
But no, it's a good film on its own merit.
Of course, it's a great movie. Next one, Iron Man 2, Whiplash. I think Whiplash looked very cool. Justin Hammer, he didn't do anything practically. The scene on the raceway is probably the highlight of that movie. Other than that, pretty mid.
Except for
Justin Hammer was pretty funny. Moonwalking during the Star Conference was him being just like an incompetent idiot.
Sam Rockwell is an actor. Excuse me.
He is an actor.
He is an actor. Yes. I appreciate him more that I see him in.
Yeah,
I will say, and I think that like he did what he could with what he got, for sure. But they did not give him much, and like Whiplash was really underutilized.
Violently, yeah. And I think that the Crimson Dynamo or whatever outfit at the end where he's like the big robot was such a dumb waste. I thought he was really fun as Whiplash. When he was catching Tony off guard without the suits, or even when he had his little temp suits from like the suitcase suit, and he was like getting his butt kicked by fucking Whiplash because Whiplash was that competent, I thought that was cool. Oh, jeez. But one more thing I forgot to go back. I got to go back to Blade for a second, just because I remembered a very funny fucking anecdote.
It is very natural, like not cut, right?
Of course, yeah. That crazy banging was a weird monster. Like, I don't know.
I would say it was totally. It was
my brain. It's my brain clicking into place.
Exactly.
The director or writer, I don't know if he was director, but of Blade 3, Trinity, was David S. Goyer, noted asshole idiot. And has a lot of comic stuff. But yeah, him and Wesley Snipes were like at each other's throats, literally, multiple times during the filming of the movie. There were like two specific instances. He was like threatened to beat him up multiple times. Wesley Snipes threatened to beat up the director, David S. Goyer.
Well, damn.
Because he hated him so much. There's one sequence where Blade is like lying down. He's like his eyes closed, and Wesley Snipes was so pissed that he refused to open his eyes for the scene. So they had to CGI his eyes open for the scene of the movie.
That's funny.
There's also another
Does he wear some sunglasses the vast majority of the film?
Most of the time, yes, but it was the scene where he didn't have glasses on. He was like lying down with his eyes closed, and then like they had to CGI his eyes open. It's a hilarious looking scene. Another thing, these are both written by Patton Oswalt, who's in the movie, relevant to this because he voiced Pip the Troll. But yeah, Patton Oswalt talked about it in his book. He said that another scene, he like wouldn't leave his trailer for like hours or days. He wouldn't leave because he hated the guy, didn't want to work with him. It would stop production. But another hilarious incident. There was like one of the black PAs or whatever on the thing it was like a club kid, and he had like a T-shirt that said like trash on it. And it was like just a whatever PA and so. But one day, while they were filming, Wesley Snipes saw that he had that shirt on. He's just like, the only black kid on this whole movie, and you're making more a shirt that says trash. You racist motherfucker! And he started beating the shit out of David Goyer on the set again.
The director?
Yeah, he started beating up David Goyer because he said, "You making more a shirt that says trash, you racist motherfucker." It's.
And that kid was like, did I do a good or bad thing?
A very good thing. David S. Goyer sucks.
It just wasn't nice. Snipes, like, outside of the tax thing, doesn't seem to be also like, fuck tax.
He's a fun dude. Well, he seems pretty chill to do whatever. He doesn't seem to be too, like, take himself crazy seriously.
I mean, the fact that he did Demolition Man.
Like, yeah, Demolition Man is very funny. Tu Wong Fu, where he played a, I don't know if they're cross-dressers or trans, but they're, like, it's three other actors. It's, John Leguizamo, him, and, who's the dude from Dirty Dancing and stuff?
Jim Brown?
No, fucking another actor.
I feel like we're
another prominent male actor. Like they all played. I don't know if they were trans or just cross dressers, but they're like doing a crossroad trip. And Wesley Snipes is in that movie in like drag the whole time, being actually fucking hilarious. Yeah, he's a great cool dude. Yeah, but back to the actual like new specific in-universe stuff. I'm not about to go into any of them too much because they're probably on our list coming up in a bit. But the next would be Captain America's quadrilogy. Now it's a quadrilogy. I think they're all of great quality. Very very fun.
Was it New World?
Brave New World.
Brave New World.
That's one explicitly dealing with Tiamat sticking out of the fucking planet like that.
Okay, because that
lead
alert.
Yeah,
there are notes like, how is the world not fucked up by that?
Yeah, it is.
Like, how does it like?
It is, and it almost leads to another war. It's very cool. Yeah, but it took like several movies to get to them to even address that. It was like a long ass time. Next would be the Thor. Oh, I forgot. Captain America movies altogether made $2.2 billion. Next would be the Thor quadrilogy, which has made $2.7 billion, which has made the most, honestly, of all the movies.
I feel like the third Thor was saved by Guardians. Like I mentioned, like Guardians saved it. Like I feel like Thor Ragnarok gained color because Guardians was like, hey, you could be colorful and serious.
Yeah, fun
and
space adventures.
Oh, hey, we can do that. And it made it much better because that was a good film.
Yeah, it was very fun. I'm a Love and Thunder. Mid. Yeah, they're also very dark and serious. I am also a huge fan of. I'm not a fan. I'm a defender of Love and Thunder. That movie is really not liked in like the community or in like public or whatever. But yeah,
I'll spoil alert. It's not on my bottom 5.
It's not on my bottom 5 either. I thought it was
a film that like. My biggest complaint is it didn't go far enough.
Yeah.
And like Gore deserved a lot more screen time.
Gore was completely wasted. But like that's a common thing for Marvel for villains that they say. Like early on, the first like half of the series, people said they kept wasting the villains or they weren't interesting, and they kept killing them off as well. But yeah, Gore was completely underutilized terribly, I think.
Oh yeah.
An incredibly interesting character with incredibly cool motivations and incredibly cool power set. Never fucking he like fights Thor to a stalemate multiple times and that's it. He never really like does anything cool.
I would say he wins. Yeah. I mean, vast majority of the time, except for like the very end.
Yeah, they usually escaping. Yeah, he's wasted even though he's really cool. An amazing actor who's underutilized, unfortunately.
I think that's one of the biggest problems. Like they're trying to fit too. It's ironically my biggest problem with Eternal spoiler is like. By trying to fit too many things,
it's a pretty big ensemble.
There's things that get missed, and Gore gets missed in his film because like there's a lot in good in Love and Thunder, but like there's a lot that it struggles, and Gore's
the number one.
But yeah, Love and Thunder is not as bad as people say. No, it is not one of the worst films.
I enjoy it,
and like its problems stem from like the fact that it should have been a TV series.
Yeah, that probably would have been better, but probably would have been a lot more money. The next trilogy is going to be the Ant-Man and the Wasp trilogy.
That's a weird one.
It's weird.
Paul Rudd makes those.
I think Evangeline Lilly is great too. But yeah, it's mostly just him being goofy is what like the two at the end. I remember some of the movies. I was like, who the fuck was the main villain? The Yellow Jacket.
Good film. Honestly, the first one I felt like was really good.
Yeah.
I feel like Hank Pym is a part of those that gets overlooked because he's not in the costume.
Yeah, they should have did more. I think they should have used him a little bit more as a superhero than just Scott Lang being goofy.
See, I'm fine with Scott Lang being the hero and him like the retired similar to what like one of the best things about the Flash is like Michael Keaton and retired Batman.
Yeah.
Having to like help out this like rookie
young superhero,
yeah. I feel like Hank Pym, and I also too like know what I know about the bit I know about Hank Pym. Like the fact that they didn't make him as problematic as they did. There.
Oh yeah, they made him a lot better.
He could have been a lot worse. I feel like he was an asshole, but he was enjoyable to watch and root for.
Yeah, he's a pleasant character. He's the actor who plays him is a pleasant dude.
Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas is pretty all right.
He does a great job, I think, and I think the two of them work really well because I think like they play off each other well.
Yeah.
I really bad Evangeline Lilly. She had
she just had she either passed out on like a walk or a hike or something like that, and she like collapsed and hit a rock, and she has had some traumatic brain injury.
Yeah,
that's like I wrote that down on my notes too. Like she had some kind of traumatic brain injury now, and she's like completely stepping away. She was already like stepping away from acting before, but then this is just she's like everything's really like difficult for her now. Like literally, she said like everything I'm doing, I feel like I'm doing at like maybe like less than 10%, and I can't do anything, so I'm gonna just relax for the time being.
It's a shame because
it's unfortunate. Yeah, she's a great actress.
I feel like she did a good job,
and she's on a stupid note, movie garbage all-star. She was in another top film of ours, Freddy vs. Jason.
Who was she in that?
The scene where the guy's like comes up, the scene where those two crazy guys who broke out of the asylum are talking to the girl in the high school. She's standing behind them. She's a high school student.
Oh shit!
She's like a random high school student in that movie.
Okay, maybe this is a controversial take. I did not hate Quantumania.
I rewatched it for one of my lists we're gonna get to. Yeah, it's very weird. And like I said, it is very, very the volume, which I brought up during our Fantastic Dinosaurs movie. The weird CGI stage is like very much like all fake CGI sets the entire time, which people have an issue with. I thought it was very bizarre, and I think it was very interesting. But I didn't have an issue with it. I thought it was interesting enough. Yeah.
I honestly, the fact that they brought back the villain from the first into that weird
that was terrible. I think MODOK was awful.
I loved him. I thought he was
very goofy, but it was a very weird choice, and he looked very bad.
I think the fact he looked bad was what I liked about him so much.
If they made a point to say the head was CGI or something like that, that would have been interesting.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like that it was a goofy, weird head thing.
I mean, it was. I mean, that's MODOK's design, but I think the CGI wasn't as sharp as it should have been.
Oh, I mean, but also the whole movie had a rough CG character in the post-credit scene there.
Yeah. But there's a story behind how those post-credit scenes work, and why that some of the other ones, the set for the Collector in one of the other Thor movies looked really, really bad. It's there's a reason for why they do how the production of those works. They're usually filmed not by the director of the movie, and they're usually filmed very quickly and on a much shorter budget. And that's why if you look at the Collector set in the movie before the event, it's I think it's Thor 2 at the end when they see the Collector. The scene looked real fucking cheap and real shitty. I've
seen the Collector.
Oh yeah, it's a post-credit scene of them going to Benicio del Toro as the Collector.
I remember that being pretty good.
It doesn't look. It looks really bad. The costumes are not as good. The filming, the camera's not as good. So that's why Pip Patrol looks really bad in the post-credit sequence. But I'll say that. The hell are we on? Oh, Ant-Man. Yeah, the movie. I don't think it was also at that part where the CGI budget. There's a lot of issues with CGI artists for Disney and Marvel for a bit, and I think that movie does suffer from there's there's a shit ton of very funny characters and very funny ideas and interesting stuff, but it didn't get it the production time it needed, and also probably could have been longer, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely problems with it, but I didn't hate it, and I felt it built well.
It's not on my list, I don't think. Well, actually, it might be. I don't know.
I honestly I didn't. There's worse films, and I liked it. It was. I mean, you know what? I to quote you, Gentleman's 7 out of 10.
Yeah. I probably would say 6.5.
Close enough.
Yeah. Next one would be the Black Panther movies. I love both of them. I've mentioned before, not to spoil my list, but I think that Wakanda Forever I like a lot more than the first one. But I'll say that, they're both very fun, cool movies. Obviously great for representation purposes, but also just conceptually they're very cool.
I very much am into the
they collectively made $2.1 billion. Ant-Man made collectively of the 3 movies 1.6.
Okay, that makes sense. So the first Black Panther film, I think is really good, and there's a lot of great in it. And one of the things I have heard though is that that Killmonger is a villain that is the prototypical Marvel villain in terms of they have a good idea, but then they talk about complete absolutely awful things. I don't feel like Killmonger actually fits that mark though.
No, I think he was well-rounded and dangerous with the cool motivation. Yeah, that was me who brought that up, the issue that they have. Yeah, a lot of the times they'll have very sympathetic villains, and then there'll be one scene where they'll be and that's why I'm gonna blow up the orphanage to be evil, and just so the audience is phew, I thought I was supposed to like that character for a second. Now they suck, and then completely forgot to. No, I think Killmonger from beginning. Where he gives really passionate speech about the history of Africa, and then he blows up a fucking museum and kills people, and he's but then he goes on to give his speech, give his motivations, tell his backstory. We see his backstory, while he's also still actively a murderer who wants to do something crazy, give all black people guns so they can kill everybody. I guess is his real plan. Very Black Manta from DC Comics, which is very funny.
Well, I think that honestly, one thing that helps flesh out his character a bit is. I think it was season 1. What If?
Oh yeah, when he actually stayed. I love that episode. That's probably one of the best, where Killmonger is one of the soldiers who protects Tony, and then like slowly we see him like working with Tony and developing the Iron Man stuff in a different path, and that like, but also hiding the fact that he is still the same evil person he's going to be. It's very fucking cool.
Yeah, and I think that he's honestly, I mean, he is consistent. Like people say, like he makes whatever. Like no, he's consistent.
He was consistent. Yeah,
he straight up murders.
He's smart and consistent. Yeah.
And even too, like he like the fact that like he takes off, or doesn't he kill what's his face? Golem. Andy Serkis.
Oh, yeah, he kills Andy. So yeah, he kills Claw. Yeah.
He kills Claw, but then he also kills his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who's like, and everything. Like, he's showing to be ruthless. And I think that he plays that character throughout the entirety of the film.
Yeah.
And it's a great, but I think too, like, the fact that, T'Challa listens to parts of what, listens and sees what he came from, what he was talking about, and looking for the good inside of this, person who was it. I mean, it was his cousin.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like, I think that shows that this is a well written character,
an amazingly done character. Yeah.
And everything, and I think that it's important, and he's a great villain.
Oh yeah.
And everything. I controversially feel like Wakanda Forever suffers. I think the biggest issue is Namor. We've talked about it before. I don't like Namor, and I think he is the biggest fault of that film, because he goes from the villain to hearts. Like, he is a guy who I would say is more so like problematic than Killmore, because he goes from, he's a bad guy who's going to like commit, kill all these people and drown them, to but look at the suffrage he dealt with and all these in this backstory, to but you don't see my way, so I'm gonna kill everybody and I'm gonna take everything, I'm gonna flood the entire earth. Like, he goes from like 0 to 100 to 0 to 100. Like, I have a problem with that, and I think I honestly like one of the biggest things I loved was M'Baka. I love M'Baka.
M'Baku's always great. M'Baku, like I said, years before.
M'Baka.
M'Baku.
Okay.
M''BAKU.
I knew it was the apostrophe, but I remember it was
BAKU.
Yeah. I definitely.
Yeah, he's wonderful, and now I forgot to get another Doomsday trailer. The other one I forgot to mention was that it was Ben Grimm from the Fantastic Four meeting M'Baku, Shuri, and Namor
from the newest,
from First Steps. Yeah,
okay.
Meeting them, and then M'Baku says he's the king of Wakanda. So I was just like, wait a second.
I thought he did become the.
Did he make him king? I know Shuri should be queen, but did she? I don't remember her stepping down or not.
I thought she did.
I couldn't remember. I was like, what the hell? Did they get married or something off screen? I was like, what the fuck? I was completely shocked, because I don't remember him. I watched the movie recently. I don't remember him becoming maybe he does. I don't know. I gotta recheck. But I was very shocked. I was surprised by that. I was like, holy shit, wait, M'Baku's the fucking king now? What the hell that happened?
See, I could see that, because I didn't they straight up offer him because didn't Shuri?
She offered him the herb too, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, and he turned it down at the time.
Yeah, maybe he did. Or maybe like Sam, he regrets not fucking taking it. Very funny bit in Falcon Winter Soldier. I think they mentioned that Sam didn't take the formula and he had the opportunity to. And then it's a very funny bit when he's getting his ass kicked by fucking Sidewinder and Red Hulk in Brave New World. He's like, I should take that fucking damn formula, Bucky, you idiot. It's like, I should have taken that shit. Very funny. But yeah, I'm not going to speak on Wakanda Forever. Spoilers on one of my lists. But next one would be the Doctor Strange duology, which is made $1.5 billion, the two movies.
First one is all
right. I think it's all right. Yeah, it's very weird.
Multiverse of Madness, yeah. I love.
Yeah, Multiverse of Madness, I love. Another spoiler, I'm not going to speak on it for now, but it's going to be spoken about. The first one, yeah, I think was interesting. Very high concept, and I think they did it very interestingly enough. The next would be the Spider-Man trilogy, $3.9 billion. Understandably, because Spider-Man is the number one most popular superhero, and then like fucking power gap, then Superman and Batman. So yeah, it's not surprising.
They did this Spider-Man really well.
I think it's the best, and I don't understand anybody who doesn't agree. of the Spider-Man trilogies. Yeah, I think it's the best
because I think each one of them. Like, I feel like the second one is the worst comparatively, but I also at the same time feel like it's still really good.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's like the first one is like a 9. This one is like a 7.5, and then the third is like an 8.5.
Yeah, it's
like
very fucking
overall.
good.
Like I feel like actually I think what is nice is because they finally learned we don't need the backstory.
Yeah,
we knew it, and ironically, by doing that, it allowed us to get Spider-Man, and they
lot more
gave us like the fact that we got the with great power comes great responsibility with Aunt May.
Yeah,
it hits more because they understood like we don't know Uncle Ben the same way Spider-Man does.
Yeah,
so they taught us and showed us Aunt May.
Yeah.
And when she gives that line, it's
the best.
And I think too, like when we see Spider-Man, like we understand Spider-Man at that point, and for him to make that choice, it hits because it's like, and I think too, it helped too, like having Tobey Maguire, having his, I thought the Zendaya's MJ, and also, what's his name? The character's name, his friend.
No, the Master of Sex or whatever he called himself in the first movie.
But I feel like those are great characters that help.
Yeah, especially he has a great support cast. Yeah,
yeah, and even too, honestly, having Flash, the fact that they made Flash a nerd as well. I love that.
Yeah, I hope he gets the Venom suit someday. He's awesome. He's very, very funny. And I'll speak on those movies in a bit too. We'll talk about that soon. But yeah, a great trilogy, deserves that $4 billion. Next would be...
I will say, spoiler alert, I don't think it's the best... if I go even a trilogy, it's not the one I would choose.
Okay. Next will be the Captain Marvel duology, $1.3 billion. That's $1 billion for the first movie, and that 0.3 is for the second one.
We're going to talk about this more because I have opinions that
I have opinions as well.
So moving on.
Yeah. Next would be the Black Widow single movie. Did you see it?
I did.
I liked it. I didn't agree with the hate that the Taskmaster choice got. I'm disappointed, but I'm not like that. That
what was
character.
This?
Did you saw the movie, right?
I saw the movie, but
remember Taskmaster?
Vaguely.
She was the villain or whatever of the movie.
I don't.
Exactly. See, that's the issue. Idiots don't like it because they made the Taskmaster female. And tied with the weird backstory of the whole Russian people kidnapping women thing, and he's like, there are plenty of girls for me to kidnap. I'm evil, and then people were saying shut up, we're sexist, we hate women, or whatever the assholes were doing at the time. Yeah. But also the character never talked, which is a weird choice, and was also underutilized. They didn't get to do enough. If they talked, and if it was traditional version, maybe it would have been different. But the character didn't talk, which is always a bad sign. Fucking see Ryan Reynolds and fucking shitty Wolverine in the Logan movie, but it's she didn't talk and she was underutilized. They only fought 2 or 3 times, and that was it. The character should be more of a built up thing and should be going against people like Captain America and Spider-Man and fucking Daredevil and stuff. That's the point of the character. But and then I don't want to spoil anything. Are you going to see Thunderbolts anytime soon?
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, you should. It's great. Taskmaster's in that movie. That's all I'll say. But
better used.
Well, I'm not gonna say.
Alright.
But that movie is incredible. Now we're going to the other. This was just the Avengers. Yeah. Now we're going to the other movies. Number 1, the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, $2.4 billion. Fucking James Gunn is a master, and that's why he was put in charge of all of DC appropriately.
I mean, he knows the characters, and I think it's as I say, the fact that the only time I truly actually feel for these characters is when he writes for them is a testament to his ability.
I thought they were fun enough in Love and Thunder. The 2 seconds, the bit of them being fine, bye Thor, bye, leaving him because he's annoying.
They weren't terrible in there, but the Avengers versions are bad.
Yeah.
They are not good. They are not good. They are actively anchors.
Yeah, I would say, their movies are all fantastic.
Yeah.
Next would be Shang-Chi. Very fun movie. Did you see it?
I did.
I barely remember anything. I remember the end of the dragon. I remember the scenes with his dad being a Chinese mafia person were fucking fantastic. Shang-Chi himself was all right. That movie was fine. I didn't really think about it too much. I like Awkwafina, but I know a lot of people don't like her. So
see,
in the movie, she was whatever. But I like her as an actress and all this stuff.
Overall, I don't hate her either.
Yeah.
I think she's fine. Like I remember, ironically too, as a question I have for Eternals, involving Shang-Chi, but I remember Wong being in it, which was awesome, and honestly too, it's funny because so the show Kim's Convenience, he's the guy who plays Shang-Chi is in that as the son. He's the only non-actual Korean Canadian member of that family. Like the guy who plays Iroh in the Last Airbender Netflix series, he is actually Canadian. He's a Korean Canadian. The mother, she's also the main Janet. She's also. He's the only one who's not even Korean.
That's funny. Yeah, Chinese.
And I remember too, like, wasn't there like a whole controversy where like he had a really shitty old Twitter post?
Oh yeah. He had some shitty Twitter posts when he was younger. But also, speaking of Shang-Chi's actor, Simu Lee.
Yeah, Simu Lee.
Yeah, he's a fun and interesting dude. Very active online, which is probably why I got him the bad reputation from when he was a kid. But now he's very like a chill, cool dude.
And he apologized for that too. Like he was like,
between him and the director of Eternals, this is what like they unfortunately here around the same time they both in the past have like spoken out against China. And that's kind of what, like, there was an embargo around COVID and around these two movies time, because they Shang-Chi and Eternals were right after each other. That there was a huge embargo in China of all American movies for a time period, and that's another thing that really hindered Marvel money making for a while. With this phase, along with the just cultural moving on from Marvel for the most part a little bit, but also like China was just like no American movies, no money for you or any of those at the time. But
is fucked up because
he said China
the Monster Hunter
Last Airbender.
I was gonna say the Monster Hunter. What are these Chinese joke? That was,
the knees. What are these knees? Yeah.
What? That's so stupid.
Very stupid.
Why would you put that in? Like
it was in the trailer. Remember, it wasn't in the movie. It was in the trailer, and he said "fuck you" because they're so weird and strict over there. But yeah, seemingly in the past said China fucking sucks. I'm glad my family left or whatever the hell. Chloe Zhao said the same thing. It's a fucking nightmare place and it sucks. I'm glad my family's not there anymore. And so, and then they were like, no fucking Marvel.
There's like straight up like I believe it's what is it? The Uyghur people.
There's a lot of going
actively on. Being like literally genocide.
Yeah, there's also the still ongoing stuff about Tibet and also just their general culture.
Like straight up, like the Dalai Lama has said, I don't know if I'm going to actually reincarnate because like what version he chose was it the Dalai Lama and the something Lama. The one he chose just got straight up disappeared.
No,
and China said, oh, here's the actual one, and then something like. Dalai Lama's like, yeah, that's not the one I chose, and I don't know if I'm going to reincarnate. And like the fact that you can end like this 2-person reincarnation cycle by being that shitty, like, at least we don't have to worry about making money, right? We can talk about this now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank God this podcast, this 6-7 year project has only lost me money, so I'm not worried about getting any money from this. But that's and then of course, like I just mentioned, Shang-Chi. After that is Eternals, which we're going to talk about someday. And then Wolverine and Deadpool, which brought in the Fox canon.
I would say, so theoretically, Deadpool 1 and 2 are canon now?
It's technically all the fucking X-Men shit's canon.
That's more than
but I have a bunch of petite vanilla scones over here that I got from Starbucks, but I'm trying not to get like full mouth while talking.
I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, so that's, and then after Wolverine and Deadpool, fucking amazing movie. Hilarious. I want to watch it probably again someday soon. After that would be Thunderbolts, which is
I haven't seen.
Great. Spoilers, they're the new Avengers. Fucking great. They're fantastic. The movie's fantastic. The team is incredible. They have amazing chemistry. I'm looking forward to them coming back in Doomsday. Now we get to the first nebulously canon bit, the Netflix series. Did you watch Daredevil's 3 seasons?
Nope. Didn't watch Daredevil, Luke Cage.
Yeah, Luke Cage had 2 seasons. Luke Cage's first half of the first season might be some of the best television ever. The first half of the first season with Mahershala Ali playing Cottonmouth, fucking great. He's an amazing villain who literally can't do anything physically to Luke Cage, but he's still fucking owning his ass, and it's really cool. And then he gets fucking spoiler, killed off, and then introduce an incredibly shitty, lame-ass piece of shit villain who just makes the show shitty from that point on. Jessica Jones, from beginning to end, Kristen Ritter, fucking David Tennant, incredible. The Purple Man is fucking... Just imagine Druig from Eternals is the villain. It's like power. He says he's like, hey, you go put your face in that wall. The person's like, okay, goes over, bam, 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 bash their face in the mush. Hey, go fuck yourself. The person fucking, it's awful. He says, he literally be like, you two kill each other. You do that. You like, yeah. He's like in a giant restaurant on a phone call. And he's like trying to talk. He's just like, shut up. And everyone quiet. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, blah 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 blah. He's like, the Purple Man is great. And it's David Tennant, an incredibly funny, awesome, charismatic. He's one
of the doctors, wasn't he?
Yep, he was the 10th Doctor, okay. and he's fucking going up against Jessica Jones, who's just like a super strong detective who hates superhero stuff because she got filled as a superhero. Well, it's great. The show's great. Purple Man's great.
Are they on Disney Plus now? Or are they?
I have no idea. No idea. But then Iron Fist, bad. It's real bad. It's real stupid. He's the only one who's not coming back for the Disney Plus shows.
Yikes.
Not great. The Punisher, fucking John Barenthal, fucking
wasn't that the guy who played Sean in Walking Dead?
Yeah. Fucking a brutal psycho who you absolutely love. he's the best.
I can't watch any. I just it's hard to watch. Shows.
It's a lot to take in. It's of course, but like I said, that was a nebulous. That was a time when you needed Netflix, and you also needed the time to watch them. Yeah. And like I said, they're now nebulously canon. It's not clear, but those actors have come back and reprised their roles in Disney and stuff. So I guess they've happened. So, but Punisher's great. Absolutely brutal. The seasons get a little bit bogged down by him, whenever he's not killing people, but it's all right. Now we're going to get into the even more less than the Netflix nebulously canon, the actual. We're not sure if this is canon or not, but it came out during the MCU and was allegedly connected to it. The NBC, Freeform, and Hulu era of shows, all prior to Disney Plus. First of all, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I think I started trying to watch like the first few episodes, and I never.
It's very cheesy. It's pretty low budget. I will say that early on in the first season, especially, they were really going out of their way to connect to the MCU. Like when the Thor movie, when Thor: Dark World came out, they had an episode dealing with all those dead dark elves in the middle of England. Oh, jeez. And yeah. Nice. Yeah, very very silly. And whenever anything would happen in the movies, they would have an episode or two dedicated to them dealing with the aftermath, like damage control or something like that. And then I think halfway through season 2, Captain America: Winter Soldier happened, and it's like, oh, Shield. Shield's about 50% Hydra agents that have been sleeper agents for the past 50 years, and they literally reveal a chunk of the cast have been Hydra.
Oh, shit.
They kill a bunch of other main characters.
Oh, damn.
They become villains for the rest of the series. And it's really fucking good. Like the lead handsome generic white guy who's been the pro tag with Quake's actress the whole time. He's fucking Hydra and he becomes evil.
Oh, damn.
It's so funny. It's such a fucking crazy surprise. And that arc was so well done that we watched the episode right when Winter Soldier was still in theaters. The episode that week dealt with that, and it was so fucking good that me and my sister Kavina literally went to the movies after that episode to go rewatch Winter Soldier again. Damn. It was so fucking good. But yeah, it was a huge twist. It completely shook up the series. The series went on for a really long time. They did a lot of crazy ass stories, a lot of stuff involving the Kree and all kinds of really extensive stuff in the main Marvel universe. But like I said, it was never it's still right now nebulously not clear if the show is canon because none of those characters and none of those, Coulson survived, as it was alluded to in the first Avengers movie, and he goes on all the adventure for 6-7 seasons in that show.
Also hinted to potentially be a robot or some shit,
or an LMD or life model decoy or something like that. I mean, he was reprogrammed, and it was a whole big thing about he may or may not have been. It's very cool, but the show, it's a decent show. Like I say, probably a 7.5. Sometimes dips to 6, sometimes goes up to 8 or 9, but it's a long running ABC show. The fucking, I just said, Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider arc actually introduced the Darkhold before Wanda found it. Yeah, before WandaVision.
Well, damn.
That's what the fucking Ghost Rider was trying to get from some like sorcerer trying to do some shit. And like he's like crossing over with that.
Agatha's had it since.
Agatha's had a Darkhold.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. Especially because, like I said, they can't even wrap their fucking brains around magic because they're like the team is just like a bunch of scientists and Coulson and like one or two action people. But like and the scientists are completely like dismissing magic and like he's obviously some like this Ghost Rider's not an angel or a demon. He's some kind of extra dimensional being or something. And like one of the muscle people on the team is like a man of faith and he's like completely in awe of the Ghost Rider. It's really fucking interesting. Yeah, very fucking cool. Show goes on forever, but like I said, dips and wanes in success. Spin-off from that Agent Carter, which is like
I thought that was canon.
Agent Carter the show. It was a spin-off. It's like directly like at one point people from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. go into the past and they pop up in the show for a bit, but like it might be canon. It probably is canon.
I mean, what if it has Agent Carter and obviously Multiverse of Madness as Agent Carter?
Not Captain Britain. Agent Carter, just like the Peggy's adventures in the 60s, while she's like still an early S.H.I.E.L.D. agent after the events of Captain America.
So this is okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. It was a spin-off of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. following Peggy after the events of Captain America when he disappeared. She continues to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. back when it's like a tiny little like pseudo FBI group in like a police office, pretty much, or like nothing, small time 60s. Yeah. And that's what she's doing. Yeah, it's a surprisingly decent show. It's very decent, but like I said, still not clear if it's canon or not. Because it could have been retconned by the events of Endgame, but then that whole time travel thing is very not clear or
super confusing.
It's very confusing.
Because in theory,
it goes against what they process in the thing unless he was in a different timeline. So it's very weird. After that, Inhumans.
That one I never saw.
It sucks.
Okay.
Anson Mount, I believe that's the dude who plays Black Bolt. He's bad.
That was the guy who played him in...
That's the guy who played him. He played him in the show.
In WandaVision? Or Multiverse Madness?
Yes, same actor.
Okay.
Yeah, he came back. That show is very bad. It's very, very cheap. Even though, like...
So was it basically his character in that movie?
Yeah, I mean, he can't talk because he'll fucking succeed, like, he'll win anything he does. But, like, no, it's, like, you know, if you know the Inhumans, they're all a bunch of ugly freak monsters half the time. And, like, except for, like, the royal family, Medusa and Black Bolt and Crystal, are the only human-looking ones. Everyone else is, like, a weird, like, fucking Beast from X-Men looking monster. But honestly, no.
The most I remember Black Bolt from outside of
the Exile series, yeah.
Was, during Exiles, where, like, there wasn't it where Iron Man was evil?
It was an evil Iron Man, yeah.
And, like, he was, like, the leader, and, like, he straight up, like... He said like one word and killed like everybody.
Yeah, he shot to destroy that world. Yeah, there's only like one very goofy gif of him as a kid like discovering his powers and asking his parents. He's like, "Why?" And his parents like turn into fucking dust. It's really fucking weird. But like it's about his evil brother taking him over. But yeah, it's like I said, the Inhumans are supposed to look like ugly monsters except for the royal family. No, they're just a bunch of like regular people with like some dumb horns on them or like some quills or whatever the hell. Very lazy. The show looked like shit. It was bad. It was about Medusa, whose like whole power is that her hair is giant and if you control things, her head's shaved the whole movie, or whole show. Anson Mount, Black Bolt can't talk the whole movie or the whole show. It's very shitty. Don't watch it. Next would be Runaways, based on the comics that I absolutely fucking loved.
I remember hearing about
that was
comics.
On.
I never read or
it was on
watched.
Freeform. The show, it's a small group of teenagers in the MCU who discover that their parents are a group of supervillains. Some are time travelers, ones are aliens, those are evil sorcerers, stuff like that, and like the evil scientists, and like they find like the kids like have abilities or tech from their parents, and they're just like trying to escape their parents who are a group of supervillains or take them down. Very, very fun premise. The comics are great. Some really good LGBTX.
Show sounds like it was not great.
Show was all right. Again, a nice mid Gentleman 7. And then there was a spin-off show of Cloak and Dagger.
Okay, I remember hearing about that one.
Yeah.
But I never watched a lot of those.
I mean, like I said, I watched way too much TV, and I didn't even watch most of these shows. I watched half of the Cloak and Dagger show. I watched the first 2 seasons of Runaways just because the showrunners were like a lot of like Buffy people. Mm-hmm. And in tone and execution, it was pretty close to Buffy, humor-wise and like, action scene-wise and stuff like that. So I would recommend Runaways, Black and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger, nebulously, not sure if I'd recommend it.
fair.
A real piece of shit that I didn't even bother watching because I heard how terrible it was. Hellstrom it was a Hulu show about some asshole from the underworld side of MCU. It sucked. It was so bad nobody talked about it. It's completely no one cares.
I've never heard of it, so
it sucks. There was another. Now these last two are pilots that were not released anywhere. The first one, as I mentioned earlier, the New Warriors. I mentioned earlier because it was that group of people trying to the group who was doing the Civil War thing where before Civil War they were trying to make a TV show. Yeah, it's a group of young superhero people who are a TV show, and it was a pilot made with an actual Squirrel Girl and stuff like that. Never released because it was so not good. And then there's a pilot for an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. spin-off called Most Wanted, which was two agents, Mockingbird and another comic character, fighting random supervillains of the week. Never canceled. Nothing about it.
It sounds like it was a bullet dodged.
Yeah, a bullet dodged. Those two pilots never went anywhere. They were going to be MCU related, but after I guess Inhumans was such shit that they just said fuck it. Let's not pretend that happened.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, it's fair.
Clearly, I have nothing to say about those.
I mean, yeah, like I said, this is just me listing shit.
I'm trying to and it's some of these sound interesting, but
it's too much. There's a lot of content. That's what we were talking about earlier. There's a billion pieces of content, and you can't engage with all of them. And if they're not worth it, they just fade away.
So. I think the problem is there are things that do connect, and I think problem is at times, and it's a spoiler alert a bit, when you're trying to make these movies yes, you can utilize the other media, but you still need to be able to stand outside of those because otherwise it's just it's
too much content.
It's too much. Yeah, and especially something like the Marvels, especially.
Oh yeah, that one needed a lot of homework. That was one of the main issues that that Kevin Feige directly mentions as to why he thinks it didn't do well, because he thinks that marketing didn't make it clear. You don't need to watch all the shows. You can just watch this one. And it's just no, you should probably have watched the shows. But speaking of which, I was going to say, also, now Disney Plus, it would be Disney Plus shows is what we're going to get into now.
Okay, yeah, because it definitely, honestly, you could have gotten away with not watching the shows if it did a good job of explaining. Because, I felt like it could have. It
didn't.
It didn't, yeah, it failed.
Oh, yeah.
It was a lot. There was also a lot of, tonal shifts.
I mean, like I said, when we're at a much fresher, not 3 hours recording something else state, we'll get into the movie someday in the future.
Yeah.
But the Disney Plus shows, WandaVision, incredible.
That was one of the first things I remember we really watched.
It was the first thing. It was the first show,
and it was great. I think it did. The ending got a little bit convoluted, but it was really entertaining. Mm-hmm. I think the genres, the TV genres, kind of going through.
Yeah,
and I think the fact that it had these great twists and great movements.
Yeah.
And
boy, that Ralph Boner thing sucked though.
Oh yeah,
that was incredibly disappointing.
It could have been good, but it failed the execution.
Yeah,
it failed the execution, and it was. And I think too, Monica was good up until near the end. I think Monica,
I said, they'll never understand what you sacrificed for them, enslaving this town for months? Question mark. Well,
who knows? It was a while.
Yeah,
but I think there was a lot of great. It was such a good show overall, and I think the fact that we got Agatha all along was incredible.
Great.
And just there's a lot of good things that came from it, and I even too it's a shame that there's issues with it here and there, and it's also so integral, but also so lacking.
Yeah,
because there's a lot
White It was Vision, their first show, and they really he's supposedly coming back in a new show soon.
When exactly? Yeah.
Well, whenever they feel
like it. And I think the problem too is when you watch it, you have to watch WandaVision to understand him.
Yeah, to know what the character is. Yeah. I forgot to mention before that there was I don't know if it was a director or writer or something like that, but it was early on in the MCU. His wife was trying to watch one of the movies with him. I think
Paul
it might have
Bettany?
been no, not Paul Bettany. It was just another director talking about the MCU early on, about how she was trying to watch Thor 2 or one of the other ones that was integral to, or maybe Ragnarok, and didn't understand what was going on because she hadn't seen nearly any of the Marvel movies. And people talk about how like having to go to the Marvel movies became like homework, and that's another thing that like dragged it down a little bit. But of course, me as a massive, obviously fucking researching nerd that I am, who's seen every single one of these movies day one, I like that. I like that I can unintentionally gatekeep this massive, cool ass universe that has such long history and tale to it, and just like there's so much to engage with if you want to engage with it, and it expects you to sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. But I think that it's rewarding when you do. So I'm fine with that. And I think if you don't want to do your homework and it doesn't, handhold you at the 30th movie, if they're not like, okay, so this guy is Tony Stark and he's from here and he did this. This is Captain America, he did some here and he did that. And or even like to more minor characters, like they need to probably at some point. Like no spoilers for the Marvels, but like, boy, they barely went into what the fuck Miss Marvel is, Kamala. They very hand-wavedly talked about the witch spell that turned what's her name into what she is,
Monica
Rambeau, yeah. And they never explicitly addressed what the hell happened with Captain Marvel. But they're all very disparate people who have very disparate origins, and that's
and even too.
Like, if I do, I'm going in knowing that I'm like, all right, well that's fine for me, but like. No spoiler specifics, but I watched that movie with my sister and my mom, and they did not care for the Marvels in the slightest. They really did not like it.
See, I knew Marvel, and I knew Captain Marvel, and I knew Rambo, but I didn't know Miss Marvel.
Yeah,
and I felt like one of the biggest problems was like they didn't do enough to establish a lot, but also too like one of the biggest issues I had was the villain.
Oh, God. We'll get to Dar-Ben soon.
Because, like, there was a lot, like, I barely remembered, and I felt like they easily could, like, when I watched Quantumania, like, yeah, it took a second to remember him, but I was like, oh, wait, I recognize MODOK. It's what's his face?
Yeah.
It was Yellow Jacket.
Yeah.
And he was a memorable character, and it was you didn't need you didn't need the whole first film to kind of, but just like a basic, oh, I was the villain that you beat in the first one, and it made him better, but I felt like I could have understood him a bit more, but I didn't get that. And like there was times I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that weapon she's holding. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this? And then like, what is this? There's so much unexplained things and shit. Like,
we'll get to it when we get to it someday, months from now.
Yeah.
But before that, a good villain in a good show, Falcon and Winter Soldier.
The Flag Smashers?
No, I was talking about Baron Zemo. But
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Zemo was...
Baron Zemo was fun as shit.
Yes. And I think Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier was a great show.
Yeah. Aaron Kellyman, was the actress who played the Flag Smasher lead. She plays a very similar character in Solo, and a very similar character in the brand new, by the director of the Marvels, 28 years later, The Bone Temple. She plays a very similar character who's like a villain who's, kind of good, but also still an insanely evil villain. So, but like,
I think I've heard the Flag Smashers was one of those characters.
Yeah, that's one of the first examples of they make sense. They are right. They are the ones who we should be helping. And then they blow up a hospital of hostages just to be extreme. Yeah. But like, yeah, no, everything. The U.S. agent storyline, fucking great. Now he's incredible in Thunderbolts, and you see how his life falls apart after the events of Falcon and Winter Soldier in that movie. It's really fucking compelling.
The scene of him like murdering that dude with his shield.
And after Thunderbolt, people completely did what they love him now. It's but they still remember what he did, and like it's great. Baron Zemo's hilarious, and talking about how I was right. I told you I was all that shit I did in Civil War. I told you I was right, and you proved me right. And then he escapes to be hilarious somewhere else.
He's a good
fucking Winter Soldier rules.
He is a character that I think is underrated, because and I think one of the greatest scenes from Civil War was when Black Panther was, met with him and everything. It was like the fact that he forgave him was such a great moment too for that character. I forgive you,
and then he grabs the gun. I was so fucking sick.
Especially too, while Zemo is literally laughing, I won. I got these two idols to fight. I'm gonna win. And Black Panther's you didn't get me to get revenge, so you didn't.
Yeah.
And the fact too, he's broken out and he gets these moments, and
Yeah, he's fucking fantastic.
And I think too, I really liked. I thought Bucky and Sam were great characters, and getting to see them interact like
Very
outside
fun.
of, without Steve Rogers.
Yeah, they're really fun.
Yeah, like I think Sam was worthy, and like people will say whatever, but like I felt like his speech when he kind of talks after he takes kind of the mantle, it's like it was nice to see he didn't just accept the moniker of Captain America.
Yeah.
I was meant to be Captain America. No, and I think that it's telling that Captain America is not a identity you get handed. It is an identity that is
you earn. Yeah.
You earn
from the previous Captain America.
Yeah.
Yeah, the show was probably honestly it's probably my favorite show. Fucking Winter Soldier. That's the only one I've rewatched. I rewatched the show on my own time because I loved it so fucking much.
I think WandaVision's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Loki's also really good, but it's definitely up there.
Yeah, but the next one I mentioned is Loki, which fucking incredible. Not going to speak on any characters, but He Who Remains, fucking cool as shit. All the shit that Loki's own journey as the character himself is fucking incredible too.
I think
the TVA, everything about it's just cool.
Oh yeah, I mean the fact that TVA even shows up in Deadpool Wolverine,
is
great. But also, I think one of my favorite moments. I think one of the things I love about Loki, the show, is that the character, like, because Loki has done so much, the fact that the Loki in the show is this alternate version. Mm-hmm. And everything, and we get to regrow with him.
Yeah.
And the exploration and journey we go on with him is incredible, and all the characters are great.
Yeah. Just the concept alone was very bizarre, and then they made it work and explained it very fucking coolly.
Yeah, and I mean the finale of season 2 when he
so good,
like Idrisel itself.
Yeah, became the god of stories, which is his status in the comics. Yeah, fucking great.
Yeah, and I think too like. It is such a good job, and even the amount of confusing shit that some of worked. Like, I mean, also you get the great moments like seeing the alternate Lokis was great, but getting old Loki, like that was such a small character to get. Like, you had obviously the visuals of the comic kind of Loki, but for him to be like the representation of I technically didn't die. Thanos didn't actually kill me, but I hid. And the second I decided to not be alone is when the TVA showed up and deleted me, kind of thing. And he just lived in hiding, and he goes out in this glory of everything. It was such a great moment.
Fantastic, yeah. It was incredibly serious. Like, both season finales were fucking incredible. Like I said, the fucking He Who Remains scene I watched multiple times just because it's so fucking. At the end of season 1 is fucking so goddamn good. These next couple I'm gonna fucking speed through since I'm assuming you've never watched any of them. Hawkeye.
Yeah, I've not.
Fantastic. The first thing that happens is Hawkeye's like goes to fucking play with his family. That's like talking about the Avengers fight in New York. It's very funny. He's like God, it sucks. Goes to the bathroom and sees like someone graffiti Thanos was right. And he's just like, my fucking life is terrible. It's incredible. And that's the one that they introduce Haley Steinfeld as Kate Bishop, the second Hawkeye. She's really fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yelena shows up after the events of Black Widow, where, remember, the woman's like, the way you want to find out how your sister died? Clinton Barton's responsible. And so the whole movie show is her trying to kill him because of that. Kingpin trying to kill him because of what he did during the events of Infinity War, or Endgame, when he was like, the Ronin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, him trying to kill him, a bunch of different mafia groups trying to kill him while he's training a new person to be the new Hawkeye because she's just a fan of his and wants to help. Because she was there in New York during the event, the first movie. She was a kid, which is very fucking cool. And you meet a whole cavalcade of really fun, cool characters. The tone of the show is very, it's very funny. But yeah, Yelena and Kate Bishop have a very funny relationship, and I want to see
Bishop
them.
showed up in Miss Marvel, or in
she's at the end. Yeah, that's right at the end. Yeah. Hawkeye show, very very fun. Next, Moon Knight.
Never watched that one.
Fucking great. I get to see the Egyptian gods, what they're up to, and Khonshu is a fucking piece of shit. Oscar Isaac's obviously an incredible fucking award-winning actor.
Also ironic that is another superhero-esque person that's related to Egyptians that he played.
Yeah. Like I said, I want Moon Knight and Apocalypse and Miguel O'Hara to show up in some Secret Wars movie where it's all Oscar Isaac talking to Oscar Isaac about Oscar Isaac. Yeah, they'll all do the meme. But also recently, a little bit ago, Oscar Isaac is like one of the people who is like, fuck Disney right now currently because of the whole. What was it?
Was it the Don't Say Gay Bill?
No, the thing with the dude from the Man Show, the stand-up comedian who got in trouble for making fun of that asshole who was killed.
Someone made fun of
who was it?
Charlie Rose? You're talking about Charlie Kirk getting killed?
Yeah, who was the stand-up or not stand? Who was the late night host who like made a thing about like how
Jimmy Kimmel?
Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, I remember they like took his show. They fired him because he was just like
yeah.
You got like hey don't spread hate speech and you're like how dare you Jimmy Kimmel say that and then like. He got canceled for 10 seconds. And it was like very nebulous during that time period. Though Oscar Isaac was like, fuck him and another actress I'm going to mention in a little bit. Were like, fuck Disney for even trying to do that shit. But
it's
also
ABC's owned by Disney, right?
Yeah, but also just nebulous other stuff. Oscar Isaac has said he would love to do another Star Wars movie, but not for Disney. So maybe Poe Dameron somewhere else. Next, Miss Marvel, Iman Vellani is her name, I believe.
I know.
She's a very I'll tell you she's very fun. She's a very good actress. Yeah, Iman Vellani who plays Miss Marvel. The show's very fun. It goes a little bit more into what the fuck she is as an Inhuman or a mutant, whatever the fuck her nebulous backstory at any point. Like I said, Miss Marvel is the clunkiest industry plant there's ever been, if you know the term. And she's like, it's like somebody who like the people are trying to people are trying to push as like the next big thing.
Actually, I don't think she was bad in the Marvels.
I never said she was bad, but she's a genuine nerdy fan because like in real life she's actually written a couple Miss Marvel comics because she's so like connected to the character. She is a huge fan of comics and nerd shit.
That is pretty cool.
Her playing that character who his whole character is I'm a huge fan of comics and nerd shit, and like the actual show, she's decent.
Yeah, I feel like even my biggest issue with her in the Marvels wasn't even like her herself. It was like the lack of the definition of what she is.
Yeah,
like there was so many. It was like she was just all over the
whole movie was all over the place. The whole movie is all over the place. Like, but we had to pause the movie. Like I said, I'm already getting ahead of myself for that movie. That's not even after the Eternals. We're going to talk about. There was a moment probably during the first switching scene where my sister paused the movie and started screaming, "What in the fuck is going on in this movie? Who the fuck is anybody? Why the fuck are they switching? Where is she now?" And I'm just like, my sister is like me, a huge fucking nerd. She's probably engaged with as much sci-fi weird media as I have, but she was like, "What the fuck is happening in this movie? This makes no fucking sense. This is crazy. I don't know who Miss Marvel is. This sucks. What the fuck is this, Matthew?" I'm just like, okay, well, let me just talk to you.
One of my problems with the whole switching thing is what constitutes using their powers and not using their powers.
Yeah.
That is never defined.
Yeah, but also like she was just very confused about where everybody was and what was happening. It was very weird. But yeah, no, she's a great actress. She's very fun. Next would be She-Hulk show.
I never finished the first season, but I did watch the first few episodes. That was a show that really showed me like the weekly release.
Yeah,
it really is detrimental.
I mean, it depends on your style. I don't remember I only watched it after it was finished. I remember seeing stuff from it every week, but I also like the fucking that fucking second to last episode is fucking devastatingly like upsetting, and then the final episode is just her going full fourth wall. Nice.
I've heard.
She literally fucking breaks out and goes to the show's writing room because they have her like fighting a shitty Hulk who like stole her blood. Bless you.
Thank you.
And like she literally she goes full meta, goes to the writer room, beats up the writers because they're idiots, and then like they like who's in charge around here? And they're like, oh, it's the KEVIN, and it's like this giant camera with a baseball cap who she sits down and talks to. I'm like, oh, so when are the X-Men showing up in this thing? So what the hell are they gonna address that weird like guy in the ocean? What the fuck is happening to my character? This ending's so stupid. People hate these now. It's very fucking fun, but the show is I'm okay on the show. I wouldn't give it I probably would say it's like quality wise probably a 7 or 8, but I wasn't crazy about it. It was all right. I wish it was better.
I remember enjoying it when I was watching it. The problem was it just became hard to watch.
It's very weird,
and it's like
keeping up with shows is
so difficult nowadays. Mm-hmm. Like this is not the old school, and the fact that we have unfortunately, like the fact that we have more availability.
Yeah.
Like, you know, as much as I have a problem with like Stranger Things releasing things kind of cut in half, I would rather
chunks of it.
Yeah. I would rather get like 2 episodes a week or 4 this month and then 4 next month.
Yeah.
Than 1 every week.
Well, hey, if it's compelling enough, you watched all of Fallout, didn't you?
I mean, I did.
And that's an hour commitment.
But like, I felt even more attached and like I full on binged the first season, but it hit me more. And I think too, like, I love it regardless, and I want to engage. I will watch it more. You know,
makes sense
in a grouping, and especially too. I think the other difference though is like I sure like Fallout doing that. I don't agree with it. That's the second season, and it's also
you binged the first season, so you were invested enough to just weekly watch the second.
And it's also like there is not a billion other things connected to the Fallout show at this very moment. Like, I can play the games or whatnot, but like they're coming way before it.
Also, it's a very finite amount of stuff that it's difficult to play or that you already have played in the past years ago.
But it's like
and years apart. So
and like also like it reinvigorates. But like with Marvel doing it, it's like you're doing that, but then you're releasing a movie next month that's connected to this, and then like and a few more months from now, this is all gonna be important to that. So like. But, like, when am I going to have time to watch this? Because I have to try to watch this. And then after I watch that, then I got to watch this show that's coming up. And it's only the first season because the second season is going to involve this other movie that just came out that I haven't seen yet. So now I'm even more confused. But you only recently want to, like, it's too convoluted to be doing a weekly release like that. That would be like if Pokemon, like, had, like, 5 different series, like, released 3 movies in a year, and to understand the first show you had to watch the first movie, and then you had to watch the show in between the first and the second movie so you could truly enjoy the second one, and then the third movie came out just before the second show came out, but like you had to rewatch all these things to get the full context. You remembered it. This is convoluted.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, Pokemon barely has a plot, so it's not difficult to follow.
Exactly.
But Tatiana Maslany, who played She-Hulk, and is another actress who's been very staunchly fuck Disney for all the practices, the AI stuff that they've been threatening with, like I said, with the LucasArts stuff, and then the Jimmy Kimmel stuff. Also, she's been a very outspoken fuck Disney, and also recently I think they asked her to play She-Hulk in something else, and she said she didn't want to do it, so she didn't. So she's not let go or fired or anything like that, according to other rumors from assholes online. And also that's another show that was like shit on by internet pieces of shit.
I remember people getting mad because didn't she like was the one Megan Thee Stallion?
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah, a very funny episode with with Megan Thee Stallion. She was our lawyer for an episode. Also the show I didn't even mention it. It's basically like a very fun superhero lawyer show. You get some very funny bits with some other superheroes being sued and stuff. But the show was shit on by internet assholes, and like also the main villain was like a piece of shit, fucking like that, and it was very making fun of them. So it was just bad timing. But yeah, Tatiana Maslany, a very outspoken person who's like, fuck
we need to stop letting those internet assholes like dominate things.
Well, no,
again,
you had great things like Rise of Skywalker.
I mean, any one of those internet assholes should 1,000% have like I love Rise of the Skywalker tattooed on their fucking forehead, like they were in the beginning of Hobbs and Shaw.
That'd be great. Another very fun thing. Next movie was actually like a Halloween special in black and white called Werewolf by Night, which is the name of a superhero.
I noticed that on the thing, but I've never even heard of that.
He's a guy who turns into a werewolf. He's friends with the Man-Thing, who looks like Swamp Thing. But no, it's basically a very fun little like 45-minute movie of these like 4 or 5 monster hunters and sorcerers trying to hunt the Man-Thing in a maze. And the Werewolf by Night infiltrated it to try to pretend to be one of those people to try to fight the Man-Thing. It's very fucking cool. Also, the Man-Thing is like one of the most OP things in Marvel. It's very fucking. It's all black and white. It feels like a Universal horror movie because everyone's like a weird fucking a vampire or a Frankenstein or whatever the hell. It's very very funny and very very cool. Next is the What If series.
I did watch those a lot.
I watched the first season and I enjoyed it. Never went any further, but like I said, I may be saving it for Action 2 Bros someday.
I know I watched the second season, and there's bits and pieces I remember here and there. I can remember Marvel Zombies being awesome.
Marvel Zombies has a show now too.
Yeah, which I haven't watched yet, but I still love. I think people were pissy about it, but like I thought it made sense where like Ultron, like Thanos showed up and Ultron just like one shot him.
Yeah, Vision. He has the Mind Stone. He's also a very powerful robot made of adamantium or vibranium, depending on the canon.
And I think too,
he would be able to do that. I think so.
Yeah, and like also too, like didn't he have like more than one stone at that point?
I feel like he had more than one, possibly. Yeah. He was incredibly powerful. It was a very funny scene. I said, I liked What If season 1. I'll probably watch more later. But yeah, you like 2 and 3 or?
Yeah, I remember. We haven't finished 3. I never finished 3, but I enjoyed 2 a lot. Let's see. I remember that scene too. Like I liked it because it was like, Thanos. Like he's intimidating, but like he's a bit dramatic. So like him going for the drama versus Ultron to what Ultron was.
Yeah.
I think the problem was like people misunderstand Ultron. I may not know him from the comics the same way, but like simple. I mean, you look at Age of Ultron, like he did a fucking lot.
He did a shit ton. He almost destroyed the planet in like a day or so. So like he was incredible. I think Ultron was fantastic, and I really want to see Ultron come back.
I think my saddest thing about What If is with I get with certain people, but I felt like James Spader not coming back to voice Ultron was sad because he did a great job.
He was great.
In the film.
The next show would be Secret Invasion.
I didn't watch that. I don't think I watched any of the later shows.
No, it was the one that everyone was like, "This sucks." I thought it was mid. That one I probably would give a fucking 4.5 or 6.
See, I feel
it's
like
not great.
Nick Cage being revealed to be in space.
Nick Cage.
Nick Fury being revealed to be in space.
This is the one that, probably most directly tied into the Marvels.
And it was just like confusing.
Yeah, they have a interplanetary defense, and that's what Secret Invasion ends with, is him like leaving the planet. It revealed a couple of characters were Skrulls. What's her name? Maria Hill gets killed in the show, which is unfortunate.
Didn't she? Didn't she actually show up in one of the Spider-Man movies as being?
She was in a couple things.
She and Fury in Far From Home were shown to be Skrulls, right?
No, they weren't Skrulls.
Yeah, they were.
No, they weren't. In Far From Home?
I swear to God.
No, she was in that though, but she was not a Skrull. No Skrulls were revealed in Far From Home.
They were at the end of Spider-Man.
They both got snapped in the end of Endgame, and but no, they weren't Skrulls. We found out that what's it called? For some unknown, Martin Freeman, Bilbo from The Hobbit, and the friend of Black Panther, he was a Skrull for who knows how long. Rhodey, War Machine, was also a Skrull
the whole time.
I don't know. The other one, at least since the accident in Civil War. So, yeah.
Huh.
And there's a couple other characters who are revealed. And then the president gives a really crazy speech about, like, fucking, if you see an alien, kill it. All aliens are not allowed on the Earth anymore. Kill them all. Not metaphorical at all, I'm sure. But like, and then at the end, we also Nick Fury. We see his wife, who we meet is actually a Skrull, but that he knew he married a Skrull specifically after the events of Captain Marvel, which is, I guess, nice. But yeah, she gets killed in the process in those stories. So it's like a very dramatic spy movie. Like, tone is the show the whole time.
That's right. I think I watched the first episode, and I remember that Maria Hill gets killed in the first episode.
I don't know if it was the first or one of the first. It's early on. But and then at the end, they also introduce a character who's like the Super Skrull, who has a bunch of the fucking Marvel characters' powers now, and now would be incredibly fucking powerful if she shows up in anything else. But who knows if she will or not. And so yeah, it's a very weird show that was very badly received. I don't think it was very good either, but it ties into the Marvels directly. After that, Echo, which I told you, like, she's the half Native American, half Hispanic, deaf protege, or is she mute? I think she might be deaf. I'm not sure. I can't remember. One or the other. She's a sign language. And she's the protege of Daredevil. And I believe she's deaf. Okay. And it's like her going to somewhere in New Mexico, and like fighting local mafia people there. It's a very minor show and like no ties to anything at all.
Huh.
Except for Kingpin is her uncle, I believe. Kingpin's her uncle, I think. That's why she's related to that. And then Ironheart, legit, very, very fun. Riri Williams from Wakanda Forever gets kicked out of MIT for being an idiot, for fucking up and making Iron Man suits instead of helping people. And now she's back in her fucking old hood, gets set up in a crime group, And then one of the people is a fucking magic user. And that gets her tied up with Mephisto, played by Sacha Baron Cohen. And he is incredible.
So Ironheart introduces Mephisto?
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Yeah. And he's just like, it's Sacha Baron fucking Cohen. So, you know, he's great. He's fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. But, like, I didn't think that's where he's getting Mephisto.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Yeah.
He's, I mean, that's the character that's going to show up.
He's literally the devil. like, he is the current ruler of hell, the devil. Yes. And he is introduced in Ironheart, where she's, like, in the ghetto running crimes and, like, you know, robbing people and shit. And, like, fucking Mephisto's just like, hey, I'll fucking, you know, I'll bring your fucking dead friend back. I'll fucking do all kinds of crazy motherfucking shit. You won't even know what that was happening.
Damn.
And it's really cool.
And
guess what? She does not beat him. So you get Mephisto.
Oh, boy.
It's great.
I mean, doesn't, like, no one actually beat him, though?
That's the point. Nobody can beat Mephisto. He's the best. Except for Ghost Rider. When he slammed him into hell at the end of Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance. Pretty sick.
I mean, to be fair, though, Ghost Rider always
Ghost Rider's kind of specifically equipped to deal with him, so it's kind of an unfair fight. So yeah, that was just me listing all of the Marvel movies and all Marvel projects from the top down. And also mentioned since then Wonder Man, a very fun, down-to-earth show of just a dude with superpowers trying to make it in Hollywood, where if you have superpowers, you can't get hired. So him and Trevor Slattery from Iron Man 3 are just goofing around Hollywood. Ben Kingsley's character. No, Ben Kingsley's character.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just two of them. Fucking everyone's like, oh my god, is that the Mandarin? Oh, I love you, dude. Oh, it was a very funny scene where like these kids were like, those two have to like bust into some like, you know, they're trying to like do some very stupid, funny, silly Hollywood thing. But they get tied up in some like dumb little like candy packaging thing for a second. And they like go into a room with these like young people and they're like, oh my god, the Mandarin, me and my homie in middle school used to like quote you all the time. And he's like, oh, America, you need to learn a lesson. And he's like, yeah, I played that guy, don't worry about it. It's very funny. And it's also a very huge indictment of the Hollywood film industry at this moment. It's very, very cool. Wonder Man, check it out. It's fucking fantastic. And then Agatha All Along, which you also mentioned. Did you watch Agatha, the whole series? I did watch
that.
Very, very fun.
That was very good. I believe it was called The Gayest Show.
The Gayest Show? Well, I'll say Wonder Man's pretty gay.
I mean...
it's fantastic.
The Agatha All Along is very gay.
Very, very gay, yes.
Very good.
Very awesome.
I loved it.
It's fantastic. It it's really, really legit fantastic. I love that show. And I want all those characters to come back. We'll see some of them. The ones who are not dead. We'll see some.
Yeah, which I think I loved, like, certain other, like, the, some of them, like, I don't know, I loved the way it was shot and everything. And
very fun, very cool show. The ending reveal at the end with the Agatha All Along was very fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's a legit fantastic show. Now, yeah, we're going to actually get to our actual opinions on Marvel movies. Specifically, I have my bottom list and I have my top list. Do you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
I did the top list, but I have a bottom list.
All right, want to go from the bottom?
So I only have 4 I could come up with for my bottoms.
Just a loose, personal one that you don't think about much or whatever for the fifth place.
I haven't seen them all enough, and these are the 4 that I point to, and I think, like, I couldn't. It's harder to find it.
Or do you want me to go first in case you need some time to think about the fifth?
Honestly, I'm not gonna be able to. I was looking like I can't think of a 5th, so let me just give these 4 out, and these are in no particular order.
Really? Nice.
And I say that for a reason. I'm just straight up say the Marvels is on that list.
Same.
This is one, again, it's controversial, I'm sure. Wakanda Forever's on my list.
How dare you?
Namor.
Yeah.
Because Namor.
I mean, you can go into why. You can do everything like that.
Iron Man 2 is on there just because it felt like 3... and 3's not on my list. I thought about it, but I appreciate the idea of the storyline enough that I think that even if it didn't execute it well, I liked it. Plus, I liked the fake out of the Mandarin. Like, there was things that I liked enough. I guess maybe that's my unofficial 5th. And then Thor: The Dark World, because it was just all over the place, and it failed. It just failed for me, which is a shame because I liked a lot in it, but it failed me.
No, I get it. This was very, very difficult. My bottom 5, because I was just like, I was really just like I said, every time I thought about a movie for more than a couple seconds, I'd be like, well, that scene was pretty cool, and that villain was pretty interesting. And this, I could just start thinking about the positive things about it, which says a lot for this franchise, I would say, because my immediate reaction normally in movies is like, okay, what was wrong with it? Well, this and this sucked. Like, no, I'm just like, well, I like this about that, and I like that about that. Okay, so number 5 spot is The Incredible Hulk. It's just very, very weak. And, like, the Abomination has showed up in multiple things since then. Like you said, Shang-Chi showed up, but also what he did in Shang-Chi, like going through that portal and escaping to that fight tournament, is what gets him in trouble in She-Hulk, where she has to be his lawyer because he's escaped his prison, technically. It's very fucking funny. And also just her interacting with him. Like, you try to kill my cousin. And he's just like, well, I'm chill as hell now. It's very fucking cool. Emil Blom. But yeah, the movie itself was very, very weak. The Abomination was underutilized and looked ugly as shit. What the Hulk? I don't remember what else the Hulk did. He ran from the military a couple times, I think, and that's pretty much it. But that's all he does in most of his own movies, which is why he hasn't had a single movie since then, unfortunately.
Fair.
Number 4 spot is The Marvels, but no spoiler first placement in our grand scheme. It's not that low on my actual all the 27 movies we've watched list, but it is still on my bottom Marvel movie list. Next will be Captain America: Brave New World, unfortunately. That's the new one with Sam Wilson's one. No spoilers. I think you should probably check it out if you can. What they're doing with the Tiamat is interesting enough, but it's like they really underutilized all the villains in the movie badly. I would say that the Red Hulk does not get any screen time practically. Sidewinder, played by Carl Esposito, a fucking incredible actor, completely wasted, just like Gore. Very underutilized in that movie. And also, like, yes, very nebulous. Sam needs a better support team in his movie because he's with his fucking boyfriend or whatever from the fucking Winter Soldier, the Hispanic kid he's teaching. He's the new Falcon, and he's running around with him the whole movie, and he's not that great. He's not really interesting enough. If Sam was with Bucky, who shows up in the movie for one scene, that would have been probably a lot better of a movie. Or
I think another character that should show up more is what's his name? The guy, the black man who had the super serum.
Oh yeah, he's in the movie. The movie's about that dude trying to kill President Harrison Ford, the Red Hulk. And he takes him to the. Oh, I don't want to spoil the movie, but like the second, like one of the first scenes is Isaiah Bradley being controlled and suddenly getting up, beating the shit out of all of his fucking security because he is still a super soldier even though he's old, and trying to kill the president. And then him going to jail for that.
Oh shit.
And Sam trying to fucking clear his name, and that's when it leads to all the other shit with Sidewinder, the Red Hulk, and the actual main villain of the movie, which is another big disappointment. So, but you'll see.
But the grandson, I felt like should have been.
He's an actual young Avenger called Prodigy, who I hope he shows up again. But anyway, number 2 spot is Iron Man 3. Unfortunately, I would say that the Extremis, which is the name of that like super soldier serum that all those guys have, where they're like breathing fire or whatever the hell.
They explode.
Yeah, that was underutilized, and also the Mandarin fake out I didn't like, but also a very funny thing. When I saw that in the theaters, and the scene where he's like infiltrating the base, and the guy like pulls a blanket, and you see like 2 women just randomly in the bed. Some like person in the theater was like, "Ew!" When I watched that in the theater, I think it was like a kid. It was very fucking funny. But like, and then he's Trevor Slattery hiding behind a curtain, and he's very goofy, which at the time I did not like. But now, since then, in Shang-Chi and Wonder Man, I love that character now. But that was a really disappointing thing because it was like, again, nothing to do with the Mandarin. I would love to see Tony go up against fucking Shang-Chi's father. That motherfucker was sick. But yeah, the Extremis
I feel that fight would be over pretty quickly, though.
For who?
For Tony, for Marvel's Tony. Yeah. I feel like Shang-Chi's dad with the rings
would win.
Yeah,
I do. I agree because he's able to fucking slap people down with that shit and fucking just power through. He's awesome. I would love to see that fight. But like, yeah,
the 7 rings. Like, what are those in the comic? Do they ever get fully explained?
In the comics, they're nothing like that. In the comics, they're literally just like rings on his fingers that each have like different powers. Well, like one shoots fire, one shoots like lightning, one like mind controls people.
Like Shang-Chi.
Oh, Shang-Chi is just like a martial artist who can like duplicate himself or something.
So it's
very different. No, he's just a good fighter. Okay.
Because, like, spoiler alert.
I think he has Iron Man, like, or Iron Fist, like, martial arts skills sometimes.
Okay, because, like, spoiler alert, like, the 7 rings in Marvel, in the MCU, like, I even said, like, did Festos create those?
That would make sense, maybe.
Because...
Or the same kind of, yeah, they seem like they could be.
Similar to what he builds.
Like, and also, like, when he puts the rings together, then they make some kind of, like, thing where like they fuse the rings together to make a big like ball or something. I feel like
possibly.
Again, it looks similar to the weird time engine or whatever the fuck that Kang has in his thing, which would be a very interesting use of it. But yeah, fucking Iron Man 3, I thought that Guy Pearce as I don't remember what the fuck he called himself, whatever that character's name is in the comics. Yeah, I guess so, which doesn't make any sense. In the comics, that character's 10 times more interesting. I'll tell you that. The Extremist dude is like a weird fucking guy who gets experimented on and becomes like the super soldier, and like it's a really much more interesting story in the comics, and it's not very done to that. Number 1, Thor: Dark World. I love Algrim Curse.
I remember
in the comics. Yeah, I named a character after Algrim Curse because he's so fucking cool. Algrim, aka Curse. That movie was the Malekith was terrible. Fucking no point in them. They didn't go into what the fuck. They really didn't expand on their universe much. They just mentioned Alfheim, I guess, but not really went into anything of it. Jane having left Thor is sad, but like it just didn't have that much going on. They brought back all of his old crew, Eric Selvig being crazy, and Kat Dennings' character, just because Thor knows him, I guess. But he felt so tertiary. It felt so tertiary, and like none of that stuff has really come up again since. And I'm just like, that's fine. It doesn't need to. It's not very interesting.
I mean, I feel like the most interesting points from that film were connected into other films when they travel back in the past.
Yeah.
Like
the best, when he sees his mother, he sees he's still worthy, and he talks to his mother, who knows she's gonna die. It's fucking cool as hell.
Even to like the play that references it.
Yeah, very cool.
That was funny, and
the play. I thought the play was in 3.
Well, the play was in 3, but it referenced the scene
events.
in 2.
When he dies and he's faking his death.
Yeah,
very funny.
Well, I mean, that even ended with him taking the throne from Odin, didn't he?
Yeah.
So like it was connected to it was like it's interesting for that sense, but it failed outside of that. Like
not good.
It was more interesting as a connective piece than it is an actual movie.
Yeah, and also the introducing the Reality Stone as that big dumb cloud for the Malekith had. That's what that was. But it's like that was so random and stupid. It was Thor: Dark World was weak, but it was weak. But like I said, there's still a lot I love in it. And I still would like put it pretty high on any kind of other list. But yeah, that's my bottom 5 movies. Top 5. You got your top 5, or you?
See, this is a lot harder because like there's so many good ones.
Yeah, just think about all the stuff you love about it. It's really difficult.
I mean, if I'm gonna rattle off a few, I think the first Captain America.
First one?
Captain America, the first Avenger.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I like the period piece. I love Red Skull. I love Red Skull.
Hugo Weaving's great.
Yeah, and I think the fact that I love that he came back, the way he came back.
Very fun, that was very great. Weird.
But I think it's a great, like, especially for the time, like that was the film for me that I feel like is the best kind of film in terms of like all the of all the introductory movies. I feel like that was one of the strongest ones.
I'll say that was probably an honorable mention on my bottom list, number 1.
Really?
Cap 1, yeah. Surprisingly.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Guardians 2, like if I had to pick out of all of them, like Guardians 2 is probably my favorite. I think it does the best thematically. I think like it does some of the best character work. Getting Mantis in was incredible. I also like too, it shows Rocket skills. Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, what he's able to do in that. And then I think too, it does a great job of, Ego and Yondu being so thematically similar, and it hits hard. It just does such a great job. And even too, like the fact that you get like a great opening scene that actually is connective with all that stuff. One of the biggest letdowns is that Adam Warlock is just all right in the third, but still great.
Yeah,
still fun.
Still fun.
But yeah, I think that was one of my favorites of those. I mean, Endgame is like, I mean, there's gonna be nothing like it. I mean, I still remember being in the theater right down the road here, and when that came through, like I still tear up at that scene. There's the music will get Fantastic. Me, and it's something you can't get built. I'm trying to think of some of the other films, but I'm honestly Multiverse of Madness. I think I really enjoy the fuck out of that movie. Oh yeah. I think it's thematically great. I think it's some of like the best. Like Benedict Cumberbatch is one of those actors who he balances the line between I'm a smug asshole and I'm enjoyably annoying, and I think he's able to find that balance between them.
Oh yeah,
and like the perfect levels. And I think I like America. I love America. That's her name, right?
America Chavez. Yeah.
Yeah, I say. Let's make sure I said that. Like, I love America. Wait a minute.
End of sentence.
But I think America Chavez is a great character. I honestly like. I mean, obviously the Sam Raimi of it, like the fucking souls taking over the zombie scene was great. And people talk about like Wanda, but like it in a sense makes sense that like, you know, she got the Darkhold after WandaVision, and like you know, you look at it like, oh well, she can just do whatever, but like, you know what? She was clearly influenced by the Darkhold, and I think that that's kind of lost on people. Is like. Part of it is probably there's a part of the Darkhold that's like, you know, you gotta do this, and like putting in these paranoids. And maybe the biggest failure is it doesn't do the greatest job of putting that out there, but just a great film overall.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to think of another good one, but
I mean, yeah, that's 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna say just Deadpool. Deadpool and Wolverine, I guess, is the technical one.
Yeah,
but
that movie's fucking incredible.
But yeah, no, I think it's super fun. It's got great references. It's got great fake outs. It utilizes it all. It's fun. It's fun. It's funny, and I think too, like getting to put Hugh Jackman into that role is just great.
Fantastic movie.
It is.
All right. Well, I'll say my list. Number 5, Winter Soldier. Like I said before, I saw that movie probably 3 or 4 times in theaters. I love that fucking movie so much. Every single thing from the big reveal of S.H.I.E.L.D. being evil, everything with Bucky and Cap's backstory and history together. Their fight scenes were all incredibly cool. Shot in Cleveland. Like every time we drive down,
that's true. Yeah.
Every time we drive over that fucking bridge downtown, my sister's like, "Oh, this is where Bucky and Cap fought. I love it." She's like fucking hype as shit about it.
See, I recognize especially when Nick Fury's car gets attacked.
Oh, yeah.
That's on Euclid because we used to take the bus, the health line down.
Absolutely, yeah, fucking awesome as hell. I remember when they were shooting. I remember when they were shooting the first Avengers movie with Loki scene in front of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, when it was some kind of like ball or something like that. That I remember they shut down for shooting that.
Was that you talking about the same one? He was like, it was like he's like Neil.
Yeah,
that was in front of Tower City.
Tower City,
because they I remember seeing it when I went down there. They put the sign over the casino.
Yeah,
that was Old Public Square, and I did actually see there is a random scene of like debris falling and crushes a hot dog stand.
Yeah.
I saw that hot dog stand get crushed in real life.
Hell yeah. But yeah, when they shut down the Euclid and the other, that fucking bridge downtown for the Captain America fight sequence too, I remember that shutting down too. Very fucking cool.
I think I don't know if I have it downstairs or it's at my parents' house. I am pretty sure that when they were filming the first Avengers, I took a rock from one of the sets.
Hell yeah. Fucking awesome as hell. Yeah, the fucking Winter Soldier is incredible. The big reveal with the Triskelion, the big giant ships falling out of the sky, the cool ass sequence. It was an amazingly done movie. Next, number 4 was Multiverse of Madness. Incredible. I love Doctor Strange. America Chavez fucking ruled. I love what a horrible horror villain Wanda was after the very sympathetic but still evil events of WandaVision. Making her an actual villain because of what she did was a fucking perfect follow-up to that, I think.
Yeah, and I think she did
regardless of what Monica Rambeau says, I think she was bad.
Yeah. And I think it was great too because she was not just like, she was sympathetic in a way at times. Yeah. Like, you know, it was a twisted love kind of thing. Yeah. And also, I mean, like her whole bit of action there in that alternate universe was
very cool. Yeah, her killing the Illuminati was very fucking fun.
I mean, like, it's, you know, like, you can goof on it and joke on it, but I think, like, she's that fucking powerful.
Yeah, she is.
And also, like,
when she's completely giving herself over to the Darkhold, she's that powerful.
It also was, you know, like,
very funny seeing all those dumb cameos get killed. Very
yes,
yeah, very very cool.
And even then, I felt like too they gave Sir Patrick Stewart a great death because he didn't just get like murdered out of nowhere. He was like
a weird mind battle with somebody who's magic. He lost to the magic. It was very fucking cool.
Very.
And also being he was being typical Professor X kind and not like fucking kill you like he could have.
He also got that was a jump scare too.
Oh, very fun jump scare. Sam Raimi did a great horror movie.
Yeah.
A fucking great movie. Number 3 is going to be Thunderbolts, which I know you haven't seen yet, so I won't go too much into detail, but it is a lengthy exploration into depression that is handled very, very well, on top of a very fun group of idiots fucking each other over, which is always very cool. And then the Sentry, aka the Void, is fucking terrifying. I brought it up before how like insanely powerful the Sentry is in Marvel Comics, and in that he is appropriately terrifying and awesome. Yeah, Yelena's story is beautiful. Fucking Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp is another member in there in the team. Red Guardian. Bucky actually comes back after the event. Yeah, it's great. It's a very fun movie. Very fun story, and like I said, very, very like introspective on depression. It's very, very cool. Number 2, Wakanda Forever, and you're wrong. I think Namor is fucking rules. I will agree that he did do the thing where they're like he's unsympathetic, but then he's just like, I'm gonna be super evil now. But I think, given his past, given what Suri did, the reason also specifically he's going after them is because that like in their escape or whatever, he did kill one of his people who he's been trying to protect this whole time. Nemorito's fun. Atuma's fun. Fucking all the Atlanteans are really, really cool. It looks beautiful. The actor is fucking hot as shit. Everyone's sexy in that movie. All the people from Wakanda, everything's fucking great. But yeah, everyone was handled amazingly. I thought the movie looks beautiful. Everyone's outfits are beautiful. Seeing the power of them, and also the Queen's struggle after the loss of her son. Shuri's struggle after the loss of her brother. The fucking Okoye dealing with being kicked out because of something she could not control, losing to those fucking Atlanteans who are all super powered. It's so goddamn good.
I mean, like I said, it's on my list, but it's. I mean, those are things I can definitely agree with. Yeah. And like I said, it felt like there was a good movie in there. It didn't come together for me, and there was too much disjointedness between good things.
I think give it another watch. Also, I watched the director commentary, but like the amount of stuff that was practical in that movie is surprising. Looks they built a shit ton
Namor was really flying with shoes.
Yeah, he really is a mutant with the winged feet, and he was flying everywhere. The fucking fight scene where he is flooding Wakanda is fucking sick as shit. M'Baku trying to fucking hit him with that stick and it just fucking shattering on him. He's just like, it's so sick. And he's like punches him in the chest and like fucking sends him flying. There's so many fun scenes in that. A million fun characters. Like I said, everyone's hot. The fucking movie's beautiful. I love the story. I love every single character, and that's why it's number 2. Number 1, another Captain America movie. It is Civil War, which I think is the best Avengers movie. Avengers 1, fun. Avengers Age of Ultron, underrated. Endgame and Infinity War, fucking tear-jerking, intense, and massive. But the actual intimate story and the struggle that everyone's appearance, everything that happened in Civil War, I think was one of the best representations of the Avengers in a story for me. The way everyone was split, but everyone showed up. The introduction of the Black Panther being sick as shit. It was really fucking cool. And like everyone was awesome. Baron Zemo's plan was right and fun, but he's fucking an insane psycho who's killed tons of innocent people. His backstory was very, very cool. Whenever you see him like listening to the recording of his dead wife and finding out he was in that fucking giant chunk of city that Ultron was gonna drop is like, it's like that connecting of that to the world, the introduction of Wakanda to the world. It was just like, that movie was fucking perfect. It was insanely good.
Honestly, I put that on my top list there because I agree. Because like it had great moments, it had great scenes, it had great interactions. It was drama filled, and it was like, there was no right side because you saw both. You could understand where people were coming from. You could understand these things, and like, yeah, it was easier to sympathize with one side over the other. But also too, I kind of loved the fake out of the super soldiers, where it's like
the Serpent Society which is also that was also joked about during their like one of their earliest press conferences, saying like, next movie Captain America versus Serpent Society, and everyone was just like, oh okay, and then like they're like, wait, that doesn't seem right, and they erase it, and it's instead of Serpent Society it says Civil War, and everyone's like, freaking out. But I'm like, actually it's a funny gag about what happens in the movie because like the Serpent Society, all those freaks that he killed are specifically supervillains that like go by snake names, and they're called the Serpent Society. Nice. And that's why the fake out like was extra funny.
But like I felt like that being the fake out was like so good because it was like it humanized everybody, and it did such a good job. And I think too, like, it put everyone on a great arc forward, and they built on it.
So goddamn good.
It was really good.
Oh, now that's my top 5 movies. The other thing we were talking about the MCU characters specifically. Do you have your actual list of characters? Or want me to go for you?
I got my list of characters.
All right, let's go.
So I felt like, again, I like Falcon / Captain America. Mm-hmm. I thought Sam was great. I think his a great introduction, and I liked his journey to become, to becoming it and understanding, like, and because of the two, I think that it was a great commentary and struggle on, on that experience. So I thought he was really, really always handled well.
Oh, yeah.
Wanda / Scarlet Witch, I really loved, everything they did with her from her introduction to Ultron all the way through everything that she's been in. And I'm sure eventually she's going to come back somewhere.
I'm sure she'll be back, yeah.
And I kind of gave a half to Agatha as well. I thought Agatha Harkness in the MCU specifically was great. Like,
oh yeah,
she's just a charismatic nightmare, and I love her so much.
Yeah, he's a fucking literally chaotic fucking person who's very, very entertaining and fun to fucking follow.
Someone I mean, it was hard to think about a bit, but I thinking like MCU that I knew, I gotta say, I think Star-Lord. And it's because of the Guardians films. I think, like, Chris Pratt aside, I think Star-Lord is a great character because I think, like, he ties the group together well, and I think that he's so, I don't want to say, like, he's so flawed,
Oh, yeah, he's very flawed.
We love our flawed characters.
Yeah, of course.
So I think he's a great character who's flawed to have, and he's, he's an idiot, but he's lovable of an idiot. Yeah. And I think for, like, again, taking some of the more modern Chris Pratt out of it, he was a great character for Chris Pratt he was a character who was a badass, but didn't come across as, oh yeah, I know I'm a badass, I'm just expected to be one. Like, he was also a goofball idiot. Like, he was an Andy / what's his name from Jurassic World. Yeah. And I felt like and again, in the films, in the Guardians film specifically, he's written really, really well. I feel like not so much out of it, but Loki, especially because of the show.
Oh yeah.
A bit of it, I am biased. My ex was a big Loki fan, Tom Hiddleston. So and everything, but I felt like every time he showed up in the films, he was great. He was he stole the scene, and the show, it was just fantastic.
Oh yeah.
And it literally let him show what he had. And then maybe this is a sleeper, but an MCU, and I don't know if he's different in the comics or not. I love Wong.
Wong's very fun.
He's a character who, like, he's not in it terribly much, but he shows up, he's just he is such a good character in all of these. Like,
very fun. Deservedly Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, he genuinely, like, they make a joke on it, but no, he deserves it. He's not someone who's, just another guy. Like, he is a great character, and I think the fact that we get that small thing in Shang-Chi where you see him fighting in that one thing, it's like, he's not a perfect guy, but he also understands what it takes to be a Sorcerer Supreme and a sorcerer and everything.
Yeah,
he's just a blast to watch.
He has a couple very, very fun bits in She-Hulk as well, where she's like, she literally looks at the camera, she's like, oh, well, Wong, he's like fucking internet points for a couple of weeks if he shows up. Let me have another cameo from him. He's very fucking cool. Yeah, he's fucking awesome as hell. He's very, very cool. I love Wong. So yeah, that's your top 5 list?
My top 5, yeah.
Okay. Number 5 will be Yelena Romanov, the second Black Widow, Natasha's sister from Black Widow movie, the Hawkeye TV show where she's like technically, like I said, technically a secondary villain, and then Thunderbolts where she is, like I said, she's trying to kill Hawkeye in the show, but like Kate Bishop's like holding her off, but like they actually become like friends. She like sneaks into her house and is like, what are you doing in my house? She's like, oh, I met some macaroni. I'm sitting here having some lunch. And then she's very fucking like very fun Yeah, her and Kate Bishop have an actual really funny relationship after that movie because like she's treating her like a little kid, but like they're like the same age and they're very goofy and they want to hang out later, which is very cool. And then yeah, in the Black Widow movie, she's like making fun of her sister for being a superhero, but she obviously is very jealous of it. Also, I love Florence Pugh as an actor is fucking incredibly great. She's in Midsommar, she was incredible, but she plays Yelena very fun. And then you get to Thunderbolts, where like I said, it's a fucking exploration. It's literally about her depression.
Oh damn!
About everything that's happened. I forgot to mention in Hawkeye, you see that she got snapped from the from Endgame. She was one of the people who disappeared. So she's like on some mission to kill somebody. Goes into
Infinity War.
Infinity War, yeah. She's like on a mission to kill somebody. Goes into a bathroom for a second, gets snapped. Like you see her like close. Like you see her like disappearing and opening her eyes again. She's like, "What the hell is that?" And then she like goes out and she like 5 years later, it's a completely different house. The target's already left. And she's like, "Oh, what the fuck is happening?" And then she finds out her sister's dead. Finds out that Clint killed her. Technically, and then she goes on to the events of that. But then, yeah, she's just her. She hates her life. She hates the work. She doesn't want to be an assassin in Thunderbolts, and she's like just doing like one last job. But it's a really fucking good movie, and she's really fucking good in everything she's in. She's those are really like one of the top characters. Definitely check out Thunderbolts when you get a chance.
Damn.
Next, Multiverse of Madness. Wrong list. Number 4 is Thanos. Infinity War was literally his movie. As the people have said before, he's the protagonist of that movie. It is about him succeeding in his journey. He goes on in a full-ass character arc, sacrificing his own daughter for this goal of his. And he explains his motivations. He explains that he tried to save his people and he didn't listen. He kicks the ass of all the Avengers easily, single-handedly.
That he does.
Hulk, he kicks his ass. Thor, he kicks his ass. He gets killed by Thor in the end, but like, Josh Brolin plays the character with a shit ton of pathos, and then in Endgame, when he comes back, he's like, all your scheming and everything brought you back to me. Like, oh, look at that, and I'm right back here, fucking in the future. I'm here to fuck you up again. Fucking incredible. The scene where in the beginning when his arms all burnt and he's like chilling out, and like at the end of Endgame when he's like sitting down, like smiling on his farm, and they show up and like kill him. He's just like, maybe I treated you too harshly, daughter. He's like very chill and like whatever. I destroyed the stones. I used them to destroy them. You didn't see that second pulse? That was it. He's just like so chill. He succeeded. He's fucking chill. He's like, it's such a intense villain that seems like insurmountable. Not even getting into his weird ties with the Deviants and the Eternals, which was referenced in the end of Eternals with Eros, his brother.
Oh god, that's gonna be part of our next recording, I'm sure.
Oh, of course. Yeah. But yeah, no, Thanos is a very amazing villain. Great pathos, great design, fun fighter, but also like really, really cool. In two of the biggest movies of the series, and everyone loves him. Everyone knows him.
I think I appreciate too, like the way he was built up. Like he deserved a build up. Like the fact that we, the biggest complaint I have was, because I remember what I knew about when it's like, to deal with them is to court death, and initially the him turning to camera and smiling, knowing what I know now and everything. And he definitely owned it. And I even love too, like he's like, I know it's like, your legs turn to jelly, whatever, he can't stand, and like the fact that that's his last scene.
Yeah, and also when Peter Quill's like he's like shoot him, and like he like holding his daughter, and she's just like, what did I tell you? If you ever used me as a hostage, shoot me. And then he does shoot, and he's like, I like him, and then he disappears. It's like, oh, you son of a bitch. He's great. Yeah,
and I think too, like the twistedness of the character.
Yep.
Was like something that he had good intentions, but was unwilling to see any other way than this one.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the biggest like letdowns of Eternals, being whatever happened to it, because like there's more to do with the character, and I think that seeing Titan was such a tease that should go somewhere.
Like, Planet Titan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
going to be a lot to get into. More preamble. More annoying preamble shit. Sorry, listeners, we have the more fucking shitty foreshadowing. but this is going to be obviously a super long episode. But yeah, going into Titan's history and what they meant by Eros being his brother and stuff like that, and what Thanos actually is, like, genetically, is very interesting. I might as well just tell you it's a spoiler, but Titan is a planet where the Eternals became the dominant race on that planet for those people. On all the planets they mentioned, there are the Prime race, which is going to be like the basic standard one. There is the Eternals, which are beings that were enhanced by Celestials, given, some cosmic power, a little bit of it. And then the Deviants, which were just let their genetics and their, abilities just go crazy and see what the fuck happens. All the planets have these, or had them. All living planets that are celestial eggs, like, spoiler, Eternals are. And sometimes one takes over, sometimes another takes over. Two examples. One where the Eternal race became the dominant race, the Kree. That's why they felt like they were entitled to do the experiments they did that create the Inhumans. Another race where the demons took over, the Skrulls. That's why they're all able to shapeshift and they're all completely genetically unstable.
Huh.
So Titan was a planet that was dominated by their Eternals. Specifically, I think it's Uranus. So there's a couple of ones that are, but they're like related to their line is directly related to Thanos and Eros. Thanos, unfortunately, like the X-Men, has a deviant gene that fucked up his Eternal DNA. So that is why he is what he is, so powerful and so strong. So he's technically like an Eternal mutant. Which is why that's why he doesn't look like anything else from his race. He's also so huge, so powerful, and so strong. But maybe also why he's so insane.
Yeah, that could make sense.
Yeah,
deviants are weird because I had at one point I was like, wait a minute, like what exactly is this doing? Yeah.
Sorry, listeners, you'll have to listen. You'll have to keep listening. After that, now my number 3 person because that took so long. Because of course it did. Tony Stark. Of course, I like that, and there's no fucking denying that he was the fucking anchor being, like they said in other things, for the MCU. He started it all. He was absolutely incredible in all of his movies, even if the movies weren't the best. He was fucking incredible in everything. Robert Downey Jr. played the character immaculately. Every time he was on screen, he was compelling. He was amazingly funny. All of his suits are fucking sick as hell looking. His story was very tragic in the end, but he was he led a good life, had a family, did everything he wanted to do, and saved the world multiple times. And he did become the guy who jumped on the grenade, literally. Like he told Cap when he first met in Avengers. Yeah. He did that multiple times, actually. He did that in the first Avengers movie, and then everywhere subsequently. He's tried to save the planet, and he's, used his genius to do as much as he could, and he did a lot. Absolutely incredible character. I am hyped to see him as Doom. I'm curious what's going to happen, if it's a different timeline or what the fuck is with him. I'm very curious. But yeah, Tony Stark is absolutely inarguably a fucking incredible person. Number 2, this one almost stole the spot for number 1. Kang the Conqueror. AKA He Remains, AKA what the fuck is his pharaoh name? Whatever the fuck his pharaoh name is. All those fucking weird versions of Kang. The Council of Kangs. My mistake just going to Ensabanur, which is Apocalypse's thing. Kang is like, he felt so not incomprehensible. He's felt so insurmountable and unbeatable in Loki season 1. That's finale alone. I was like, yes, this being is more dangerous than Thanos. Yes, this being is probably the most dangerous thing that could possibly happen to the MCU. Just the scale of what he was. He felt so like existential. He felt like an existential threat that like there's no feasible way you can defeat him, because if you do, there's always another one from another timeline who didn't get defeated by you and knows what you did. So like, it's such a fun. Whenever you see Kang get fully utilized in things like the animated show Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes, where you actually see him fucking take out the Avengers, is very fucking cool. When the one that was in Quantumania said that he's killed Avengers, I'm like, I believe it. When you see what he's capable of, like what's it called? Janet's like turns tiny, steals this thing, and flies away. He just like shakes his hand. She unshrinks, falls to the ground, drops what she has. Or he's able to like just point to somebody, freeze him in place. He can like open portals to wherever he wants, whatever he wants. He's just like he felt so existentially like impossible to beat. And also, as He Who Remains, he was very fucking funny. He was so chill and so threatening, but like it was like he was just goofing, but also he felt like this person is on a string, like fucking. He's like, he's on his last leg, but also he still feels like he's not in any danger. It's really fucking. He's so goddamn.
I think the fact that the way we saw him and everything, and like he's like, you kill me, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, you don't kill me, see you tomorrow. Like, and I think too, like the fact that Loki, like the fact that he got through to Loki, in a way,
he convinced him, like, and also he had the whole long speech, and then he was just like, wait a second. Now I don't know what's gonna happen. It's like, it's so fucking fun. Just seeing a time traveler fully utilized like that is so goddamn cool. I'm upset that he's not being kept. I think like I was going to do the research to find out what the hell was going on with the actor Jonathan Majors. I didn't. So I thought
I heard that the things were dropped.
I believe they're dropped because I don't think he was arrested or anything like that. But he's not. They didn't bring him back to the MCU, so I have no idea what they're doing. If they keep the plot that they were going to have for him the same, but just replace him with Robert Downey Jr.'s Doom, I'm very curious if that's what they would do. But yeah, he felt so insanely threatening, and like I love the character in the comics even too. Like I said,
I would say I feel like an actor who could, if he wasn't already theoretically utilized as Electro, I feel like Jamie Foxx could play that.
No, the dude from Fallout looks very similar to him.
Maximus?
Yeah. A very much younger version, but he's fucking Kang the Conqueror. He's a time traveler.
That is true.
He doesn't have the sexy, deep voice of Jonathan Majors or his weird accent, but he could definitely play him. But
hey, you never know. I mean, how many times have you listened to like some of these guys and they sound like they're from the South and they talk, I've got such a harsh British accent.
I think he is British too, possibly.
Like, but it's crazy how like some of these people, like they have such.
Oh yeah, they're very
amazing.
Very good.
Like, they sound like they have better accents than we do, and we're American.
I mean, look at Benedict Cumberbatch and his weird New York accent.
Rick Grimes is the one that got me the most.
They're always funny, but yeah, I think Kang is fucking incredible, and he felt like I said, as existential as like any of the things, like more so than any Celestial, because he's taking out Celestials, which makes sense. Like I said, in the X-Men Apocalypse, the reason that Apocalypse has that shit is because Celestials gave him it to overthrow Kang the Conqueror. they try to stop him. That's how fucking bad he is. Jeez. So yeah, Kang's fantastically amazing. But he's not number one. Number one is a bit of a character I've not talked about very much, honestly, this entire last 4 hours. Number one character, the character who's suffered the most more than anyone in the show, someone whose power set is incredibly impressive, someone who does not get enough love and has had some of the most movies. Thor is my number one. He's lost literally everyone in his life. He's lost his father. He's lost his... On screen, we've seen him lose his father. We've seen him lose his mother. We've seen him lose his brother more than once. We've seen him lose his love of his life, Jane. We've seen him lose his sister that he's never knew he had. He's lost all of his people, 50%, and then another half after the fucking snap. But he still trucks on as a affable guy who you see him deal with his depression. People did not like the Fat Thor thing in Infinity War. Or was it Endgame? It was Endgame.
Endgame, yeah.
Yeah. After his journey in Infinity War, all the shit that he went through, losing his people, getting Stormbreaker, and people really didn't like the Fat Thor, maybe because of the couple of jokes at his expense, but I feel like that was an incredibly awesome arc for that character. Him going into depression, him feeling like, no, I did it, and they're like, hey man, it's fine, it's okay, and he's like, no, you don't understand, I did it. He's like freaking out, and he wants to do the snap because he's like, no, I'm gonna do it, I'm the only one who needs that, no, let me do it. He's like really freaking out. He really still wants to prove himself. He's gone through so much. Every single one of his movies ends depressingly, but he's like still triumphant. And like I said, he's still incredibly jovial and incredibly funny. And he's doing his best. And Chris Hemsworth in real life is also a very cool dude. He's very awesome. After the event, I'm a Thor Love and Thunder defender. I think that, it was another exploration of him after showing the montage of him getting into shape and trying to move on. His life still continues to get fucked up when he finds out Jane has cancer and he's trying to help her take out Thor. And they're still dealing with gore and all the fucking gods not helping and everything like that. He's gone through so much. I love the character. I think he's really underappreciated. And it seems like his suffering is not over because he's still going to get fucked up by Doctor Doom now soon. So his life is going to get worse somehow, which is it's awful. But like I said, I love that character. And besides that, I always love mythology, and like whenever it's implemented into a series that's like not about that, it's always very fascinating. Which I'm going to get into, like the gods and shit, probably on our next episode because there's too much to get into.
Yeah, because I got questions about them.
Yeah, I have a long answer for you, but no, Thor. He's like I said, he's had the most happen to his character besides like existentially or like on a meta level, all the different directors and tones that his movies have had and his interactions with the humans whenever he's back on Earth. It's all fucking very, very fascinating. But yeah, I love Thor. He's underrepresented character just because he's so goofy that you don't really think about like, well, he's probably suffered more than literally anybody else in the entire MCU. He's like, his life sucks, but he's still going, and now he has his daughter Love, but now she's in danger probably, and yeah, it's a lot going on. But like, I love him, and Chris Hemsworth is an amazing actor.
He does a great job. I will say, I think one of the funniest things is in What If, there's like, what if like Thor like threw a party on Earth or something, and literally, so in this world, like Loki wasn't adopted by like he still was a frost giant, so he shows up as a frost giant and he goes, Thor, my brother, what's up?
Yeah, they're still friends. Yeah, he's fucking great. It's so, yeah, I love that character to death. But yeah, that's the MCU characters that we love. Now, the last thing I asked was your favorite series, film, quadrilogy, trilogy, whatever, series specifically in the MCU.
I think I might have said it already, but it's Guardians of the Galaxy.
You didn't say explicitly, but it makes sense.
I think, like I said, I think the first Guardians actually saved MCU. I think that it put a bit of color and fun in where it was getting really macabre, and like I've talked to, like, if you are only one genre, you are gonna fail because that's your normal. So there's no way to hard hit, and I think that the films, like Ragnarok, especially after it, like the colorful landscape and goofy nature outside of like the dark shit that was going on and happening, you know, and everything. I think that was important to have, you know, and I think it helped the character grow into what he could be, even better. But like, I think what is nice too is like even though the first two films are about Star-Lord, the fact that the third one was more so about Rocket, and I think too, like, every single character plays well with each other. Like, obviously Star-Lord being the quote-unquote leader has a good connection, but like Groot is still able to interact with everybody and have interactions. Rocket, you know, he's a smart ass to people. What we get of Yondu is fantastic. Gamora is ironically one of the weakest of them, but I still feel like she does even like she and everything she gets, she does a great job of being that like sourpuss character without being like the stern, serious woman.
It was like being like a wet blanket. She's stern, but not like a wet blanket character.
Yeah, like she's stern, but she's also like naive at times, and I think that works. And then adding in Mantis in 2 was fantastic.
Oh yeah,
I think Ego was a fantastic villain.
Incredible.
And also probably murdered a lot of people.
I mean, that explicitly murdered a lot of people.
Yeah, like was set to potentially murder the entire, like, do what only Ultron has done and murder the entire universe.
Oh yeah.
And I think, you know, again, Yondu gets such a glow up, but even to Sean Gunn's character,
very fun.
Kraglin,
become the leader. Yeah,
he's great. What we get in 3 is great. I think it's, you know, it is not as strong as the others, but I think it's just, it also, like, it gives more, like, Drax gets such a good moment in that, and he's also an underwritten, like, an underdeserved, like an underserved, like, he is such a good character, I think, you know, and even to, like, David Bautista, and also to the fact with by David Bautista, who's like an awesome dude in real life, I've heard, you know, like, I just, it's such a good franchise. It's fun, but it's emotional. Yeah. In a way that I think not any other group of films can come together and say, like, on the whole, like, there are good films of each one, but they all have their own little red, you know, their dark black spot. Yeah. And I think the blackest spot is Guardians 3, but it's still really good.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. I love the Guardians movies, and that probably would have been my second pick, possibly. But my number one favorite film series in the MCU is going to be the Spider-Man trilogy.
That is a good one.
Yeah, they are, like, just thinking about it, I've, like, literally, I don't think in any of my other lists I've mentioned the Spider-Man movies, which is very funny. But, yeah, like, specifically, those movies, the tying together of that character who, like I said, he's the number one most popular superhero, period. I've never been super into Spider-Man, particularly, any version of it. But I will say that the trilogy of movies from, what was it, Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home, the stories that they fucking tell, Peter's journey, just Tom Holland is fucking incredible as the lead, but he feels so fucking compelling and fun to follow, even if it is another young Peter Parker. His struggles on like a low level, city level hero business is fucking cool as shit because all these others are super giant space traveling, giant monsters saving the planet. He's literally doing small time stuff, stopping criminals in all three of them, except for the third. Well, no, the third one too, kind of. Fucking incredible. It's like the first one, the Vulture reveal when he's like when he finds out that like that's the Vulture is her dad, and he's just like trying to go on, and then later when the Vulture finds out that he's Spider-Man, is so goddamn good. it's so fucking funny. The saving the class in the Washington Monument is so fucking fun. That was the first one, right? I feel like that was the first one. Yeah. So fun. The supporting cast of not even just MJ and his friend. I keep wanting to say Genki, but that's Miles' friend. I forgot the dude's name. Yeah, you look it up real quick. But yeah, him saving the class in the first one, all to go to Homecoming is so fucking fun and realistically Spider-Man seeming. It's such a fun ass build, and the fun of him like swinging around actually makes you want to play the game Spider-Man, which is an incredible fucking series. The suit jokes and like the actual design of the suit for Tony, his relationship with Tony in the first and second one is also, in the first one is very fucking cool. People didn't like it because they made him called him Iron Man Jr. and stuff like that, but I thought it was a very interesting Ned. Okay, it was a very little interesting way of building that character, different from the other two versions. He has an actual protege who he's a protege to a master scientist, so that's what he needs. Then the second one comes out, Far From Home, Mysterio, that fucking reveal, and fucking incredible. That the fucking theater blew up when he fucking was just like, was that hard? Like, get this thing off of me. And then like everyone was like, oh, fucking what? And then the funny reveal of like, yeah, he was that barf thing that he made in the beginning of Civil War was actually like, that's like crazy hologram technology, and he's like using it for fucking therapy sessions. It's so fucking good. And then that guy from the first one, and then a lot of the people who have like lost their jobs to him. It's so fucking funny. And then you actually get to see him like go around and like deal with. Like he's the Mysterio's joke about like how the world is so fucking crazy right now with all the aliens and monsters and shit. I can say I'm from another dimension and everyone believes me because everyone's so fucked up right now, and it's perfect. And it's all just to get revenge and get control of Tony's fucking AI system. And that's all he's doing. He's stopping a criminal from doing another small time crime.
Well, big time crime.
I mean, it's a big time crime. It's probably a multi-billion-dollar crime, but still, it's like a city level crime. Still, even if it's a lot of money and dangerous with the drones and stuff that he's using to make all the holograms. He also successfully tricked Shield. Maria Hill and Nick Fury believe him, and like he gets his identity exposed at the end of the movie, which is fucking a crazy thing to happen for Spider-Man. But he's still such a young kid getting screwed over this badly, struggling so much, and like the Night Monkey or whatever the hell is weird other alternate egos call it, all the fucking fun bits and like all around traveling around the world fighting all those other monsters, the CGI monsters.
Yeah,
very fucking cool. And then it was like Holly. It was like, and then third one, obviously bringing in the other Spider-Men to talk about how like, oh, I'm a young and inexperienced, but you guys are all older and you've had full lives as Spider-Man, and then like them not knowing what the Avengers are, them working together, bringing in all the villains from the bad movies, like fucking from the great villains, Green Goblin, fantastic, Otto Octavius, fantastic, the Lizard and Electro sucked, but now they're in a fucking great movie and they're really cool now. Sandman, who was another one from is built up and like going through the same like arc, but now he's like just as helpful. The reveal of like, even with all this help, even with 3 Spider-Man, even with the fucking super sorcerer, Green Goblin still can get his ass like anything he wants because he's the real fucking main villain for him. And Willem Dafoe crushing it in that movie.
I even like too, like you get a good sense of his character in like even after everything that happens, he works to cure them all before sending them home.
Yeah,
like they literally cure all of them.
Yeah, so fucking, and like he does lose his temper and is almost fucking ready to kill the Green Goblin because of what he did to his aunt. But then Tobey Maguire, who's been through this before, caught the guy who killed his uncle, stops him, and fucking they hug it out, and they fucking go back to their own universes, and it's a fucking beautiful ending to that fucking arc. I think all those movies are like mind-blowingly good. For a character, like I said, I don't particularly care for that character, and I didn't list any of them in any of my lists or like going down anything, but that trilogy I think is fantastic. Every one of them I think is excellent. And I've like, it's just like, it's the MCU is so like fantastically amazing, and that's why it's really incredible. So that would be it for the MCU broadly. The next thing I would go into is going to be the cosmology of the Marvel Universe, meaning the hierarchy of celestials and gods, the living tribunal, all the weird, nebulous, not clear stuff Like, yeah. But we're going on for a long time. Ed's like fucking 18 beers in.
I'm only 5.
Yeah. I'm also tired. I'm way past my bedtime. So, so we're going to cut this episode here at a mere 4 hours and 14 seconds of 4 hours 14 minutes.
I know it's an early night for us.
It's a short one. Sorry for making it so short, but this is going to be a multi-part one, just like a Monster Hunter episode, one of our favorites. So
and our dinosaurs.
Yeah, Fantastic Dinosaurs of the movies, action highlights of SFX classics.
Yep.
I finally got it right.
Hey.
But yeah, so we've not gone into the movies yet. Obviously, the next part will be going into the actual movies. And like I said, I'm going to start off with there's still multiple other things. Like I said, we have to go into the actual directors and everything like that, but also the Neil Gaiman of it all. And like I said before that, even we have more crazy Marvel universe shit to deal with.
Holy shit.
So now we can do our plugs, call it for the moment. You can figure out if you want to name your next movie or wait till the next part.
I'll save it for the next part.
Might as well.
Because honestly, who the hell knows if we'll even get both these films and everything in the next time we record.
Yeah, and like I said, they're going to be in between discussions as well. So
exactly.
So we're going to have a lot more. But all right, so plugs.
You can find me on Twitch at Father_Bohawk. I have started the champion lock that I am making every Pokemon a champion.
Oh yeah.
I have successfully made some Pokemon champion in Pokemon Blue, and then I brought a Mothim as part of the team in Pokemon Pearl.
One of my favorites.
And I'm actually getting ready for Pokemon White, because that game is weird because of the champion style. Mm-hmm. But I'm actually just there. I got the team pretty much ready. I'm just got to do some EV spreads, and then a little bit of prep before I get it going. And then after that, that'll be 3 down or 18 Pokemon down, and another like 600 and something to go.
Nice.
It's a lot. There's like 600.
Well, hey, this episode won't come out for another month and a half, so it's fine.
Well, hopefully I'll have gotten way more than that by then.
Yeah.
But that's about the biggest place you're really gonna find me. So Father_Bohawk on Twitch.
Yeah. Nice. All right, Matthew Lewis Podcast, YouTube, Matthew Lewis Podcast, Patreon, Matthew Lewis Podcast, Blue Sky, Matthew Lewis Podcast on Twitch, Matthew Lewis Podcasts everywhere else. That's the easiest way to find me. Make sure that you listen to old episodes of Action Toon Bros. Make sure you listen to old episodes of Movie Garbage. Available on Spotify, available on Apple iTunes, or other weird rando podcast apps you have, you freaks. Also, let's go buy my book. Leave more reviews. I need more reviews on Spotify, and I need more reviews on my fucking book on Amazon. So buy my shit and go plug my stuff and all that kind of stuff. Other projects nebulously in the works.
As they always are.
Yeah. Now that's going to be it for Marvel Part 1, but Part 2 coming someday soon.
And make sure after we do the Oofma Goof, you stay tuned. You never know, there might be an after credit scene.
Yeah,
Whoa.
There might be an after credit scredits. Kuvira's Gambit.
You know, I'm still thinking about the other movies I'm going to do, and I'm feeling like I might have one actor who might want to do 2 things, but I don't know if we want to go action or comedy. So that's going to be fun to figure out.
Ooh, nice.
Oof,
oh shit! I'm still recording. Shit.